Amorena tata, ako tēnei karakia timataka a e hui e tāpata. Tua te kawukura tutu te hehe, tua te kawukura tutu te roki, kawukura uta, kawukura tai, te hiru kawukura mai, te riku kawukura atu, te tu mai rā koe te tihi o kawukure, mai e te tipua, mai e te tapuko. Te hara mai a koe i a whakahotu nuku, i a whakahotu rapi, ko tō mano, ko tōku mano. E tuturu mau ki a whakamawa ka tina, haunye, huye, ai. A te nara kotona ko Waitaha ko tō tātou matu tipona. Te mihi atu kia kōrua, o te kai whakahaere, o te tepu o te kaunihira tai au ki Waitaha, i pita, mihi atu o te tunuaki, e tō rakatira, Stephanie, tēnā kōrua. E koto rā, o te māngai o te tepu, o te kaunihira tai au ki Waitaha, mo reira i mihi atu kia koto katoa. Nō reira e te whananga o te tepu. Nau mai haere mai ki te timataka o te tūkaka tuku o te māhere tai tāpi. Nō reira e te whananga o te tepu.
Yeah, thanks, Luke, for that. So welcome to the 574th Council meeting. Today we're going to hear submissions on the draft long-term plan 2024 to 34. The hearings will run for 4 days from today through until Thursday, the 2nd of May. We have a quorum in the room, so we can now get started, and the recording has started. Thank you. Just as a reminder, there is a recording being made, and audio recordings of these procedures will be available on our website. Just another point, no other recording should be made without notification of the chair at commencement of the meeting. Any such recording may be stopped by the chair. Electronic devices and phones may only be used to advance the business in the meeting, and personal use is the discretion of the chair. So tablets obviously are okay being electronic devices. Now I'll just need to go through this procedural stuff, and it's a bit boring, but I just need to say it, so you just bear with us here. The council may record and listen to and live stream meetings, and where meetings are recorded or live streamed, meeting venues must contain clear signage indicating and informing members, officers and public that proceedings are being recorded by the council and may be subject to the direction of the chairperson. 12.4. Members of the public may make electronic or digital recordings of meetings which are open to the public in an unobstructed manner. Any recordings of the meetings must be notified to the chairperson at the commencement of the meeting to ensure that the recording does not distract the meeting from fulfilling its business. Where circumstances require, the chairperson may direct the recording to stop for a period. Electronic devices, again, electronic devices and phones must only be used to advance the business of the meeting. Members may make electronic or digital recordings of meetings which are open to the public in an unobstructed manner. The chairperson may require electronic devices switched off if its use is distracting the meeting from achieving its business, or 2, a member is found to be receiving information that may negatively affect the integrity of the proceedings. Okay, that's that out of the way. So apologies for today. We have an apology for their presence in the room from Councillor Crammell, although I cannot see Councillor Crammell online as yet, and I see Councillor Mackay online, so Councillor Mackay will be on later in the day. We've had an indication from Councillor Karakia that he has got some business to attend to mid-afternoon. Councillor Karakia, will you be back? Yeah, you will be back. And Councillor Sweet?
I have a meeting at a brief about 4 o'clock that I need to do with LKC.
Yeah, I have a conference this afternoon in Middleton, so I did speaker.
We'll move to 3 on the agenda, which is conflicts of interest, and I would presume that if there is a submitter that a councillor has in association with being at the start of that process, councillors will put their hand up and say that, and so just people are aware of that. And I think we just do that as we go through, rather than trying to note all that at the moment. Before we move on to the business of the meeting, there are a couple of procedural resolutions to dispense with. First, understanding orders 4.2, a meeting cannot continue for more than 6 hours from when it starts, including any adjournments, or after 10:30 p.m. I hope we don't get that far in. Unless the meeting resolves to continue under the same standing order, no meeting can sit for more than 2 hours continuous without a break of at least 10 minutes, unless the meeting resolves to extend the time before a break. So I think we're aware of that. The meeting, including adjournments, could continue for approximately 9 hours in total. Meeting duration, a meeting cannot continue more than 6 hours when it starts, or after 10:30, unless the meeting resolves to continue. No meeting can sit more than 2 hours. Okay, other meetings. In the case of committees, subcommittees, or coordination decision-making bodies, the appointed chairperson must preside at each meeting unless they vacate the chair for all part of the meeting. If the chairperson is absent from a meeting, the deputy chairperson, I'm not even sure what this is in here. If the deputy chairperson is also absent, has been appointed to the president must elect a member of the chair, for this person may exercise the meeting responsibilities. So that there's a motion there that I'm not going to read, but could someone please move? Thank you, Diehl. Thank you, Grant. So moved by Councillor Sweets, seconded by Councillor Edge. Any further discussion? There's no further discussion. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, that's carried. I'll just read this. I'm not sure what's here, but temporary suspension of standing orders. Any member of a council committee, subcommittee, or subordinate body may move a motion to suspend specific standing orders at a meeting on which they are a member. Any such motion must also include the reason for the suspension. If seconded, the chairperson must put the motion without debate. At least 75% of the members present and voting must support the motion to be carried. The motion to suspend standing orders may be taken before or during a debate. The motion to suspend standing must also identify the specific standing orders to be suspended. Please note that the event of the speech and those standing orders prescribed in statute will continue to apply, such as the form requirement. So is that, sorry, is that a motion? Okay. So this isn't this process we're about to go through is hearing submissions. This may apply to the end of the meeting, but I'm not too sure if it applies to the business that we've got in front of us today in terms of hearing these submissions. But I think you're all aware of those points anyway. Right, page 5 of the agenda. Catherine, are you speaking to us? Or have I got one? Or should we just take that as read? Yeah, so can we put that up, please? This is about late submissions. We'll just go straight to it. So someone would like to move that, please. Thanks, Diehl. Thank you, Genevieve. So moved by Councillor Sweet, seconded by Councillor Robinson. Any discussion about that? There being none. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, carried. So we'll get to the first bit. The hearing of submission for the draft long-term plan will now begin with the draft long-term plan hearing session 1. We will now hear from Mark Christensen, if you come forward, Mark. And I think you've got 2, haven't you, that's going to run concurrently. So do you want to? So will we go through these 1 and 2? We will. Yeah. So speakers can speak for up to 10 minutes, you know this, or longer at the discretion of the chairperson. Speak for 5 minutes for questions and clarification. No more than 2 speakers can speak on behalf of the organisation's reputation. Thank you, Mark. We'll start the clock when you start. Thank you.
Thank you, Atamaria, ina mana, ina reo, Yeah, I have 3 submissions actually this morning. Two now, and then I'm coming back later in the hour. One's on Pest-free Banks Peninsula, and one's with the Lakewood joint feature. But I'm starting with a personal submission, and my personal submission, I just want to make 2 points out of it. And the first relates to the importance of the proposed targeted biodiversity rate, or the targeted rate for biodiversity. You already have in place a targeted rate for biodiversity across Banks Peninsula. It's been fundamental to the success and ongoing success and collaboration of Pest-free Banks Peninsula. I just want to make it personally say thank you to the council for all the work that you put into working on biodiversity issues over the years. The targeted rate has made a huge difference to Banks Peninsula. The work going on in Banks Peninsula, and I'm sure it will do the same across the rest of the part of you and part of the sea. So from a personal perspective, and coming as the former chair of Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust, I've seen how important that specific rate has been. So I can make that proposal to you. That's the first point. The second point is around, I suppose, collaboration, the importance of collaboration. Again, it's my experience that every dollar is important in biodiversity, as it is everywhere, and collaboration is key. And we've seen that in Pest-free Banks Peninsula, and I really wanted to commend the work that a number of organisations have put into developing the ecological vision for Banks Peninsula 2050, including the council staff. That's a great example of a collective effort looking at what's the vision for a particular area. As I say, every dollar is critical in biodiversity, and to be efficient and be effective, we need to be collaborative. So I would ask the council to be supporting the Banks Peninsula ecological vision, but to do more than that, to actually be reporting, like Banks Peninsula Conservation Trust does, against each of the 10 goals in that peninsula with your council work. Imagine the power there would be if all of the organisations that are working in biodiversity across the peninsula reported against those 10 goals on a daily basis. So I would ask that the council include such funding as is necessary to enable your council to do that reporting against those 10 goals in terms of the work. And then thirdly, I would ask the council to ensure that all funding for biodiversity across the peninsula, that you ensure that in the funding that you make, that the recipients can demonstrate where they're being collaborative in a collaborative way, and they're also reporting against those 10 goals. So I'm just saying that the importance of that collaboration and actually being transparent around all of those is critical. And I think the council could take a significant leadership role in that on the peninsula. Now, I think that applies right across the region. So we've just had that, and we're now going to go back to Pest-free, which is look, I think we'll just concentrate on this one, which is your personal submission. Any questions or Mark on this personal submission? There's none, so I think we'll hook into go. Okay. Yeah. I'm the chair of the Lakewood Extension Project joint venture, and out of Ashburn. And as you know, that Lakewood is the largest recreational man-made lake in the country. That's not a dam, so it provides a major recreational resource, not just for the Ashburn district, but actually for the region. So it's been 20 years in the making, and we're still developing the lake. But just in the last 2 years, we've experienced for the first time ever the lake closures because of the cyanobacteria, the toxic algae. And so the Lakewood joint venture is part of 2 groups. One is the Carter's Creek Catchment Collective, Catchment Group, and there'll be a submission later in the week from that group. But we're also a member and been part of the discussions around what we call the Lakehood Water Quality Task Force, which again you'll hear from me and that Thursday afternoon. So we're concerned that the water quality issues of Lakehood are dealt with, and we're working on that very, very carefully. Around that is the question of Carter's Creek. Now, Carter's Creek is a small stream that flows into the lake through Ashburton, through Tynwald. It starts up upstream of Tynwald and flows into the lake, and it flows through the early part of Tynwald. So in the LTP, there is a proposal for work to be done on the lake on Carter's Creek, and a schedule for the 28 to 29 year. And the submission is simply that work, we ask for it to be brought forward because of the importance of this work around the quality of Lakehood, that it would be of real assistance to have that work done as soon as possible. So that's a single point I'm wanting to make in respect of the Lakehood Carter's Creek.
Have others, councillors got questions or Mark regarding Lakehood, the Lakehood submission? Grant and then Dion and then Bree. And then Craig.
Thanks, Mark. My question is in terms of the anticipated extent of the work in assessing what needs to be done. Do you envisage that because the catchment is fairly large, that a whole of catchment assessment would be made in terms of the inputs and the health of the water, both on the western side of Tynwald, right to Lakewood?
Yes, as I understand it, that is part of the proposal because there has been a catchment-wide approach taken in the past, and we need that to be updated. But it can be as well. There's some discrete work that can be considered, but it is a catchment-wide approach.
Thanks, Mark. Some of the other submissions that are in some of the other volumes discussed the Ashburton River and linked with some of the issues, some of the water flows, so some of the consent done whatever was done on the Ashburton River and the minimum flows. A number of those submissions also talk about Lakewood as well. I don't think you've probably seen those, but do you think there's any correlation or sort of like connection there from what you've seen on the ground and that work that was done around the flow stuff that the flow work that was done recently and the water quality that potentially come out of Lakewood, causing that kind of what they're asking for is to bring a review to that flow regime earlier into the LTP. Is that kind of something that you'd be thinking as well?
Yeah, I haven't seen those submissions, so I'm not exactly sure. I think the general response is that there's no one silver bullet for the water quality issues. So Carter's Creek is one issue. The flushing of the lake with more water is another issue. So there's a number of things. So they do want to interrelate. Now we're going to come back on Thursday afternoon. I'd have to be up to by then get an answer for etc. So as part of the water quality task force.
Excellent.
I just want a wee bit of clarity about the Carter's Creek. Is that a naturally occurring creek or is it part of the early drainage system out here?
It is naturally occurring, but it is part of the drainage network. So part of the scheme, which I'm just trying to, the Hines Ashburton drainage scheme. So it is part of that, but it is naturally occurring.
Sure. Well, thanks for this. Thanks to both of your submissions this morning. Yeah, I've got a bit of experience, paddled at Lakehood a few times in the past with Whakatau and also at Lake Pegasus and North Canterbury, so I understand the issues that happen with the lakes having organised events myself and have been called off because of algal blooms. But I note that the project that you're asking to be brought forward is a flood investigation
project. The link with the phosphorus there, how do you think that's going to play out in terms of that project?
Well, I think the flooding aspect, you're absolutely right. That was the driver because of those flooding issues in Tynwald. How the phosphorus will play out is beyond my ken in terms of the specifics, but the idea is to link the two in terms of investigations. So it may be by, well, I can't say more than that, because I think the technical issues need to be worked through as to how the phosphorus can be dealt with at some point.
Probably, yeah, just clarifying the scope of the project. I know it's our project, so I think it is something that we have been working on around, you know, flood resilience, but also just river resilience. So I think flooding. So yeah, I think that's a good thing. Maybe something we just need to look at around the scope of that investigation. So thank you.
Yeah, there has been quite a bit of discussion around that, linking the two already. Kia ora, Mark. Whakatau mō tau Mihi, te mataka Mihi aku. Just with this submission, was there any input from mana whenua? No. Question. Was any article? No. No, we had not on the specifically on the submission.
Any further questions or clarification from Mark? Thank you. I think we'll step back now, Mark, and I think there's a gap. And we've got Melbin. Is it Melbin Varghese? Tell me if I've got your name right, Melbin. Come forward then.
So here everyone, my name is Melbin. I'm representing Greenfed. We supply and manufacture natural fiber solution from doormats and rugs to land management purpose. So let's begin. On these three topics, I'm actually considering environmental regulation and protection, community preparedness, and response to hazardous. So coir, it's we all know that it's a natural fiber solution derived from coconut husk, and it's well known for its versatility of applications and the high absorbency of moisture, soil amendments such as nutrients for soil, like even neutralizing the pH content in the soil, and it's pest and disease resistant and cost effectiveness. So here, the significant role of coir in climate change. The coir is actually preserving carbon-rich soil and preventing release of carbon into water bodies and enhance soil and its fertility and act as a carbon sink, and by holding the carbon. And it's reduce water evaporation from soil surface, which means the need of irrigation is actually comparatively lesser. And, as a alternative to synthetic material, coir solution is actually degradable, so it's actually give a good potential in the climate change. Products, there are some coir products we actually are already familiar, and some of them are not much familiar, so let's go through that. So coir geotextile, and it's actually manufacturing through two different ways, by hand loom and through machine made one. It's actually alternative to geotextile, semi-permanent erosion control, which means like it lasts for 4 to 6 years. And more details I can actually give you as a the brochure, which you can see. It gives more clarity on how it works in the coir blankets and coir geotextile. Coir blankets, it's actually filled with coir fiber and covered with cotton or jute threads, sometimes polypropylene threads. It's good for soil stabilization, the immediate soil stabilization and establishment of vegetation and water retention. So coir logs are here on your right side, and left is the coir weed mats. There is another product called coir wattles, which is actually less denser than coir logs, and it is more flexible and fit into any corner. It actually depends on the purpose. And I'm sorry, we also do cocoa peat for protein mix. When we come to biodiversity protection and enhancement, these coir products actually gives habitat creation and erosion control by stabilizing slope and preventing erosion. Restoration of riparian zones by stabilizing river banks, reducing sedimentation, and preventing nutrients runoff to water bodies. Weed suppression, we know we can acquire mulching. It's actually as an insulating layer, moisture retention. And nutrient cycling, it's enhanced soil fertility, support growth of through slow decomposition. And land rehabilitation, the land like post mining sites, landfills, and construction sites. And flood protection management. There is two key features actually these products actually give by reinforced soil and vegetation, controlling sediment movement. The temporary barrier is through coir logs and wattles, which we can stop the sedimentation. Floodplain management and drainage system. Drainage system, it's as a good moisture absorbent. It's discharge water into underground and helpful for reduce flooding. Shoreline protection, we can come to the next slide, this last slide, and I will give you a small example in bioengineering solutions here. On the right side, it's jute or Hessian fiber. On the left side, it's coir. It's a small comparison. When come to durability, coir has more lifespan. When come to other fibers, saltwater resistant, that's what I was talking about in the shoreline protection in the coastal areas. Is coir has a good saltwater resistance and resistance to decay, erosion control, and effectiveness. Coir have a very rough texture, and its length actually gives more effective erosion control when compared to other fibers. Cost effectiveness, we can actually calculate it through for the other fibers. It's degrade very faster, and coir, even coir have some extent it's also degrade, and the frequent degradation for other products actually is more expensive than coir. That's it. This is the contact number.
Okay, thank you for that, Melbin. Questions from councillors? Diehl and Lin.
Thanks for the information, both in the presentation and here. Excuse my ignorance, but what is coir? Like, what is it made from?
Coir is actually a natural fiber which derived from coconut husk. We know the coconut tree. It's mostly in equator regions like Asia. It's actually great fiber when compared to any other fiber. between the tensile strength, and it's largely using in and exporting to United States and many other Latin American countries.
Just got one more question. So you import your material and locally source it as well?
Yes, we actually manufacture in the trade name of Coco Art and Narayana Quay Works. They're actually in South India, Kerala. We import, they actually usually export to states, United States, and here in New Zealand, it's actually available in, especially geotextile, it's actually available in Auckland, but it's actually delivering through upon the order because of its size and structure. It's a bit heavier, but it's very effective.
Melbin, is that right? Is that your name? Morena. Look, thank you for your submission. I just had, when I was reading through this, I just had a couple of questions, and one of them may have been answered, but first of all, I was wondering whether this is kind of like a sticking plaster over an issue, you know, because the degradation is starts around 4 to 6 years. I just wondered, and then looking at the paper that you gave us, then there's the two different types of there's geotextile, and then the other one is what's the thing?
Blanket, coir blanket. Yep.
So what my question is that after and you've explained after the either 4 to 6 years, then it will then degrade, but then it will assist, you know, other sort of methods of trying to stabilize, you know, whatever you're trying to stabilize. Is that right? Okay.
That's right, and it's actually, even it's degrade, it's actually do its purpose. Like it gives like a 4. When come to geotextile, it's 4 to 6 years the degradation period, and that will be more than enough for a soil to stabilize, and that's how it actually works. Yeah.
The question was already answered actually about you know, where is it made? Is one of the big things. Yeah, you've answered it. One of the big things is actually the great effect to be naturally sourced here in New Zealand. Final question is that what is the cost? I mean, I know that's a really wide question, but you know, that would be really interesting as well. Kind of ballpark cost.
You get back to us if you like on that. Get back to us. And the other thing that's quite interesting would be a couple of samples to see what, you know, the small ones to see what that looks like. Yeah, thank you. So we've got Genevieve and Greg, and then unless someone else is desperate, we'll finish up. Thanks, Genevieve.
Thank you for your presentation. That's good. It's definitely not a new concept, but I like how you've used that particular material to create something different. And I was hoping if you could discuss the bespoke design options, if there is one. Can you design a product for a specific purpose if someone needs like it to be used in a different, I guess, stabilization or reinforced way? Can you do that sort of thing? That was one question. And also, there wasn't much information on the logs. I thought that was quite a cool concept with the way that it can be used and, you know, support growth, but offer it something else at the end of its life, I guess. But my question is mostly bespoke products for specific purposes. And the main question is there an example of its use in New Zealand or in the region? Thank you.
So yes, there is an example. Like we got some sample here, especially geotextile. It's we got some customers like Environco, environmental consultant, and a personal use for in Dunedin. They are actually using it for slope stabilization. It's actually on his backyard. And when come to the customization, for the first question, it's actually possible because the geotextiles they manufacture through two different types. We are actually focusing on the hand-loomed one. Serves its own advantage when come to its on weaving process. It's actually go through a lot of inspection than the machine one, and it's actually more durable because of doing hand loom. It's actually give more tight and uniform structure. Actually gives more durability, and especially customization is actually possible if some point actually we need to enlarge in some areas. We can actually do that through hand looming, and even it's also possible in machine one. Still, it's actually more effective in hand loom. And when we talk about square loaves, it's that's actually a new picture I got. Here we are actually using the square loaves on the right side. That's a plain single roll, which actually we fit into each sides with a clip or a wooden stick. So for stopping the sedimentation. So and it's also an example of customization of square loaves.
Just very briefly, thank you. Councillor Robinson has asked a question. I'm just going to ask about any examples on the scale of New Zealand. So thank you for that. Thank you for bringing in your submission as well. Clearly, the community are asking for nature-based solutions. So thanks very much. I'm presuming that's sort of an operational thing that perhaps our staff might look at. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Melbin. So that's the very end of our time, but thank you for the detail that you've given us and also the photos of your products. So well done. Okay, Mark, I think it's you back again for, is it, we're now on the Project Oversight Group, pest-free banks and towards pest-free Waitaha.
Yes, thank you. Hello again. So you're going to hear a number of submissions from groups that are connected with pest-free bank solution. I know I harp on about collaboration, but unfortunately it wasn't possible to get them all together in the same time. So that would be easier for you to have it in one block. So it's a bit bitsy, I'm afraid. Just to remind you the distinction between the project management group and the project oversight group. So I chair the project oversight group. And that's really the governance level oversight and strategy around pest-free. We have a slightly wider remit than the project management group, which is the group representing the 14 original partners to pest-free banks, who oversee the operational delivery of the pest-free project. So the extra bit that the project oversight group is looking at is this towards pest-free Waitaha. You might recall that I came and talked to you about that second aspect, particularly last December, about how we're going. So this is from the project oversight group's perspective. And as I said before, every dollar is critical in this area. And we're asking the Environment Canterbury and indeed all other funders for the pest-free activities to require that all recipients of funding from your council and indeed the ECAN pest control activities operation itself are able to demonstrate how they work collaboratively together and also reporting in terms of their effectiveness and efficiency in those operations. We need to be as smart as we can, and the best way to do that is to be transparent and collaborative. As I said, the targeted rate of biodiversity on bank expenditure has been fundamental to the success of pest-free bank expenditure so far. We request that the funding for that Pest Feedbacks Peninsula arises from the targeted rate be continued, but that had been inflation adjusted in the LTP, not the 3.7%, which is suggested in the draft. As I mentioned in December, the indications are, the funding central government for Pest Feedbacks Peninsula ceases in the start of 2028, and planning has now started on how what to do after 2028, and that's this towards pest-free Waitaha proposal, which is the idea of linking Banks Peninsula to the Alps from the Kaya to the Ashley Rakahura in that area. That such project would be one of New Zealand's largest landscape-scale pest control activities. And we're saying that the success of Pest-free Banks Peninsula is critical to the success of that wider project. So, because really it's building upon the work of Pest-free Banks Peninsula across the plains towards the Alps. The proposed extension of the biodiversity rate across the urban part of the city is fundamental and critical to the success of that wider project as well. Substantial work is already being undertaken. I think I mentioned that last year that we were employing a community activator to work with community groups across the Selwyn City and Waimaku districts. And that person, Ulrich Smith, was underway and already we're seeing the benefits of early collaboration and alignment. So the submission from the Project Oversight Group sets out a number of priorities around funding, not just for Pest-free Banks Peninsula and Port Hills, but also across this wider area. And I'll set out those bullet point some priorities about some of the funding that we would look to the money from the targeted rate to support. So that's all I wanted to say in terms of speaking to the submission. Thank you very much. Questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mark, and thank you for bringing this. It makes a lot of sense what you've got here. So I've got two questions, and I think we'll only do. You've got a question also, Greg. So Diehl, then Grant, and then Greg.
Thanks, Mark. Hey, in terms of this biodiversity, chucking $1 million, I mean, theoretically, we might put another $1 million into the targeted rate for biodiversity criteria, which is what the submission here is. I'm not yet 100% convinced that putting that money into, say, staff funding would be, the best way to sort of see deliverables on the ground, or maybe I need to be a bit more convinced on that. So, I mean, a lot of the stuff that you listed in this submission is around getting more money for staff time to do things and stuff like that. But what I'm looking for is how do we get outcomes? How do we measure these outcomes, like what you were talking about before? And that's what I would like to see the funding be used for to do that. So how do we do that with what we're achieving and what you're sort of putting here? That's what I'm sort of trying to understand, trying to look for to be able to sort of support it. Look, I totally agree. I think we need to be really a whole lot smarter about so there's outputs, opinion outputs, and then what are the outcomes that come from that, and then really what are the impacts? And one of the issues around is actually demonstrating impact. And I think we talked about last December around the need for some really good biodiversity outcome impact monitoring, which is aligned. Again, that's one of those things where there's PCAN does some, C does some, DOC does some. So we need to get a whole lot smarter on this. So I'd love the opportunity to work with the staff and others to sit down and design something that really starts to show that those deliverables. Totally agree with me.
Just a quick question. In terms of Waimaku area, you mentioned that they're part of, you're looking for a part of the sort of division. It's not mentioned on your list of appointees. Has an appointee been made to help coordination and collaboration within Waimaku area?
Not as yet. We don't have a formal person on the Project Oversight Group. We're just in the process of those early discussions about how that would work, and also at an operational level. So we're certainly keen to be part of it. We just need to make sure we get the right person involved.
Thank you, it's just a bit of a information just to share. And in response to Dion's questions, I think it's really important to for you to know, Mark, and I'm sure you do, that we're reviewing the Canterbury biodiversity strategy, and that exact conversation about outputs and outcomes came up at that discovery session we had last month, attended by Penny from Canterbury from Backland Conservation Trust. So just noting that, and that's a way to get involved in that, and just to be on point, definitely that's why, again, we need the biodiversity strategy to be sorted so that we can have those outputs and outcomes laid out somewhere, and that we are measuring against them every year. And people will also be aware that under the National Policy Statement for Business Biodiversity, that's now a regional council job to do the regional biodiversity monitoring, which has never been a job before. So we're working on that as well. So that's all part of our LPC as well. So thank you.
Can I just say that I absolutely support that biodiversity strategy work. Yes, that biodiversity strategy is critical, because if you just look at the pest-free stuff in isolation, I mean, what are we doing this for? It's actually, we must be clear on why what we're doing. And and I think we're going forward, as I say, we need to be a whole lot smarter. And there's two really good examples, amongst others, around the country of where large-scale landscape projects are underway. The first is Whakatau, which is the north of the South Island. So Nelson, Marlborough and Tasman have got together, and they've got a very sophisticated overall ecological vision. But they've actually costed it in terms of what they want to do. $900 million over the next 10 years. They worked out where they want to spend the first 10 million. It's quite clear the costs. Imagine being able to do that, both in Bags Peninsula but across the wider area. The second example, which I think is really interesting, is the reconnecting Northland, which is all of Northland. Similar idea, so a really clear vision, very simple for people to see where they fit within that vision, clear deliverables, and some costings. To do that's going to require a lot more money than local and central government is able to afford. So we need to look to work with, I think, both national and international philanthropy, but also business in terms of these ideas around biodiversity credits, nature-based solutions, all these sorts of things within its step. We need to do that in a way which is clear, transparent, but also shows clearly what we want to achieve.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Look, I think it's possibly a wee bit unfortunate that you're speaking first rather than cleaning up right at the end, because there's a fair bit of Bags Peninsula stuff that we've got ahead of us. And I think your idea of actually having some oversight on that's for one, so thank you for that. We're going now to Dr. Christine Sumner from the RNZSPCA. Christine, can you hear me? You're online.
Yes, I can hear you.
So, Christine, when you're ready, so we've got 10 minutes for you, Christine. When you're ready, we'll start the timer, and then at the end of your presentation, we'll have some time for questions. So, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Perfect. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. I have a brief PowerPoint just to go over the highlights. Well, first I should say, Morena, thank you for having me. It's nice to join you online. I am a science officer with SPCA, and I am here to talk to you about cats, but on the topic of desexing and microchipping. So, sharing my screen. Okay. Hopefully you can see this PowerPoint. So first and foremost, why I'm here to talk to you about desexing cats is this is what we consider a very important part of responsible cat ownership. With over 1.2 million companion cats in this country, desexing is essential in helping us address welfare impacts on the individual cat. And these include, we have an increase in lifespan from about 3 to 5 years. We have risks of such as cancer are lowered when we desex cats. There is decrease in these behaviors that can be considered, unwelcome. They're normal for a cat, but for a companion cat, they can cause issues in the home or in the neighborhood. This is aggression between other cats and towards people, roaming. Cats who are desexed roam less. Spraying and marking. These are behaviors associated with sexual hormones. And also importantly, desexing cats helps us address the issues with cats having unplanned litters of kittens. And one of the reasons we are concerned about this is because there are trends in the number of people in New Zealand who are desexing their companion cats. So of course, for an organization like SPCA, this troubles us a bit because we see, achievements in welfare gains with desexing cats are lost, but importantly, these unplanned litters of kittens that can happen when people do not desex their cats. And this leads us into this issue we have in New Zealand with this, what we call cat overpopulation. And we can think of all different types of cats feeding into this issue. So we've got our companion cats, we've got our stray cats. These are the unowned cats that live amongst people in communities. And we have our feral cats, which are effectively animals living in a wild state. We see problems with overpopulation related to all of these cats. But what I want to focus on now with what we do to support companion cat owners and desexing their cats is to address the problem of overpopulation related to the companion cat space. We know that there are cats who breed before an owner has desexed them. And what can often happen is these are unplanned litters. There's not resources to support them. These kittens can often end up in our centers because they're in a poor welfare state or people just cannot afford to keep them. Oftentimes we have people in the community who are bringing us litters of kittens that, maybe their neighbor just is not taking care of. A lot of these kittens also die. Kitten mortality can be quite high when it's unplanned litters. But what can happen also is if these kittens do survive, they don't end up in our center because they are healthy, they can go on to contribute to stray cat populations. Stray cat populations are a very challenging situation to address in communities because there is no owner per se who we can, encourage to desex but they're also can be controversial with how we manage these types of cats. We also know that stray cat populations, if they are living rurally, can contribute to feral cat populations. So we see cats as one big meta population. We have our companion cats, and if we don't desex those cats, those kittens then can go on to become stray cats. We have our stray cats in our communities, and these can also impact the numbers of feral cats. So we see this as all interrelated. Desexing companion cats is one of the few humane tools we have to address overpopulation with stray cats as well. So one of our important programs that we support in New Zealand is what we call our National Desexing Program. And one of the key things that we do with this program is we subsidize the cost of desexing and microchipping of companion cats. We know from research that cost of these procedures is the #1 barrier why people have not done it. And so what we have found is when we offer subsidized desexing vouchers, we often sell out of them quite quickly. So there is an absolute demand for these services. It is expensive to desex and microchip your cat. And so when we help people do this, they take us up on this offer. With Snip and Chip, we work with local veterinarians in our communities, and we have a whole system set up where we offer the voucher. We can negotiate the prices with the local veterinarians. The member of the public pays about $30 for both desexing and microchipping. And then we have a reporting system that allows us to track how we're doing and how to follow up. Now, Snip and Chip is probably one of the most important programs we offer to address desexing and microchipping in our communities. And we also have been quite successful in working with local councils in support of funding for this program. So what you see in front of you is a list of councils that have in the past worked with us. Quite a bit up north. We recently kicked off a project with Dunedin District Council. In the past, we have worked with Waitaki District Council in Canterbury. And so what we're finding is local councils are keen to support us. Now, much of this work targets the area where we have the highest intake of kittens, because if we have a lot of kittens coming into our centers from a particular part of a community, it makes the most sense to work with the people in those communities to help them get their companion cats desexed. However, we are quite flexible. We have found working with Auckland Council, the areas we target are high biodiversity valued areas by Auckland Council. So we're willing to work with councils depending on those needs. And I'll take the submission as read, so I won't go any further, and I'm happy to leave time for questions. I'm just going to figure out how to unshare my screen.
Thank you, Christine. Councillors, Councillor Edge, Councillor Robinson, and Councillor Southwood.
Thanks, Christine. My question is, are you seeking funding or a management approach from the regional council as part of our regional pest management plan review process in adopting some sort of mechanism to, for us, improve biodiversity outcomes where pests, cat pests, feral cats, destroying our native birds and other wildlife? Is that what you're seeking?
Yeah. So the negative impacts we see with the cat overpopulation, absolutely. I've focused on the welfare part, but absolutely, cat overpopulation impacts wildlife. And I'd like to say it's not just feral cats that are impacting wildlife. We know that companion cats and stray cats in our community are impacting wildlife. And depending on who we're talking to, regional councils have different strategies depending on what's going on. We know that councils have expressed interest in working with us to snip and chip in our communities, where they also know that there are stray cats that are interlinked with these companion cat populations. So it might not just be what we would call a feral cat living in a wild state. You might have biodiversity strategies that are more closer to communities, where we can say much more confidently that these are companion and stray cats that are impacting biodiversity values. It's really, we're flexible with how we see it working. We just want cats desexed, to be honest with you, and microchipped. And earlier it was brought up the biodiversity strategy with Nelson, Tasman, and Marlborough. And I'd like to point out, one of those key things those areas are doing is they're moving towards requiring microchipping of companion cats. In order to get these cats microchipped, we have to support people in the community. So this is also a way to comply. And I know this is not necessarily what Environment Canterbury is doing in their current biodiversity plan or regional pest management plan. However, these are ways that we get this compliance with a behavior we want to see. It's a very straightforward thing. When we offer helping people get their cats microchipped and desexed, they take us up on it.
Thank you very much for your discussion here. I always find talking about cats interesting. With regards to the neuter and release and chipping of even domesticated animals, do you have any data on some of the domestic cats that are chipped and no longer have a fixed abode, so therefore could be considered stray or eventually wild? And I guess my tail end of that question is, have you got the data for Canterbury on that?
Just to clarify, you're talking about a cat that's been microchipped and then been released and its ownership is dubious?
Yes, pretty much, because I've seen a lot of missing cats that are chipped, but they can't find the owners anymore, so they effectively strays that are changing behaviours and hunting. I just guess the stats there might be a considered easier way of tracking these cats without someone having to own a microchip reader.
That's an excellent question.
Say, but yeah, I just guess microchipping like a cat, it's desexing definitely, but microchipping a cat doesn't always lead a person to the owner. So I'm just wondering, there's some sort of record or project considering that in New Zealand, and also do you have that data about Canterbury as an issue?
I don't have the data, but Companion Animals New Zealand will. They are the charity that runs the New Zealand Companion Animal Register, and I'm happy to follow up if you want that information. So they would be the ones who would have that specific data on, how effective are these microchips? Because you're absolutely right. The biggest barrier we see towards that reunion, and it's a huge frustration, is that cat has a microchip and those owner details have not been updated. So that's a process where that takes a lot of There is behavior change mechanisms that can be used, such as reminders. Have you updated your cat's information? But it's a big barrier, and we acknowledge that. So that's kind of another strategy, that for these microchips to be effective, we have to have the information updated. Interestingly, frankly, I'm kind of surprised how frequently I see it, even in my own organization, when a cat is picked up, and it'll be 3, 4, 5 years later that microchip is scanned and those owner details are found. And those people gave up. They just thought their cat is gone. We recently had one in Nelson that was living quite remotely, and it turned out there was an owner reunion. So it's not that it can't happen, but yeah, it is a problem with getting those details updated.
Thank you. Look, we've run out of time here. We're up for 9 minutes.
Okay.
You split to ask a question. Good, quick one then.
Yes, so quick question. I can see on your website that you have donate to DSEC's page. And so I wondered if that ring fence specifically for DSECs, and have you run a public campaign on that? Because particularly wildlife lovers may well be more prone to supporting this. I think there's an opportunity there. Personally, that's what I would like to donate to RNZSPCA for, and I can see the logic. So have you done that?
Yeah, thanks for that question. We do focus on the cat owner welfare aspect, because we know from the science that is how you get to the heart of the cat owner, is to emphasize the welfare benefits that desexing brings for their cats. And New Zealanders love their wildlife, and we know that this can be a secondary benefit. But currently our marketing is to target the cat owner with the strongest message is the welfare benefit. But absolutely, we do hear you. And most of our work on this issue, we emphasize the gains we can make with biodiversity.
Kia ora. I just got a real question here about on page 4 of your snip and chip brochure, talks about $15,000 over 3 years, so 45,000 in total for 500 cats to be desexed. Is that sort of the money that you're looking at? Is 45,000 equal 500 cats desexed, or is it 500 per year? I just wanted clarification on that in terms of the funding.
Yeah, I believe that number, so that would be what in the past we've worked with the local council Whangarei, and that's the price. We have to negotiate this with veterinarians because we are using local businesses, right? And those costs vary. So even though we will set the price, we charge the person, the cat owner, $30 at this point, and that's probably the upper limit we're comfortable at. So of course, the money that is used has to supplement. So if the price of the veterinary service goes up, that would be in effect of fewer animals that we could get achieved. But yeah.
Okay, thank you, Christine. That was really comprehensive, and thank you for your submission. I think it's time for us to move on.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Sam, thank you for your patience. We're actually running behind time by about 10 minutes. And I note, Michelle, that you came online about 10 o'clock. We're probably not going to get to you until about past. Michelle, if you want to come back about 25 past.
Okay, thanks for that.
Sam, when you're ready, let's go.
Morena, thank you for the opportunity to talk this morning. Really here to kind of gain awareness of the project that we're looking at on Banks Peninsula, and also how that kind of fits in with partnership with ECAN going forward. So what we're trying to achieve is to create a geopark on Te Pātaka Rakahautu, Banks Peninsula. And a geopark is something that you can gain UNESCO accreditation for, but ultimately it's a way of looking at a geographical landscape that's full of significance. And that significance can range from geology, our overall landscape, flora, fauna, history, people, conservation, and wrapping all those together and combining those and telling the stories of those to engage people in that landscape. And the geopark is comprised of geosites, or interpretation panels, that are throughout the landscape that tell you the stories of these places of significance. partnering that with educational resources, creating these places as kind of outdoor learning areas. So taking field trips, engaging school groups, university groups, hosting courses, having exhibitions within those places. And it's a very supportive way for communities to gain kind of a recognition as well as attracting visitors to those places. So what are we looking at this for Banks Peninsula? It's a way of connecting people with the places and stories of Banks Peninsula. Ultimately, we're trying to educate people to create guardians of that place, so they've got a recognition and understanding of why this place is special. Value of mataranga and knowledge of these areas, promote the landscape and put that as wide as an internationally significant place, and importantly attract visitors to actually come and spend time in Banks Peninsula, not just driving to Karakia, getting fish and chips and driving back, but actually exploring the place, spending more time in that place, and therefore putting more time, energy, inputs and economics back into the place of Banks Peninsula. So high value, slow tourism for that place. I guess in terms of relating it back to submission today, and a question is, do we adequately inform on the work? So I guess from that standpoint, in terms of what ECAN does within our landscape, protect our environments, looking after things, highlighting the successes that you've actually achieved over times and the impacts that we've actually got going on within that landscape. And ultimately, the geopark is a format that we can actually leverage off what we've got in our own backyard and inform and educate people, locals from Christchurch, throughout New Zealand and international visitors on the significance, values and importance that we've actually got within our area. And I guess in terms of the submission, it was like focused on biodiversity goals and successes and natural hazards and communication. So that's real kind of focused a little bit more on. So biodiversity, there's the scope within the submission, and the biodiversity is really reliant on what lies beneath in its surroundings. And so I'm a geologist, and there's a term called geodiversity. So that's thinking about what's our rocks, soils, water, our climate, and how that collectively all comes together that has influenced our biodiversity. And so if we're looking at after our biodiversity, we should also be looking after our geodiversity, our landscapes and the protections that go within that. So really within the Christchurch District biodiversity targeted rate, it's almost, I think for Banks Peninsula, there's an inherent relationship, well, actually throughout New Zealand, there's an inherent relationship between our biodiversity and our geology, our soils and our geodiversity that's underlying that. So we should be recognising what those are, understanding those and educating people about those features and those importance. And so we see the geopark as an important kind of mouthpiece that we can actually start engaging people in the landscapes, understanding what's going on in that place and why we should be protecting them, why we should be predator trapping, why we should be fencing off stock from waterways, all of these things, and actually kind of engaging people in the landscapes when they're actually out there seeing what's going on. It's very much the same within natural hazards. How we communicate those hazards to visitors or to the local communities, and local preparedness is kind of key. But then we're going to have lots of people that are coming into our environment. They're only there for a day, 2 days, 3 days, or their holiday homes there, and they might not actually understand what they're actually exposing themselves to in terms of the hazards or the risks in that area. So this is another way that Geopark can add a layer in terms of supporting Environment Canterbury with that responsibility of informing people about their risks and their hazards in that space. And overall, the geopark is a mechanism that we're looking to kind of showcase our environment, our place, our backyard, but also showcase the knowledge that people have of our place and the connections that we have with that place, and to be able to communicate those. In doing so, creating a learning and engagement platform that then schools, communities, visitors can come and engage in that space and take away their knowledge, and through that education, and using that to kind of create preservation through those mechanisms, and inform and educate about our environment, the hazards, and support preparedness in those spaces. So the geopark itself, it's a big picture concept. It's about kind of drawing people into our landscape, telling them the stories that connect them to those places. And we've been working on this project for 10 to 12 years. It's a very slow moving project in terms of trying to connect with mana whenua, bring their values into the project and how we can take that on board to create a holistic geopark that's a true kind of reflection of our values within Aotearoa New Zealand.
Sorry, is that you, Sam? You thank you. That was good. That's a good submission. It's pretty comprehensive in terms of what you've got involved in that, and thank you for the slides and stuff. Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Sam. Just a quick comment. Are you, in terms of the geopark idea, I mean, Banks Peninsula is already identified in regional policy statement as an outstanding natural landscape and given protection under law under the RMA. In order to get some recognition from UNESCO, which is the thing that's interests me, do UNESCO have a range of things that you need to actually prove or to say how their criteria can be met?
Yeah, I guess for us the UNESCO thing is like the icing on the cake. That's a long-term potential goal, and within that application, yes, there are hoops that you have to show or jump through that show that you've got the relative protections that we have on those landscapes. And it is one aspect that I believe that we could do better in terms of sites of geological significance. Are we actually protecting those enough? Yes, we have a landscape viewpoint, but then there are local locations or certain rock outcrops exposures that might be kind of 30 centimetres wide that are of huge significance, but they might be lost within our overall landscape approach. So there might be further kind of ideas in terms of submissions or recognition of these smaller scale features in the relationship to biodiversity and that overlap that would need further kind of enhancement.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. I was just wondering are you looking at support for like policy and planning, or are you looking at some physical dollars for physical things like signboards or a website, or what's your ask? I suppose is my question.
So internationally, geoparks are really supported by the councils and are driven by councils. So that's the kind of a primary funding agency. And I guess it's a public good, public service project, and it's an outward looking platform. So in that respect, it's kind of a mechanism that we can collaboratively work and partner to create that resource to go outwards. So it's a bit of a mix in terms of resources, partnership, but also a bit of funding that we can actually do what we want to do.
My question was exactly what I just asked, but it was, and I was also about a little bit more about that as open data. So I mean, there's a lot of data we have, a lot of stuff all over the maps. You need to link into that to start sharing those stories and getting out there. Is that sort of something that we can do without funding, but linking you to the right people to sort of get that open data so you can start sharing it out?
Yeah, I'm a heavy reliant on Canterbury Maps in terms of what's there, and I think it's leveraging off what we already have and not creating new things, but actually using those as resources. So for learning and engagement, Canterbury Maps is an awesome resource for schools to use, but it might not be at a level or an information that's adaptable for a teacher to pick up and use for kids. So it's then saying, well, how can we make that as a learning resource and create activities that then they can engage in their local place.
Yeah, Sam, thanks for that. Look, I would note that Waitaki District Council went through that geopark thing for a while. I don't know whether that ever got a conclusion or whether it ran out of steam, but it's a long process to get to where you want to get to. So good luck. And obviously there's some big supporters out there. We've got a lot of them submitting to us, so hopefully they can help you also. So you're up.
Yeah, thank you. Waitaki actually did get UNESCO designation, so they've achieved that status. But just to say, we're looking at quite a different kind of geopark style than what Waitaki is. Ours is far more holistic in terms of looking at the whole package. Yeah.
Good, thank you. We've now got an adjournment till 10:30, so that councillors can stretch their legs. So we'll be back then. I wonder if someone's got Michelle Pye's contact. If you could tell her, if we could tell her 10:30. If you could be back just before 10:30, thanks. All right, Michelle, when you're ready, we'll go. We've got 10 minutes, as you will know that, and then we'll have some questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good, I've got a terrible feedback, but anyway, I'll try my best. So good morning, Chair Scott and councillors. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak to my submission on our long-term plan. And I say our deliberately because it is a community plan and it needs to reflect what the whole community wants, which of course is a challenge when you don't hear from the silent majority. So my name is Michelle Pye, and together with my husband Leighton, we farm in Mid and South Canterbury and across many agricultural sectors, including arable, vegetables, grazing, dairying, contracting and transport. Across our farming operation, we have 100 consents and 33 rating units. So not only do I have a very keen interest in the outcomes of most aspects of this LTP, I also have had many interactions with ECAN. Just for the record, I'm presenting this submission in my personal capacity as a farmer and business owner in Canterbury. I also happen to be a Timaru District Council councillor, so I understand the cost pressures that all councils are facing up and down the country. However, ECAN is at the very top end of rate rises, and I believe with the proposed rate rise of 53% over 3 years, you need to put a stop to a number of your work streams and projects, as your ratepayers just cannot afford them. I was also a bit disappointed not to see anywhere in your LTP about trying to be more efficient. It was just do more or do less. What about do better? I strongly support your investment in flood protection and river works, although question if it is enough. In 2019 floods in Rangitata, which we were severely impacted by, was a great example of the impacts that a flood has on the entire community and not just the adjoining landowners, with roading, rail, electricity, internet infrastructure all impacted. However, I was disappointed not to see anything in the long-term plan around supporting coastal communities and landowners who are suffering from the effects of coastal inundation. After reading your LTP, I did wonder if you missed the memo from government around proposed changes to the RMA and the MPS on freshwater. Minister Bishop wrote to the councils on 31st of January and subsequent announcements have been made. Whether you like the direction of the new government or not is irrelevant. Your job is to give effect to this regulation, and although some of the changes are yet to be made, there has been a clear message that changes will be made. Therefore, I think it's totally irresponsible to continue spending ratepayer money on progressing a regional policy statement, giving effect to Te Mana Otuwai through your infrastructure strategy, and putting more funding into the area of consenting when changes affecting all of these areas are being flagged by government. I understand the law is the law until it's changed, but you have an option to pause work and pause spending money here. And so for the sake of your ratepayers, I suggest you do that immediately. My next point is I think ECAN need to stop thinking you're an environmental protection agency, which you're not mandated to be. By regulation, you're here to manage natural resources, so I strongly implore you to focus on this. My concern is that you're wasting a huge amount of time and resources, both for ECAN and consent holders, by overstepping what you're regulated to do. There seems to be a narrative from some in the community that ECAN are not doing their job in relation to monitoring farm plans and consents. I can tell you this is not the case. We have farm environment plans on all of our farms. They're regularly audited with A grades achieved in most, if not all cases. We actively ensure not only compliance, but good management practices across all of our farms, whether or not we are monitored or audited. In the last couple of weeks, we had 2 ECAN officers come on farm for a consenting monitoring visit. This was just days after we had a farm environment plan where we achieved an A audit. We received a subsequent report which included non-compliance on a condition that was a total overstretch of what the condition required. The council officers were asking for a level of record keeping that was way above what most would consider good management practices and far above what was required for an A audit. While we accept that this is an opportunity for ECAN to suggest how we could enhance our farm practices even further, there was no basis for non-compliance and the officer subsequently apologised and admitted an error. There is still another matter we're trying to resolve, and we feel that council officers have spent hours replying to us rather than considering the risk to the environment and moving on. The risk here is extremely low, given that we had undertaken to take their advice. So although we've experienced huge delays in getting consents processed over the past 4 years, I don't agree with ECAN pumping yet more money into this area of work. Instead, you need to have a serious look at what you're doing and focus on where environmental risks really lie. In addition to this, like I previously said, the government have signalled changes to the RMA, so you shouldn't be putting resources into an area that the government has a clear focus on making more efficient. This is also why I'm strongly opposed to fixed rate fees for consent application. This model will offer no transparency over efficiencies to process applications and will drive the wrong behaviours for both applicants and council officers. I assume these fees are based on consent average time to process at present, and should this area become more efficient through changes to the RMA and the NPSFW, consent holders will end up overpaying. It will mean that consent holders will end up subsidising each other more than the general ratepayer, which is neither fair nor equitable. There'll be no incentive to ensure we're submitting high quality consent applications, which are easier to process. I would have liked to use a specific example here, but we have still not received the final charges for our most recent consent application, which was issued in early March. Perhaps if ECAN had a more efficient accounts receivable system, your working capital days would decrease, leading to a huge cost savings. So my request is that you do not proceed with the fixed rate fees for consents, which I understand 53% of submitters objected to. You've decided to go into partnership with iwi, which according to your website is about working together shoulder to shoulder across all of our activity to achieve better outcomes for everyone. It is about relationships, mutual respect, shared understanding and shared values. Working in partnership in this way means we can create a sustainable environment for current and future generations together. This is great stuff. So I question, where is your partnership with landowners? Landowners are the guardians of a great deal of natural resources you are charged with managing outside of water bodies, yet you do not seem to view them as valuable partners like you do iwi. As a specific example, you have a clear focus on the braided rivers revival strategies in your LTP, and it states that you're committed to working in partnership with Ngāi Tahu, other management, willing landowners and local communities. However, this is clearly not true. With the current Rakitata revival strategy, there was no partnership with landowners. There wasn't even consultation until 2 years into the project and the strategy was drafted. So I ask that you do not allocate any further funding into these projects until you're clear about the problems you're trying to solve, which are backed with data and science in balance with cultural values, and you have a true partnership with all parties, not just iwi. I honestly believe that you'll get far better outcomes if you partner with all interested parties rather than a select few. And I'll leave you with one last thought. The more resources we, being both ECAN and landowners, spend on compliance, the less resources we have for enhancement, which is where we'll actually see some improved environmental outcomes. As somebody once said, the fastest way to slow down progress is to regulate it. Imagine what our region could achieve if instead of ECAN having environmental regulation and protection as one of your core services, you had environmental enhancement instead. So thank you for taking time to listen to my submission.
Thank you, Michelle. That was pretty direct from you, so thank you for that.
Did you expect anything less?
No, I didn't expect anything less. Questions, please, of councillors. Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Michelle. I'm just interested in your comments on consent fees and that you prefer to stay with a time and cost basis for users paying. Is that because you feel that a time and cost, the real time and cost, is more equitable than for you in processing your consents rather than a fixed fee that is where there is no refund?
I think it's more equitable for everyone. I think it concerns me that we'll lose some efficiencies in there. I'm also worried that we'll have these fixed fees, and I hope to see some changes in processing these consents and they become easier, and therefore I'm worried that we'll end up just paying too much. And I don't believe that individual consent holders should be subsidising each other, which is what will happen.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Reid. Others, other questions? Pretty direct message from you, Michelle. I don't think we've got any other questions, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you for your time.
We'll let you move on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I've got it. Ulrich Bergler. I've got two other people here, which I'm not too sure. Do you know who AK is? Okay, thank you. So again, 10 minutes and any questions at the end of it. So thank you. Just your button.
Well, okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for inviting me and allowing me to speak to you. I don't want to comment on any specific part in the plan. My comments that I want to place with you, I could equally place with Christchurch City Council, Selwyn District Council, or any other council in New Zealand at this point in time. I, however, do want to acknowledge the work that has gone into preparing the plan and making it available for submission. You all heard of the cost of living crisis. It's an ongoing and broad increase in expenses, pushing even middle income households into extreme pressures. That is a known fact. And in this context, I wanted to ask you personally, who of you received a pay rise that is after tax matching inflation? I assume no one. If so, you're very lucky. We have created massive challenges for young people, student loan holders, preventing them to save for their but locking them into a renting journey. We have massive challenges for older people retiring. They don't have the assets to now buy into a retirement village, which they increasingly require to do so. So who in this room has paid off their student loan or actually even had to have one? Okay, a few. Who has their retirement sorted? You as well. Let me put it very bluntly. Your past and now even more proposed rate increases is not anchored in the reality of a large number of people in our society. I'm privileged. I don't have the concerns that a 10 or 20% rate increase would break my bank or limit my retirement saving. However, what I would have to do, as I outlined in my submission, pass those savings on to, or those costs on to the people that I have renting the two properties I own. These are young families. One of them lives off the benefit, which by the way is cut as well or made harder. So what will that create to them? They will not have the chance of saving. They will not have the chance of building their asset base to secure their lives going forward. To me, that is utterly unacceptable. So is it unacceptable that councils across the country speak of multi-digit rate increases. It's just not on in my line of thinking, in my value system. It will only amplify issues we have today already, and in a way speaks to an increase in, you may call it entitlement from side of government to just require people to pay what they spend, what we think you need to spend. I think a big rethink is required, a reorientation in the way how money is requested for and allocated and spent. I'm here for questions. That's all I wanted to, with all urgency, let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulrich. Questions in again.
So you actually just answered my question. Ulrich wasn't introduced, and I wasn't sure which submission we were listening to because there's two other people before him, but it's clearly submission 5634164.
Apologies, I thought I did introduce you, Ulrich. Yeah. Well, you're the only Ulrich on the page, so. Other questions, please? Right.
Confirming, we are looking at submission on page 101, 5582305.
No. Sorry.
AK. Well,
Yeah, thank you for your submission. I know from the letter that or the submission you've made, you talk about public transport as something that we're really not doing as well here as what we should be. And you mentioned putting in congestion charging, for example. So that's presumably looking to then reinvest that back into public transport. That I think would take some time to do. So would you suggest in the meantime that we just halt our public transport improvement for now until we've managed to implement something new and gone through a consultation process, etc., or should we continue to improve our public transport, recognising that we are actually really quite underinvested in it and have been for decades?
I think that's a part where ECAN on its own probably can't work. It needs to come together with other authorities. All I can tell you is, in my hometown of Munich, the change from personal transport in cars to massive use of public transport only went hand in hand with a deconstruction of the roading network. So yes, go ahead with public transport, but in parallel, we need to make it more difficult to get into town, to get around town in cars, and so forth. Otherwise, there's no incentive.
Start to mention that. Have you made a submission to the city council, because that's where some of that can happen?
I hope it's still open. No, I haven't made one. I made one to Selvin.
It's not open now, but you can make a deputation to them in separate council meetings, so just to say.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ulrich, I see you're opposed the new river targeted rate. So I notice you have houses in Selwyn and West Melbourne and Garfield, which are both townships have been identified as being at risk of flooding in Selwyn district. But you make the point that you think that users should pay. So I was just wondering whether you could clarify your submission in that area.
Let me put it this way. If I look at the earth and net effect of the earthquakes with Bexley, the suburb was known to be vulnerable to flooding and not suitable for housing development. So why do we continue developing and allowing development on at-risk properties? And if so, those users who chose to live there, they knew the risk. Why should we privatize profit, in this case for the developers, but socialize risk?
I have a follow-up. What I'm not sure about is whether I'm not sure why you're opposed then to the proposal here for how we fund flood protection in the Selwyn district when you've got properties that sit within the flood risk area.
Because I accepted the risk when I purchased the properties. It's as simple as that.
Okay, thank you very much for coming in and putting that in front of us. Well done. So we've got Carey, Barnett, Ellesmere Sustainable Agricultural Incorporated.
Mr. Chairman, I will push back.
So Councillor Sunkel has indicated that he is associated with this submission and he will push back from the table. So thank you for that, Councillor Sunkel. Carey, so I'm not too sure who the other person you would like to introduce yourself. The other lady. Cool, thank you, Joe. Carey, you've got 10 minutes and questions, so when you're ready.
Thank you. We actually do have somebody else that may appear. He's on a quick trip here, so if he turns up, he'll be Mr. Craig Croft, who's a family farmer and our secretary for our organisation. I've just got a short presentation to speak to, and then we'll be available for questions. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. For those of you who do not know what or who Ellesmere Sustainable Ag or ESAI is, it is a catchment group representing 100 farmers, mainly intergenerational ones, between Selwyn and Rakaia rivers, the State Highway and the coast. The group has had its beginnings in Southbridge in the late 1990s and has gone from strength to strength. Our vision is farming for your future, with our purpose being to enhance and protect our environment and the ability to farm within a thriving community for generations to come. At the same time, we advocate for Ellesmere farmers predominantly across all levels, local, regional and national. For its ongoing and committed efforts, ESAI won the Selwyn Award for Environment and Sustainability in 2023 and also retained its gold level status from 2021. The group has learnt that on the ground and collaborative actions have the most benefit for all as opposed to significant regulation. 2023 saw ESAI successfully complete a $2.5 million MPI funded Jobs for Nature program called the Tanaku Germinate Growth Project. It delivered 60 lowland stream and wetland riparian restoration sites, fenced off 14 kilometres of waterways from stock, created a baseline ground and surface water monitoring, and an environmental database that will be imperative for us to further progress environmental solutions in the future. And we welcome Craig. ESI was granted further MPI funding for an extension project to educate farmers on good management practice and introduce an extensive track library, over 90 predator traps that are managed and loaned to farmers to work alongside pest-free Banks Peninsula. Our latest project, Enhancing Ellesmere, includes holding numerous educational workshops and assisting farmers with developing integrated farm plans aimed at meeting the many regulatory requirements across their farming system in an efficient and effective way. All of the projects have developed and fostered close connections with the Selwyn District Council, ECAN, Te Tamutu Runanga, local schools and the wider community. The projects benefit all of the Selwyn District and the Canterbury region. We've been very thankful for the assistance of ECAN staff, Selwyn Waihora Zone Committee funding, considerable in-kind and financial input from our farmers, and the amazing positivity and support all our community and connected stakeholders have provided and continue to provide. However, we envisage there will be substantially less funds available from government agencies in the future. Therefore, we are very concerned about the proposed reduction in biodiversity funding highlighted in the LPT in the Selwyn District. With respect to our submissions specifically, you would have seen that it doesn't support many of the options put forward in it. And in particular, the significant increase in the proposed rates that's simply unaffordable for our farmers. Over the next 10 years, the ECAN rates in our area are proposed to rise substantially. ECAN staff members have advised that Ellesmere rural properties will likely attract a 19 to 20% increase in rates in the 24 to 25 under the Council's preferred options. Substantial increases will occur in the following years again. Based on what has occurred in the last 3 years, and with respect, we're not convinced that the tapering off of rates increases will ensue later in the LTP period. These rises also coincide with major increase in fixed consenting fees and reduced biodiversity funding. At the same time, further significant rates increases are planned by the Selwyn District Council, and for a characteristic Ellesmere mixed farm under the current rating predictions, it is likely that by 2034, a combined rates bill on a 250 hectare farm will equate to nearly $30,000. As we can all appreciate, That is a substantial sum to pay while simultaneously trying to manage declining farm gate incomes, increased consenting and regulatory costs, while trying to upgrade machinery and infrastructure to help meet the regulatory needs and desired environmental outcomes. This is in addition to major reductions in available rural volunteer time, which is crucial to fostering successful on-the-ground initiatives. ESAI cannot express strongly enough the importance and success of non-regulatory activity and proactive consultation in supporting and improving environmental and farming outcomes. In addition to ESAI's own submission, it has supported and contributed to the submission of the Canterbury Catchment Group Collective, which they're presenting tomorrow, we understand, and the importance of ECAN continuing to assist these groups is fundamental to achieving improved environmental outcomes. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you, and welcome, Craig. I hope you didn't break any speed records on the way in. Sorry, we got jumped one ahead. Well, you've been well on time. Councillor McKenzie, then Councillor Swiggs, and then Councillor Edge.
Thank you for your submission. And I noticed in the written submission you talk about, in terms of the community preparedness, you talk about coastal inundation, but you don't talk about a proposal to manage and selling governance. Have you got views on that?
We're not opposed to direct rates that are absolutely crucial to our landowners, and obviously flooding is an issue in these areas. So there's a lot of farmers within our catchment that won't be getting flooding from the Selwyn or the Rakaia rivers, nor will they be getting inundation issues from the coastline. So I guess what we're saying is we'd like a more even spread across all ratepayers, and so to alleviate the costs for individuals that don't have those direct costs.
Firstly, thank you very much for the submission. I really like the way that you lay these out, really well, easy and articulated. So thank you for that. I apologise that I'm looking through and I can't find it. But it was your submission that was talking about the value of a property not being an indication of affordability of rates. Was that your submission, wasn't it? Yes, it was, because I can't actually find it. I'm just rushing through at the moment. But could you just talk to me a little bit about that and what potentially might be a solution? I mean, a lot of our rates are targeted rates, which is not necessarily just on your value of your property. But could you explain to me what you were meaning with that? Because when I read it, I was like, what was your actual intention of that statement?
I think it comes back to, again, what we've answered here to Councillor McKenzie, is that if at all possible, our preference would be to have a more increased spread across that unit, the overall rate and charge, as opposed as a way of alleviating some of the other costs that are very much related to the value of your property, and yet you may not actually be using or be the recipient of a high amount of what's being paid for with respect to that. That makes sense.
Thank you. My question is in terms of the catchment that you're looking at specifically. Is that catchment well defined spatially in terms of the context, I suppose, of being able to manage bespoke solutions within that catchment?
Yes, it is. We've got quite an obvious boundary of the two rivers, the coastline and the state highway. It is quite variable within it, and there's a number of targeted rates that most of us understand and appreciate why they're in place. It's assuming maybe you're getting to, should we be looking at a different rating system across that catchment? Is that the idea of the question?
I was sort of thinking about, you talk about variability within the area you're looking at, and so a sub-catchment approach to sort of target certain things. Yeah, no, that's right. That's
Yeah, so first welcome, and I know we've met before through the Southern Waikato Zone Committee, and you've been looking into the zone committee funding, I think at least a couple of years while I've been up there. I'm just wondering particularly about the consent aspect, because you're wanting to shift away from user pays for consent. Is that what I'm understanding? Do you mean broadly across all consenting activity, or do you mean specific types of consent? Because my understanding of consent is it's about enabling activity to occur on land that's beyond what's permitted activity already. And so I'm sort of wondering how does that, for example, what benefit does somebody living in an apartment in Woolston get from funding a consent, subsidising consent activity in the SAI area? So how does that just curious to understand how that works.
I'm concerned that we may have displayed that in our submission, because we're quite happy to have user pays in terms of consenting matters. However, our preference is not to have fixed fees for those, because in our experience in the past, we have been able to, through educating our farmers, actually get refunds on consents that were relatively inexpensive ones to get. So we're interested in trying to at least bring down the fixed fee cost as opposed to having very large ones.
The clarification on that, I was a bit confused. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in and putting. Oh, sorry, Councillor Karakia apparently needs.
Sure. Give me I note here in 1.5 where you're talking about the historical sort of part of what you've been doing, but also the relationship with Mana Whenua. And I see you acknowledge Craig as well. Was that actually from the Mana with rates? Have you compared the rating process actually for Māori land out at Taumata?
No, sorry, we haven't compared that.
Relationship with Mana Whenua is important in what you do.
It is very important.
Thank you. That's reassuring, because 2 submissions ago, I thought that we could liken something that they were saying to Yellowstone. Okay, thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for that, councillors. Just to advise you. Yeah, it is. So I'll start again. Just to advise you that we've had a couple of changes. On the submission on page 125, which is down as DM, that person is a deaf person, and that person's signer is not available. So we'll try and relocate a time later on when that can work out. We haven't heard from Laxton, who's the next one at 12:25. And Peter Trolove, who walked in here before, is here. So Peter will be the next submitter just after 11:15, and that session will be chaired by Deputy Chair Pauling. So we're off now until just after 11:15. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora koutou. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks, Peter, for your great sharing this morning. Thanks, everybody. Thanks to the submitters that have come before as well. Kia ora, Peter. Welcome here. So just so everyone's clear, this is submission 5611573. Peter Trolove on behalf of Dr. Peter Trolove on behalf of the New Zealand Federation of Freshwater Anglers. So kia ora, Peter, over to you. You've got 10 minutes, and we'll just keep an eye on that and got questions as well afterwards. Kia ora, Peter.
10 minutes. I thought I had 5 questions. So, yep. So you received and reviewed my written submission. So this is just basically 700 words in support of what I've written. So without further ado, I might kick on and read the them. So on behalf of Canterbury's freshwater anglers, as a ratepayer angler myself, and as a veterinarian familiar with water quality and public health, I find the continuing deterioration of Canterbury's groundwater, lowland rivers and streams to be unacceptable. As an aside, Dr. Alistair Humphreys at a meeting at Lincoln a few years ago told us that Canterbury has the worst, most polluted water of any region in New Zealand. So I think it's not a thing for ECAN to be proud of. ECAN has not met its freshwater accountabilities as prescribed by the RMA, and I see nothing in this 10-year plan to reassure me that the situation will improve over the next 10 years. I make this statement based on ECAN's poor record to date in implementing its aspirational freshwater plans and meeting its accountabilities for Canterbury's freshwater and water conservation laws over the past 15 years. What are another 10 years of aspirational targets likely to achieve? My math training taught me to examine the root cause as the first step in resolving a critical non-compliance. That is why I sketched out the history of the Canterbury Water Management Strategy, based largely on Guy Salmon's 2012 report, which records the Canterbury Water Management Strategy's origins as a drought strategy initiated by MAT and the Ministry of Environment through a selected steering committee of irrigation and business interests. For as long as the Canterbury Water Management Strategy is managed by the Canterbury Mayoral Forum, it will remain so. I have attached the reference. It's online, easily found, and recommend all recently elected ECAN councillors read it in order to learn that the Canterbury Water Management Strategy was not a chosen societal goal, but a carefully crafted government initiative complete with a high level of public relations oversight. The constitutional repugnant Environment Canterbury Temporary Commissioners and Improved Water Management Act 2010, or ECAN Act, gave statutory authority to the non-notified Canterbury Water Management Strategy and has set up a culture of prioritising irrigation above the environment. The 2012 hearing to amend the Rakaia River National Conservation Order to enable the Lake College project was conducted in just over 2 weeks. The infrastructure of the Central Plains Water Enhancement Irrigation Scheme was completed in what may be seen as in decent haste. The hearing, this is to amend the Conservation Order, was advised that it would be reckless and irresponsible to proceed with the Lake College project before the means and regulations to manage the nitrate leaching that would occur from the outer river use of the Rakaia flows were in place. While the hearing recommended amending the Rakaia Water Conservation Order, ECAN has yet to issue the necessary consents for the Lake College project, despite assurances to commissioners that they would. The illegal renewal of the Ashburton Lyndhurst irrigation pollution consents and the recently aborted application by ECAN to the Environment Court clearly illustrate that ECAN is not an independent regulator. I am not amused by the irony that as a Selwyn District ratepayer, I will have to pay an additional rate for flood control in a district where ECAN has allowed Mike Dewhurst to farm the Selwyn River bed. Based on past observations, I see little point in streamlining the issuing of consents, which after all are simply permissions to carry out non-complying activities, and which are done in isolation without an understanding how all the consents fit together. So they are not protective of the environment when taken as a whole. When I stood for ECAN in 2022, it was very apparent that the inequities in the use and pollution of Canterbury's freshwater has divided our community. I believe the long-term plan must focus on actually achieving two critically important societal goals. The first involves reducing nitrate in groundwater levels in groundwater. The second is restoring the health of aquatic ecosystems in terms of both water quality and water quantity. Aspirational targets are clearly inadequate without a plan, dedicated funding, along with setting achievable time-dated tasks. It is time to stop giving out tired excuses about legacy issues and unforeseen outcomes. We have increased the number of dairy cows in Canterbury by an order of magnitude and doubled the area of irrigated land, some of which includes the most vulnerable soil types in Canterbury. This is not a legacy issue. It is also time to admit Overseer is not fit for regulatory purposes, which is the unequivocal finding of the Ministry for Primary Industries and Ministry of Environment's assessment in MPI Technical Paper 2021-12. It seems irrelevant to me to debate choosing a budget of 139 million, 135 million or 131.5 million if it is not going to achieve the desired outcome. So, as you've all got fixed views about the content of this mission, I'd be quite happy to talk for the next 5 minutes about what I've learned from 3.5 years monitoring the surface water of the Selwyn district groundwater. I'm equally happy to answer questions on my submission.
Got it, Peter. Thank you. First of all, yeah, questions. Diehl. Hey, thanks for your submission, and I appreciate the UCAN bashing in terms of what you're talking about here. But what I really want to know is, what do you want? Like, what, you know, you told us what you don't like and what you don't want. In this plan, $63 million is there to do the regional policy statement, which will deliver the things that you're talking about. But that's still to come out in consultation, which we'll have a chance to work on through. So what is it that you do want? Like, I'm trying to sort of understand both of what you're saying. Question, I don't know.
So, we're on the same page. As you say, your plan's given me no information on what you're actually going to do other than aspirational plans, which we've had before. I've applied myself to try and work out what you might do about it. And this is what the Federation is subsidising, but the 3 years it was on my pocket was testing the groundwater because it was obvious as a submitter at the 2012 hearing that the nitrate pollution would become a greater issue, and it has. And I've included graphs in my written submission to show you that the problem has not been resolved. Now, I have given some thought to this, and I've even spent an afternoon with Samuel Dennis, who's got these large 10-metre lysimeters, because you cannot manage what you cannot measure. And I thought this might be a solution, but Samuel admitted that you need too many and it's too costly to be practical. So what can we practically do is a fair question. And my answer is to honestly measure and target your measurement of where the problems are most likely to occur. Throw away your models and your accuracy. Even I'd be prepared to come back to the council and go through my limited learnings of 3.5 years measurement, because much of what I do has been a waste of time. If you're going to take all the water out of the drain, there's more plants and water, the nitrate levels in warm weather drop down to bugger all. But there are 4 large aquifer-fed streams in the lower Selwyn district. It's the Hawesville River, the L2, the Selwyn River, and Harts Creek. And I think your 5-year mean for the Selwyn River is about 6 milligrams. Well, I've measured it up to 9.98. And when we're dealing with toxicity for aquatic ecosystems, the organism's not interested in averages or means. They get knocked over by the peaks. So, you know, I think I've...
Yeah. Thanks, Peter. Dion, did you have a follow-up? Cool, thank you. Any other questions for Peter? Granted.
Peter, do you think that we need to have more monitoring of the groundwater across the catchment, downstream especially? Is that something that more monitoring and more regular monitoring is reported?
Exactly. I think if cost is a problem, for targeted monitoring Because I think we're all over 21. We know where the problems are going to be. I mean, I can draw a line from Teepery at the bankside to Kalinchi to the Ellesmere Golf Course to Harts Creek, contributors right down to Tamutu at Teesmere, where there's obviously a leaky plains connection bringing this nitrate down from the newly established dairy farms in Central Plains. I think, without drawing too long a bow, show you that the Pines sewage farm, where they spray their water on some of the lightest Burnham soils, is coming up in the drains along Chamberlain's Road. And not only the surface water, but I've tested the household water of a couple of farm workers along that road, and it confirms that. I mean, there's no point attacking farms down near the lake where the soils are anoxic, waterlogged, and you're getting denitrification. You want to define your problem, consider it, and tackle it at source, and maybe you're going to have to regulate land use in selected vulnerable parts of the plains rather than some global generic bureaucratic plan that unfairly messes with places that are okay and misses the places that are not.
Well, Peter, thank you. We've gone a little bit over. Yep. Is there anyone else that's got a question? Thank you, Peter. It seems to me like there's a lot of detail there that you've brought to us. It might be good to bring that back to one of our Water and Land Committee meetings, I believe. Yep. Yep. Cool. Kia ora. Thank you, Peter. Kia ora. Just working out who's next. Thanks again, Peter, for that submission and your answers. Is Brendon Hasson here? Kia ora. Kia ora, Brendon. So councillors will notice that this is a bit out of order. We're just sort of taking the people that are in the room. And so we're going to jump to submission 5612967, Brendon Hasson. So kia ora, Brendon. Again, you've got 10 minutes and we can have questions as well after that or during that. So thank you. Over to you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Brendon Hasson. I grew up in Christchurch and I've lived in North Canterbury for the last 38 years. I'm a Canterbury ratepayer all my life. My experience is in operations management and I live on a fixed income. I've not made a submission publicly before, but I believe the current situation requires more ratepayers to express their concerns regarding the proposed ECAN rate increase. The document under review is large and the amount of time required to get into and understand the details is significant. And I can understand why the general public does not want to get involved, either because of disinterest or simply the fact that they have no time available. While I understand the need for adequate funding to address the various environmental challenges, including the impacts of climate change, I believe that a significant rate increase as proposed is not acceptable at this time in the current economic environment. As central government, businesses, charities and families adapt to the increased everyday costs by managing their plans and budgets accordingly, ECAN seems to be acting in isolation, looking to increase scope of works, services and associated costs. The proposed average rate increase is substantial and could place a significant financial burden on many ratepayers. For some, the increase may not just be a matter of tightening their belts, but could significantly affect their ability to meet essential living costs. The rate increase is out of step with the current government direction on cost control. The rate increase does not affect all ratepayers equally. Those in areas with higher property values or those who benefit directly from certain services such as public transport may find the increases more justifiable. However, for those, especially in rural areas or those on fixed income, like myself, the increase may seem disproportionate to the benefits received. The current document only gives limited options for ratepayers to comment on. All include substantial increases in scope and services and associated costs. I understand that these are the preferred option, but as a consultation document being presented to the rate-paying public, there should be an option for CPI cost increases with reduced services. The council needs to consider and publicise these as an option in their documents. I note that the original long-term plan from 2021 included regular rate increases in line with CPI, and I can't understand why in the course of 3 years since it was published, there's been a requirement to significantly change services and costs. Just a reminder from the 2021 document, in order to achieve the council's strategic direction, we are increasing the total rates revenue by 12.6% in year 1, 18.8% in year 2, and then down to 4.6% from year 3. Just a comment on public transport. The current plan has public transport only being funded by 9% from user fees. How can this be the basis of a sustainable and cost-effective transport system? The documented plan also states that New Zealand NZTA funding is in doubt for this year, and if this is not approved, then the proposed improvements would not go ahead. What would this mean for the increased rate funding already in the rate rise? From the outside, it appears that Environment Canterbury works within a bubble and relies on public apathy to continue a virtuous journey that cannot be afforded in the current cost of living crisis. I urge the councillors to explore alternative funding models that could alleviate the financial pressure on individual ratepayers. Councils could seek additional funding from central government or implement a more user-pay system more accurately reflects the usage and benefits of services, for example, the consenting process and public transport. The well-being of our environment is undoubtedly a priority, but it should not come at the cost of the financial well-being of ratepayers. I strongly recommend that councillors to reconsider the proposed rate increase and seek a more balanced approach to ensure both the environment and economic sustainability of our community. Thank you for your time. Kia tātou katoa.
Kia ora, Brendan. Tēnā koe. First of all, any questions for Brendan? Yep, Councillor.
Brendan, thank you for your submission. And absolutely, one of the things that I've actually never met is a councillor that actually wants to put up rates. But kind of just understanding, the quagmire in some ways, particularly when you're talking about the Crown. And if you look at the last regime that was in there, one of the issues there was that they increased the responsibilities actually of a council such as this without the accompanying funding. So that's one of the big issues. But just coming to actually talking about cost, are you a believer in intergenerational equity, by where you fund it by debt and then?
I am, but I think one of the things that needs to be considered as an average increase of 24% is a cumulative increase. So it's not just 1 year we're paying that, that's that plus whatever rate increases go on substantially going forward.
Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Southwood.
Yeah, so what do you use the public transport system in Christchurch, and do you see it as something that is only of benefit to those who do use it, or do you see it as something that has got a wider benefit in terms of things like air pollution, climate change reduction?
Sorry, on the way in here today, admittedly it was at 10 o'clock, but I was looking at the buses going past, and there was a significant number of buses with less than 4 people on board.
My question was whether you, because I use the bus quite a lot, and I travel on buses that I actually really quite well use, but I'm just wondering if you personally use public transport?
Through my location, no, because I don't have a bus service out to Coast. In terms of do I believe in what we need to do as a public service in terms of public transport, I agree. If we're looking to avoid congestion within town or pollution, there's other measures that we could be looking at, such as a congestion tax for people using their cars. There's other methods that we could be using to make public transport more used by the public rather than subsidising it to the effect that it is.
And thanks for the questions from councillors. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thanks for your time, guys.
Kia ora again. Is Kevin, are you here? Thanks so much for being really early. It's amazing. We've had a few other submitters that haven't shown up, but yes, we'd like you to come forward. We'll get on with those that are here. So thank you. Hey, is that all right with you? You're good? So it is, let me find it. Oh, okay. It is number 56097444, and it is on page 222.
Thank you, councillors, for making yourselves available.
Hang on, guys. Just give us a sec. Sorry. A few people are just flicking through their papers to find your submission. Thank you. Kevin. Yeah, page 222, 56097444, and it's KG on our list. Kevin, of course. So, kia ora, Kevin. You got 10 minutes.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Thanks for making yourself available, councillors. My name is Kevin Gattey. We live here in Christchurch since 2002. I've been in New Zealand for 42 years. The first 20 in Otago and now here. The reason decided to come here today and speak to you all is because I'm puzzled. I can see from the thing that started it off was getting a lovely glossy thing in my mailbox on professionally done on good quality paper saying that ECAN wanted to spend even more on looking into it, not a lot of extra cost. But then I looked at the website that said that in the last financial year you had spent or will spend $270 million, and next year is going to be, this financial year, the first of the 10 years, going to be $340 million. Oh, my goodness. I better explain that I'm mostly retired now. I'm a retired GP and hospital doctor, and I do 2 days a week in Akaroa, a little bit in Cheviot. Many of the people that I can afford these increases, but many of the people that I speak to can't. Akaroa can't get another nurse, although it needs lots more, because they can't afford the rates there. It's way too expensive to live there. Everybody's rates are going up. Expenses are going up. You know that. The website says the three reasons why it has to go from 270 to 340 is inflation. Government says so. Wellington government says so, and people want it. Well, A, that applies to everybody, all the rates, not just a government category. B, you don't have to obey the government if that's the case. You can say, sorry, we can't do that if they're asking you to do things. And C isn't true, because I'm not agreeing with it. Nobody wants to pay more in rates. And although I can afford it, people that I see some of them are struggling. And even the ones who can afford to live in Akaroa, which is supposedly well-off people, it's not completely true. And you can't get nurses or support staff there. It's becoming like Queenstown. At any time anybody wants to break in, please do. But that's what triggered me, was getting the nice bit of paper. This is from Otago, nice bit of paper in my mailbox saying we want to spend even more than the $340 million proposed for, I guess, this financial year. And none of it made sense to me. The last two speakers that I listened to obviously had facts and figures and had thought very deeply about all this. I'm coming from a long way back, but it just doesn't look right to me. It just want to reflect that to you people and say that item number C, that people demand these increases. Well, I'm telling you, that's not true. Who you answer to, I was on a board long ago and I realized that it's hard work. It's not straightforward. The good that you do, nobody understands. It comes after a fair amount of struggle within a board, and no one will thank you. So I'm hoping that the women and the men on this board regard themselves as answerable to a higher power. I'm not quite clear who you're answerable to, because your own website says the first issue you have to deal with is inflation. Well, everybody does. The second one is the government in Wellington. Well, we all do, but you can also say no to them. And the last one is the people who elect you. I understand you all elected now. I know very little about environmental category. I just pay my rates and I pay no attention. But these small things maybe want to come and talk to you for 2 minutes. That's basically what I'm going to say.
Thank you. Thank you. Question, Councillor Scott. Cheers.
Thanks, Kieran. Look, I'm more than happy to sit down with you and talk you through that. That's a better understanding of the But my question to you is, because you said that as a still working GP, that you work in various communities, Cheviot, you said Cheviot and Akarai. So
Cheviot people definitely can't afford to spend more.
So that's my point. My point, not my point. My question is this: is that the demographic and the socio-economic classes of people that you deal with, is this across the board or is it special cases?
I can only speak for where I work. Most people regard Akro as being populated by wealthy people. I suppose quite a number of them are. If you don't have any nurses there, then it's a long trip. Much more could be done there if any nurse could afford to live there. But nobody can afford to live there because prices are so expensive, and part of that is the rates, of which you are part. Your organization, the environment category, is part of that. Cheviot is not nearly as wealthy. There's quite a number of people there that struggle. I don't work a lot in Cheviot, just when they ask me.
Any other questions from councillors? Ian McKenzie.
Yeah, no, thank you. And look, we get mixed advice from various communities about what they want to spend money on. And when you ask people whether they want to spend money, quite often they say yes, until it comes for them to pay. And so you're saying that your observation of the greater Christchurch community, including the French community, is that they would rather not pay. And yet one of our requests, one of the proposals in this is a special targeted rate fund biodiversity spending in the greater Christchurch area, including Gattey. So you haven't been specific in there.
No one said to me, I don't like the biodiversity rate. No one said that. I'm coming here with very shallow understanding of you know far more about who says what to. No one specifically said to me, we don't want to pay the biodiversity rate. But 270 million to 340 in 1 year, at the first year of a 10-year plan, and then the piece of paper saying we want to spend even more. I ask why? How can you? How does environment can nowhere? I get nice blurbs from Otago. We've still kept our house in Alexandria, and they sort of explain what they're spending the money on, but never from any council have I ever seen an audit or why we are getting value for money. I would like to see that.
Thank you. Becky?
Yeah, I'd like to ask about public transport, which I appreciate that Aotearoa doesn't have public transport, and so part of our rates that are going up a fair amount this time around is for public transport, but Aotearoa won't be included in that part of the rate because we don't have access to it, albeit that as an area you can get a community bus set up. And I'm just wondering, in public transport, like, I hear from people that actually it's really important for people who can't drive, like elderly people who've lost their licenses, people who can't afford a car, younger teens, for example, from their mental well-being, etc., being able to get around without needing to rely on the parents to take them places. Like, how do you see public transport? Because that's like a public good and a well-being opportunity potentially. But would you?
I'm sorry, I don't have much to say on that. I do know that sometimes it's a struggle getting people back in the city for something medically related, but people scratch around and find something. But I don't even know what the links are. There's a bus. That's about all that I know. Sorry, Ken.
Oh, thanks, Kevin. Sorry, I'm cutting you off there. Sorry, Kevin. Councillor Rees, that'll be our last one on this.
Again, going back to your public transport, and also the fact that our total expenditure that we have to increase from 270 odd to 340 odd million, and 70 odd % of our budget is public transport. Do you have any thoughts on and there's a social issue about providing social transport, but I mean, it's a huge part of our budget, and I suppose if some people are looking at making a cut, that would be where it would be. So do you have any thoughts on what sort of sustainable level of public transport we should have?
I'm sorry, I'm not well informed on that, but having worked, I was GP in Alexandria for 13 years. I know that things don't change in the city until that things can be bad in the countryside for a long, long time before things happen. When it turns sour in the city, that's when decisions are made. When things can be bad out in the countryside forever, and nothing will change.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, thanks for your submission, and thanks for making the time to come here and to present that to us. Thank you. Thanks for your insights. So I think we've got Dorothy is in the room, so we will take you next, Dorothy. So when you're ready, come to the table. And this is submission 5651583, and it's on page 170. No, 165. There's a few numbers down there. 165. I'll take note. That's the little number on the corner of the page. So if you want to find that, councillors, and so yeah, welcome, Dorothy. Awesome to have you here. And you've got 10 minutes. You can speak all of that if you want, but suggest you leave some time for questions, and that's a good thing. So kia ora. Thanks, Dorothy. And just push that.
Kia ora, tātou. Yeah, I hope you've read my submission. I was a wee bit, what's the word? I don't know. I was a bit sort of upset reading the reports and writing my submission, because I kept thinking about how the present government is undermining so much, or is potentially going to undermine so much of what you're doing. And I thought, reading as much of the long-term plan as I could, to me it sounds like a really positive thing, working to do the things that I really value, which is clean water, pet biodiversity increased, and tackle climate change through various ways. And so, yeah, I sort of concentrate on this talk on just two aspects of my submission, and one is support for public transport spending, and also the issue of publicity, ECAM's publicity. Yeah, so the public transport, I think I've given a bit of a brief summary of why I think it's so important. I mean, as far as I can see, it's one of the only tools we've got against climate change emissions. That's in our control. We can't control what China and Russia and India are doing, but we can control how much carbon we put into the atmosphere through transport. And so I would definitely say we need to increase public transport throughout the whole area. I mean, I accept what the previous speaker said. I think that country areas do get neglected. And I think back to where, in terms of public transport, when I was a child, and we could catch a bus in from West Eaton you know, so I regularly went on that to go into hospital appointments and things like that when I was a kid. Whereas you don't have those choices nowadays. You don't have that suburban routes that we used to have. I'm not quite sure how it's going to work out with the government funding for public transport in Christchurch, and I guess we don't either. But if you want the public to help pressure the government to keep that funding up, let us know and we'll do what we can, because it's yeah, it's a huge cost and you can't do it on your own. And I think that the government has to know and realise that this is not just a transport issue and how many cars drive around Christchurch, but it's a climate change issue. And once again, it's one of the only ways they can, you know, start to control the level of emissions that we put out as a country. So in terms of public transport, I'm just really going to talk about my experience because I use buses a lot. And my first point is that, or my second point, is that we do need more buses and we need a variety of buses. One of the things I've noticed I live in Hornby, so I'm on the number 5 bus, which is still not a 10-minute route as far as I know, which it should be. Or from Rolleston to New Brighton. But as the buses become more popular, you've got more people on the bus, you've got more people getting on and off the bus. So in fact, times are slower. So the actual length of the bus journey, which up from here to Hornby can take up to 45 minutes, which is quite a chunk out of your day. And if you're going both ways, you know, that's 90 minutes of your day spent on a bus. So to sort of, you know, I know there was a lot of fuss on Wexman Road about buses taking up too much room and da-de-da, but if buses can sort of leapfrog so that some of them are only picking up only the second passenger or whatever, or if there's more expresses, it really helps passengers make a choice as to what service they want to do, whether they want to drive to town through the congestion or take an express bus. So I'd really like the Hornby route to get into the 10-minute thing, and that idea of what was it, turn up and go, which I read is a brilliant idea. You know, that when you turn up and you've just missed the bus and you have to wait 15 minutes, you think, oh God, here we go. This is adding another 15 minutes to my route. The other thing is that as I get older, I realise how much accessibility is an issue for older people. And not only do we need more buses on the main routes, but we need more link services so that if I want to go and visit somebody, for example, who lives in Avon-Heathcote, at the moment, you know, if I have to change buses, and I might have to wait half an hour. If, you know, the Hornby bus is on time, but the other bus I still might have to wait half an hour for that link, which again is a bit of an issue when you're a bit old and doddery and there's no seat to sit on and, you know, there's no shade from the sun or no support, no shelter from the wind. So I think accessibility, being aware of the aging population is something you need to really think about when you're planning buses. The other thing is the space on buses. I quite often take my little shopping trolley, you know, to do the shopping on a bus, and other people do too, but there's no space between the bus, the seat and the seat in front for you to put the trolley in. So you have to sit in one of those, you know, like handicap type spaces, which can be filled up with huge push chairs or wheelchairs or other mobility things. And once again, an older person sort of standing up, touching their trolley, their shopping trolley, it's not an ideal situation in a crowded bus. So I don't know whether it's possible for you guys to influence the design of buses, but it would be much better if there was quite a few you know, put your shopping trolley by your feet instead of out in the aisle or somewhere else. We also need, some buses need bigger space for wheelchairs. I mean, in Hornby, there's quite regularly 2 wheelchairs on a bus. And then where do you put the pushchairs and your shopping trolley and all that stuff? So I think those are my main accessibility issues. The timing, the comfort of where you wait, which is a city council issue, of course, but also the actual bus. Other thing I'm not sure is because I haven't kept up with some of this stuff, but is what's the issue? What's the progress on rail? Is there anything happening? Because once again, Hornby's a prime suburb, which would be really brilliant if we had a rapid rail from Hornby or going all the way in from Burnham and Rolleston and Ashford. And so I'm a fully supporter of anything to do with rapid rail. The other thing I've noticed just driving and going on buses is there's going to be we're going to need in the future, probably quite soon, huge, not only regional planning, but South Island planning in terms of the transport routes. The last time I got a bus up from Dunedin, the driver himself pointed out how much erosion had occurred on the coast, on that road running between south of the Palmer down to Palmerston and things. And you know, you're driving on the main road and the railway's just there. So, and he said they've probably lost something like 20 metres for erosion in the last of the land between the road and the sea. So I mean that's not your issue, but it's something that perhaps regional councils up and down the South Island need to start pushing for really good planning, you know, putting the bridges in good places, you know. Yeah, I mean, there is an issue for that here, round by, on the road to Diamond Harbour, and I can't remember what it's called, that collector, and, you know, at the bottom of Gattey's Park, but that's being affected by sea level rise already.
So just letting you know that's pretty much 10 minutes, but so yeah, you might, if you want to finish up on your, did you have a point about publicity or something?
I thought I had nothing to say, but anyway. Yeah, publicity. I think you could do a lot more for it. I was, you know, searching frantically last night, and I discovered your one of your website things where it said, you know, would you like a newsletter every week? Now I've never heard of that, and I immediately pushed yes, I would. So now I'll find out all about, you know, improvements in farming practice and things like that. And I think that just from my point of view, if I go to a school strike for climate march, I'm disappointed in how many young people actually turn up with their parents. And I think there's still an unawareness of how important what you do and how bad climate change can be and how people power can sway governments. And I think somehow you need to get this through to a whole range of people and not just the ones who search out for it and push the button saying, yes, I'd like your newsletter, please. So, okay. That's about it.
All right, thank you. I've got a couple of questions about Diehl. Just in the interest of time, I've just a lot of the stuff that we've talked about in here is going to be happening if we do the plan as it's written, especially the Route 5, which will be in the uplift there, which will be great. But what I would like, I imagine we're doing a submission to the City Council as well at some stage, if you're going to be speaking to that. So something that would help me or help us is when you go and talk to the City Council to make sure that they are investing in the infrastructure around where we're doing our route uplifts. So that would be quite helpful if you could do that. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah, plenty.
Grant.
Thanks, Dorothy. I really like your comments about publicity. And there are two things that caught my eye. One was to do with identifying weekend routes and identifying the journey and what people could find along the journey, and a way of advertising for the economics value of those facilities that they might visit along the way. The other thing too was under the climate change section, you're suggesting that encourage the whole of the region to become carbon neutral should be a priority. Our biggest carbon emitters are obviously agriculture and transport, and again taking a more holistic approach to encouraging change is driving a whole of Canterbury vision for establishing carbon neutral. Is that something that you think that we need to follow up on?
Yes, I was quite upset during the election campaign at how much energy the National Party put in to driving a wedge between the public and farmers, especially the city public, and especially people like the Green Party and that, you know, they seem to really emphasise the fact that farmers are sick of regulation and auditing and things like that, and they want to get rid of all that stuff. Whereas when I read your long-term plan and saw the sort of auditing and things you're planning to do, I thought, this is just so worthwhile. This is what we should be doing. This is, and the guy before he said something about he doesn't see any measurable outcomes, you know. I think, you know, we have to emphasise that the outcomes and things like well-being and health and mental health and things like that, and make sure that, you know, the whole business of auditing and that isn't going to get swept away because we won't have the finance to do it. And yeah, so does that answer your question a bit? Yeah, and just somehow publicise the value of that, you know, that we can't know if the rivers are getting better unless you tell us, you know, because we're not equipped to go up with our wee bottles and test stuff. We can't know whether the wetlands are increasing, like how the birds are doing, you know. We can sort of see little patches of it, but we don't get a chance to see the bigger picture unless we spend our whole lives looking at it.
Thank you, Dorothy. Yeah, and just back up what Dion said, there's a few things in your submission that would relate to City Council as well. So I would, you know, encourage you to
I realise that. So
yeah, about the bus stops and things like that. And just so you know, yeah, the rail mass rapid transit business case, we're still progressing that. So that's the sort of Christchurch rail ideas. So that's still being progressed, and that'll be part of this LPP if it gets supported. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks.
We've got Martin Diehl, I don't know if that's probably, but online, and thanks Martin, and we'll also put Anne in the room, and we'll get to Anne soon. So Martin, if you can hear me, if you'd like to.
Yes.
Great. I don't know if you want to turn your camera on, but that's totally up to you. And so this is submission 56174333. And that is on page, let me just find it, 156 of the reliably informed. So thank you, Martin. Great to see you. So you've got 10 minutes and we'll hand over to you. So got
it. We go to questions I see here.
No. Do you want to go straight to questions, or do you want to speak to your submission?
Speak regarding the submission I have here, yeah.
So over to you.
All right, so I'm just going to quickly flick through these. The civil defense emergency budget that you want to put on. In some cases, the civil defense is well, let's just say it's a really good thing, but in some cases, it's not really utilized well enough for areas of New Zealand that are not tapped into, let's say, Christchurch. I live in Timaru, and Timaru is sort of overseeing anything south of Timaru, but there needs to be more funding in that regard. And whether that is applicable or whether you bring people overseas might be more beneficial. So that was just a point I wanted to make there. In regards to rivers and the targeting rates to various places like Selwyn you have here, I feel that in some regards government has come in and failed. Let's say in Hawke's Bay, there was a great deal of effort where slag was taken out of the woods, and then council came in and there was regulations put on to tradespeople. So that slag has actually created a huge mess in the end when the flood came, and then not to mention the metal or the riverbed rocks were being removed on a regular basis, but then council had put a stop on that. So I'm not sure about this new flood protection thing that's coming in, because it was working at one stage, and then council or government came in and revamped everything in that regard. So I don't have all the ins and outs, but I do know that some of the issues were could have been sorted if deregulation came in, as opposed to more regulations regarding the slag and the metal within rivers that were being removed and could continue to be removed. What are the questions here? I think there should be a user pay fee, as opposed to putting a lot of the burden of taxation on ratepayers, because there's a lot of people who rent. So okay, landlords are ones who would increase their rent, so those people would have to pay. But I mean, ratepayers, user pays on roads or buses or trains. All of that should be user pay, as opposed to ratepayers paying for that. Let's moving on forward here. There was a question, tell us what you think about the 30-year infrastructure strategy for 2024 to 2054. I feel that there are at least three ideas. One was immigrating outside and affluent investors. We have a number of people in this country that are quite affluent and actually have been putting into the infrastructure, and I'm not sure why those people are not tapped into more regularly, as well as those who immigrate into the country. There used to be a clause where people had to bring $100,000 into the country, and that went into the infrastructure within New Zealand. And I think why isn't that being used, as opposed to putting the burden onto taxpayers, or ratepayers, I should say. There's also the benefit of raising funds, like a pledge. I know that can work when you do building sites, road structures. One of the things that is really needed in New Zealand is the upgrading of the rail system. But I think also what we could use is in a city like Christchurch, is to bring in trams, street trains that we used to have, but were taken out of New Zealand, and yet a lot of the world already has this in the works, and I'm not sure why this is the case. Where there was a proposal where Japan was going to bring in a bullet train from the south to the North Island to the South Island, and that was not done. And then Muldoon had brought the idea of a monorail system, and that was laughed at. So I think we're behind the 8 ball. I mean, either it could be 50 years behind the time in some cases. So I think we need the help from people outside the country who can invest in New Zealand and actually would like to invest in New Zealand. We have probably a flow of Americans that are leaving America because of the elections. We can all see that. That's not rocket science. And I've already known 3 people that have come from the States in the recent months, and they can contribute into the infrastructure in one way or another, or just adding to the professional end of the workforce. Let's see what else. Uniforms, you were talking about uniforms here for the workers. I think that's a needed thing, so not an issue. Any questions you have for me that you would like me to go over?
Kia ora, Martin. Thank you so much for outlining your key points of your submission. Yep, I've got Councillor Korako would like to ask you a question.
Kia ora, Martin.
Kia ora.
How long have you been in this country?
35 years.
35 years. Okay. One thing that really does ring a bell with me is actually about user pay and about I think you used one example around toll roads. Understanding the Kiwi mind though, the issue there is that if you actually do put, say, motorways into toll roads, Kiwis will find a way of actually using the probably the what they call overseas the secondary roads.
Oh yes, but that's here nor there. I mean, you get a few of those people, but most people will be using the road. And I mean, if you don't put a large cost onto the toll roads, for example, the Harbour Bridge had a toll booth there. That thing could have kept going. 50 cents or $1. I mean, that's not going to break anybody. And but if you use the tunnel that's going up to Warkworth, and that's up to what, $7. I mean, people will go around that kind of thing, but you don't have to make it an arduous cost. A small cost eventually will pay for the roads or infrastructure all around, don't you think?
Yep, absolutely. Because the road tunnel, the Christchurch Northern Road Tunnel had a toll on it originally, which is how they help pay it. So I think it's just what I'm about is around the mindset. Total cause support, you know, what you're saying around the user pay. So thank you. That was just an observation.
Got it.
Okay.
Diehl.
G'day. In your submission, you just talked about public transport. Now you're from Timaru, so you'll be aware of the you know, and this is an ECAN submission, so you'd be aware of My Way Metro down in Timaru.
Oh, precisely. I use it My Way, but yeah, I think you know.
So the question that I had, I mean, in your submission, you say, you know, that nothing's been done except for vanity projects. Would you say that the My Way down in Timaru is actually working, or you know, just give us a little bit of an indication there, because there's a lot of councils around the country who are wanted, well, our region are wanted.
Yes, actually, the My Way is very good, and it is working, and I use it occasionally during the week. So it definitely benefits the community, and the cost for using it is actually quite good as well. So if you continue the keeping the cost down, that would be fantastic. Yeah, I have no problems with the My Way. I think that's one way that we could utilize public transportation. But there was the Ritchie's bus that had been taken out of the picture about a year ago. And that was a shame for people who could go around Timaru for a lot less cost, but they're more on a time setting. And so it worked for a different clientele of people than those who use the My Way. So you've lost some and you've gained others. Overall, I think My Way is good, but I think other types of forms of transportation should be coming in. I remember reading an article that, in fact, that Timaru was talking about having electrical vehicles that could be used or rented. That hasn't come by or come into the picture, and yet it was a great deal of discussion in that for electrical usage of vehicles that are placed just like scooters and bicycles. I think that would be very beneficial in a community like this and others like it in New Zealand.
Got it, Martin. Yeah, I think we've had all the questions from the councillors, so thank you again for your submission. Thanks for joining us from Timaru and joining us online. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we've got Anne Bauer. Welcome, thanks for coming, Anne. And looking forward to hearing this. A sort of article in the submission. So definitely looking to hear more about that. So thank you for coming. This is submission number 5634649, and it is on page 175. There you go. So while councillors get themselves to that, and just acknowledging also that you might have noticed the press photographer is in the room, so just acknowledging that, and that's all been cleared by our media. So just want to acknowledge that, everybody. So kia ora. Hello, Anne. Thank you. And I'll hand over to you. You got 10 minutes, and then we'll have some questions. Kia ora. Oh, is your button? Sorry, just.
Okay, now it's on. I teach environmental science and geography at the University of Canterbury, and I'm here to have a chat really about braided rivers. And I haven't prepared a presentation or anything, but over the last 2 or 3 or so years, I and my students have been doing some research on braided rivers and on land use in and around and next to and encroaching upon braided rivers. And Craig, I heard you talking about sort of city council. There's city council issues and regional council issues and central government issues, and braided rivers is sort of all of the above and then some. And one of the things that we're hypothesizing, I'm not sure if we can say that we found it, is that one of the big problems is that you've got land and you've got riverbed, and the rules for what you can and cannot build are very different in land versus riverbed. So sort of in the riverbed, stop me if I'm telling you what you already know, but a development is guilty until proven innocent, whereas on land it's the opposite. And so in terms of protecting the values of braided rivers, if it's deemed land, it's very different to if it's deemed riverbed. And in working with geomorphologists, it becomes quite clear that where a braided riverbed starts and stops is impossible to know. Well, not impossible, but impossible for the non-geomorphologists. And so as a result, this land where you're not really sure whether it's going to be wet tomorrow or dry tomorrow, it just sort of got forgotten by the law. And so the law doesn't really know how to deal with this land. And we formed a collective of scientists interested in this, and got some headway with Parliament. So we got an exemption so the definition of riverbed in the Natural and Built Environments Act exempted braided rivers. So in the normal RMA, riverbed is from the bank to the bank, which doesn't really work for braided rivers, which creates this problem of the land that the law forgot. So, but that of course has been repealed. And so now we're back to the regional council level, and I'm not here professing to know the answers or to know the solutions, but rather just to say that if we want to protect these rivers, or even live with the rivers, because they have a habit of moving, I think we need to find a better way to do it. And I'm not sure that stop banks are the best way to do it. So I'm just here to say that we and I would be happy to work with you to think of solutions. So I can't say that I have the solutions, but we at University of Canterbury would be very happy to help and be involved in any way that we can.
Okay, thank you so much. I've got Diehl first, and I've got a few others to take some now, but I'll go to Diehl and then I'll take the rest down. Relatively quick question. I've actually really appreciated the research paper that you've provided with us. One thing that I was interested in is a number of our other submissions in the process are talking about shingle in rivers and extracting the shingle from rivers. Do you think that's part of the solution around, we've got shingle build up in some rivers and others. It's not all of them, they're obviously quite different. But do you think that's part of the solution? And obviously there's regulatory stuff which there's a new RNA going to be brought up, but we don't know. But yeah, I mean, I just wanted to get your thoughts on that particular question.
I think that not all shingle extraction is bad, and so shingle extraction can be used. A few years ago, I would have said no way, interfering is always bad. But having done a few field trips, I have seen and been convinced that it can be part of the solution. Not everywhere, and you'd need to take very careful advice from people with far more physical science backgrounds than I do.
Okay, we'll go to John.
Thank you for your submission. You stated that stop banks aren't the answer, and I don't think anyone at this table within this building accepts that stop banks are the answer. Now that brings us to a point of those that I guess gain some benefit who farm or live in the immediate vicinity of rivers and how we handle them. But I guess as a geographer, if we look at then the wider community, the infrastructure, the roads, everything that sits within it, how do we drive that conversation? Because we come back quite often to say, well, if that farmer he's there, he's the one that gets all the benefit. But from my perspective, there's a wider community benefit for some structural management of rivers. How do we balance that conversation?
I'm not sure that I have the answer to that, or I'm pretty sure that I don't have the answer to that. Other than it is a balancing act, and there are, yes, the community gets some benefits. There are flow-on effects from, say, agricultural development in and around braided rivers, but the community also pays for the flood protection. We had the previous speaker talking about user pays versus ratepayer pays, and when if you go up and down these rivers and read my students' research, you'll see that there's been quite a lot of mostly agricultural intensification in the riverbed, between braids. So in terms of who pays to protect that, that becomes quite a tricky ethical question, because you've got insurance involved as well. And you can say, oh, well, the ratepayers aren't paying, but we are, because that pushes up our insurance premiums. So it's a tricky question, and I don't shy away from that. But if we're going to continue to live with these rivers, we do need to figure out a way to do it well.
Okay. I've got Grant, Vicky, Nook, and then Ian.
Thanks very much for that and your supporting information as well. Environment Canterbury's been frustrated for some time about the Juju's decision and the definition of a riverbed bank and allowing structures to appear within that. So we're with you on that one. Something that we are looking more closely at in terms of our 30-year infrastructure is moving away from the traditional engineering approach to more nature-based solutions. And one of the ways that we're doing that as a trial is working with the Selwyn District Council and possibly establishing a more of a district-wide rate to deal with these things. Looking at whole of catchment and looking at where corridors and the whole of river corridors fit within that. Is that something that you guys are looking at Canterbury in terms of the bigger picture, biodiversity, vegetative cover, all of those sort of things that might slow down that?
Is it something that we've looked at? No, not yet. Is it something that we'd be interested in and possibly support depending on the details? Sure, yes.
That's Vicky.
Yeah, thanks. I enjoyed the papers. It seems to me that actually the physical science side of things quite well established. Like, you know, that actually that is understood. The problem is the legal side isn't doesn't acknowledge or protect the physical aspects of braided rivers, which is a huge issue in Canterbury, where we have these rivers. In terms of the law, there's all the, you know, the government, the central government is where, you know, the main legislation change is established. Is there are there aspects that we can tighten up on within our own regulation, within the Environment Canterbury scope? And we're doing, for example, RPS at the moment, or are we really beholden to central government and needing to just, you know, our role here is advocacy and supporting, you know, perhaps academics like yourself to sort of really try and ramp up the awareness about the issue and push for central government change? Again, I don't have a certain answer to that, but I do think that I guess the reason I'm here is because I think that I think that there is a role for regional regulations, and I think that you know, I can't tell you which regulation you need to amend, but I think with careful thought, I think that regional regulations could change. I mean, they might need some tightening up, but it would mostly be, I would say, more change in the shape of. You can't, I don't think you can unilaterally change the definition of riverbed, but I think in our submission we talked about flood protection zones and things like that. So, I mean, it's possible that with careful thought, something like that could come in and help help figure out how to manage this land that has been forgotten and doesn't yeah, I mean, you go up to Wakaya or the Waimak or any of them and you see farms on islands or irrigation circles on islands and you think, ooh, wow. There's got to be a better way. So I guess I'm just here as more as an offer to help rather than offering solutions right now.
Thank you. And then Ian. Sure, look, I think again, like my other colleagues, we really did appreciate the paper. It's interesting actually that you used an analogy, particularly a legal one, around talking about innocent and proven guilty, which I think is a really good one. But you must know, coming from the University of Canterbury, that there has been immense frustration with mana whenua actually around braided rivers. And yeah, what I'm saying here too is that you, in 4.2 of your submission, your paper, you talk about the gulf between science and law. Would you also include the gulf between science, law, and Mātauranga Māori as well?
Yes, I guess that, I mean, I just want to say, I'm here. The submission was written with my colleagues, but I'm here as an individual because I haven't vetted what I've said with them. So I don't pretend to speak for anyone else right now. Yes, I am aware of Māori frustration, and I've met with several of my colleagues about that. So yes, I would say that there's a disconnect, and the disconnect in between, I would say, knowledge, and so I would put the science and the Mātauranga sort of in the same camp. Yeah, yeah. But the gulf between that and the law is quite deep, in that in those Dewhurst decisions, they quite consciously said, no, 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 science has no place. This is a question of law. So I would, other forms of knowledge also have no place. It's a question of law.
Sorry, just a supplementary. So within this, would you also include hapua?
Probably. I haven't thought about that though. Yeah, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, so yes.
That's significant, particularly around the Mahi Kai, particularly on that, around the mouth of the lagoon of the river.
I guess I don't know the definition of the bed of the hapua, so I haven't really thought about that. But in terms of where the river finishes, yes.
And either be gravel or shingle. That is to be. Okay, thank you. Sure. Next up, Ian.
And you several times you talked about the need to learn to live with our rivers. Do you not think the people of Christchurch have learned to live with the Waitaha sitting behind the biggest flood protection works in the city?
Yes.
So that's good. So stop banks and engineering are quite acceptable solutions to it.
They could be part of the solution.
Thanks, Dan. No further questions, Ian. You happy there? Oh, Genevieve, got one more.
Just a very quick one. Thank you so much for your paper too. I actually enjoyed it. I do usually, yeah. Anyway, my main question for you is, what is as your individual, your biggest concern regarding the rivers itself, the braided rivers, like the definition of your biggest concern, as in this document? Would it be the definition of the river bed itself, or species protection, water protection? I guess holistically, what are you looking for?
I think my biggest concern, well, I know my biggest concern is the encroachment of more intensive land uses into the space of the braided rivers. And so that encroachment squishes the rivers, which also squishes the habitat of your biodiversity, creates or exacerbates flood problems, and it creates more. I always get risk and hazard confused, but if you put stuff in the way, valuable infrastructure in the way of a river that moves, that's going to cost somebody at some point. And so putting more intensive land uses in the space of the braided rivers then almost creates a ratcheting effect where you need to build your stop banks to then protect that valuable infrastructure. And so the rivers get even more squished. So it's just squishage after squishage after squishage, and try to say that word 3 times in a row.
Sure, and great new terminology. Well, I like that. We should put that. Look, thank you so much for your the paper, and of course your great answering of the questions. I let that go because there was a lot of council interest in asking questions. I thought we'd had a solution to this too through the Natural Built Environment Act and the definitions, and we'd heard about that, and our staff had worked with that as well. That is something that I'm hoping together we can keep putting to the government to keep that, or put that in any new legislation that is put forward. Something that I'm committed to anyway. And I also think, yeah, you're right, and Vicky highlighted it. You know, this long-term plan, bringing it back to our long-term plan, is that the programs we have in there about our after-yes and our integrated planning, hopefully we can put some stuff in there taken from that work that was done for the NBA around this to bring that to a regional level. So if it's not going to be done nationally, so I'd hope for that, but I can't control that. But that's what I hope we've worked through with everybody in the community. So kia ora, thank you. So thank you, Anne. Thank you so much. Moving on to our next presenter, Tyrone. I think you're there, and we've got a few more before lunch, I know. But thank you for coming, and looking forward to hearing from you. We've got 10 minutes for you, Tyrone, and just to stand. Page 207, and this is 5610661. Yeah, page 207. So kia ora, councillors, and
kia ora, Craig. Thank you. This will be a bit more extensive than my written submission. Tēnā koutou councillors, and good to see you in the hot seat today, Councillor Pauling. Tēnā koe to you. Oh, where's Chair Scott? He's disappeared, but he's taken a well-earned breather. But kia ora tātou, my name's Tyrone Fields. I'm really appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you today, and which I'm doing as a private individual. I do have another hat as the Christchurch City Council of the Banks Peninsula, but obviously I'm here as a private individual because City Council did their own submission. I'm here primarily to advocate for extending bus services to Governor's Bay. I'll come to that in a minute though. Firstly, regarding environmental regulation and protection, I'd like to offer my categorical support for option 1. I understand that's not the preferred option, but I would really love to see option 1 implemented. In particular, I'd like to support your approach to biodiversity. I think it's been very good, and feel it's important to draw your attention to the magnificent work that happens on Banks Peninsula in that space. I encourage your support there. So please fund our communities to help us. We get so much bang for our buck in terms of volunteer hours and leveraging off that vast intellectual property that exists in our communities. You know, that's a real opportunity. That's simply a false economy to reduce that investment. Out on Banks Peninsula, we've got something in the order of, I don't know, 4,000 groups. No, that's an exaggeration, but you get what I mean. Like, there's so many groups out there doing really, really good work. So I'd really like to see those supported. We've got some serious challenges ahead as a city and region in terms of responding to our climate challenges. And if people don't think there is any special reason for why the Port Hills has been on fire multiple times for 2 really big ones in the last few years, and aren't of the mind to address those things, then they might also think that the earth is flat. In which case I'd encourage them to jump on a bicycle more regularly. But better biodiversity brings so many other benefits for us, and for us to have a thriving economy built on the quality of our environment and our produce, along with the well-being of our people, then that investment has to be upfront. So I really encourage you to do that. Thank you. Secondly, regarding, how long have I got? Regarding public transport, I would also like to offer my categorical support for option 1, which I believe is the preferred option. So it's really good. I think the bus service has been excellent in my experience, and the current fare structure has worked very, very well. I applaud you for that. I also want to give you my most sincere thanks for the way you have supported Littleton in particular in helping to resolve cruise ship passenger traffic. Been really, really good, constructive, really appreciated. So you're heading in the right direction in my view, and increasing the efficiency, as evidenced by my personal favourite, shout out to the Port to Port, and the cost effectiveness that you get with a Metro card has really increased the value proposition for public transport. In my view, I think we need to be a little bit more innovative in how we encourage people to use buses in terms of better fit outs, Wi-Fi on buses. The fit outs though really would be, you know, really need some improvement, and really getting it out there, because it's just so blimmin' cost effective to bus if you're a regular commuter. It's a really good service. So getting onto my pet project, which is a bus for Governor's Bay. Councillors, I encourage you to think outside the square on this one. We can talk about the fact that Governor's Bay is only 9 minutes away from the terminus of the Route 1 Blue Line bus. 9 minutes of uninterrupted and spectacular driving. No lights, no zebra crossings, just the beautiful winding road across Dyers Pass. We could talk about the 2,500 people in Governor's Bay and Diamond Harbour that would benefit from that service. We could talk about the fact that traffic through the roundabout at the bottom of Dyers Pass is a clusterfuck. is unbelievably clogged with traffic every morning because of the load that Peninsula commuters put on that intersection. So what I really, where I've lost my place, and it's not actually going to get any easier going through there with the safety changes that are currently happening. But creating an efficient public transport route that actually incentivises commuters from Whakatau to choose a bus over a car could improve the efficiency of the whole transport network through there, making everybody's lives easier. But I don't want to talk about any of that because you guys know that already. What I really want you to think about are the benefits and opportunities of a public transport network that connects Governors Bay in a way that actually makes total sense for the region and for Christchurch overall. Christchurch has some incredible suburbs by the sea. They've got great beaches, great facilities, great communities. What they don't have is great connectivity. You cannot get from Sumner to Littleton by bus. You cannot get from Littleton to Governors Bay by bus. Of course, as I've said, you cannot get to Governors Bay at all by bus, even though it's a lot closer than Wollaston. But imagine if you could. Imagine if you could. During this most recent summer, we had over 150,000 cruise ship passengers pull into Littleton Harbour over the summer, many of them looking for something to do that isn't going to cost the earth. Imagine if they knew they could take a bus that took in Littleton, Sumner and Governors Bay, and it was only going to cost them a few bucks. Imagine during summer if you could use public transport to swim at Sumner in the morning, Corsair Bay in the afternoon, taking in Littleton for lunch. What a day. Whew. Imagine in Rapaki for a swim. Imagine if on a sunny summer Sunday you could bus to the Orchardamiro Hotel in Governors Bay, enjoy their hospitality and get home easily without incurring the wrath of the constabulary. Imagine the part-time mountain biker who prefers down rather than up, being able to chuck their bike on the awesome bike racks. I use the bike racks on the bus, they're amazing, and get to the top of the hill from anywhere and connect into the insanely good network of trails and the tracks that we have in our city. Imagine if we could create one of the world's greatest bus routes that has Governors Bay as one of its jewels. A bus route that enables local and tourists alike to visit our seaside suburbs in a coherent, connected and culturally captivating way. Now, I appreciate that not all councillors are from Christchurch, but for those that aren't, and even for those that are, I invite you to come for a drive with me and let me show you in the flesh, in person. Really, really happy to do that so that you can see the opportunity that's in front of us. Please, please, please think about the benefits and opportunities that could be created simply if we decided to include Governors Bay on the PT network. Just a trial, summer trial, maybe, summer trial. Think about that. See what works, see what doesn't. See if we get uptake with cruise ship passengers. See if we can improve commuter transit times. See if we can improve business opportunities in our seaside suburbs. Let's just think about the square, outside the square on that one. I'd encourage you to do that. Good, that's me.
Tyrone, great advocating for your community. Well done. I've got Dion, Nook, and then Jen.
Thanks heaps for the advocacy. It's really quite clear, which is good. And I'm going to I've got two things to ask you. I'm going to take the opportunity while you're here. You're advocating for a bus service. We need you guys to sort of make sure that when we do bus services, that we also are aligning our infrastructure upgrades and whatnot, making sure our bus service is reliable and also very streamlined. So that's my advocacy for you.
I'm 100% with you there, Councillor Swiggs. I think that's, and lots of wonderful collaboration between this council and the city council, I think, is ahead of us.
And I think Nook is looking at my notes and he's going to ask the other question that I was going to ask.
Kia ora. It's good that my Te Aotearoa colleague has given way. Kia ora, Tyrone. I mean, hey, you should actually have also worked for Christchurch, New Zealand, the way that you promote the city. I have a question because when you first started, you were talking about so many groups under the kaupapa of Kaio have a Kaio Fortai, which is actually environmental groups on the peninsula. Do you think it's time, because all of those groups, I know there's not 4,000,
but there's actually quite a number of them. And they all need funding. Do you think it's time that they should be looking at collaboration, more collaboration together? One is the purpose of funding. The other one is actually, like more bang for your buck.
Councillor Karakia, thank you for that question. Like I actually do think that. I think it's an acknowledged challenge that there are a lot of groups often working together in a constructive and collaborative way, but it is actually really complex and complicated out there, I think, a little bit. I actually keep a spreadsheet so that I know who's in what group doing what stuff, and I'm donkey deep in it, and it's not always really super clear to me who's doing what and where, and I think that someone, city council perhaps, or or just groups working together, could do a better job of explaining is the wrong word, but you know what I mean, about who's doing what, and just getting that message out there, and I think that would hopefully have a knock-on effect of getting groups a bit more coordinated, because I think that there probably is some waste, and there's only limited funding to go around, so I'm on board with what you're saying.
Hi, Tyrone. Thanks for coming in. I remember, I think it was last year, you discussing that particular route from Governor's Bay, and I know it's a passion project for yours. I was just wondering, like, because it's in the, like, Cashmere High, and those schools are in that sort of catchment, aren't they? So a lot of people from Governor's Bay actually go to Cashmere and the likes. And I know also there's no ministry aid and transport over the hill. I guess with regards to amount of kids or people that commute, do you have an indication of how many people would require a service, like a bus service over the hill? Or I was thinking of my way actually in my head, like a smaller something. But yeah, lead me through that if you can.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. So as I understand it, there is actually ministry buses that support students getting from Diamond Harbour to Cashmere High, but there isn't one for Governor's Bay. As I understand it, I could have that wrong. In terms of, so are you asking me what the number of school kids that would be using that route, or just the number of people in general? Because I mean, I don't know the answer to either of them, right? Like, it's but it's a bit of a chicken and egg sort of a thing. What I do know is that those communities are growing, and the load that commuters are placing on the transport network is increasing. It's not going to go away. I think a lot of people would say that the improvements being made at the bottom of Dyers Pass Road are going to make that harder. I've got a different view on that, but the perception is that it's going to make it harder. I think we need to come up with better ways to get people across that hill. Yes, people make a conscious decision to move where they want to, but I think the harbour needs to be brought into the transport network a little bit more in an integrated way. But I think it's actually just the whole opportunity to connect Sumner to Governor's Bay and back over the hill is steering us right. I think it would just have economic benefits all around for the city and for our well-being as well. Yeah, it's a fair question on the numbers, but I mean, I'll just be pulling numbers out of the air if I try to give you some.
Thanks, Tyrone. Grant.
Thank you. Just getting back to that question about the collaboration and how multiple groups who are working on Banks Peninsula and biodiversity issues can be brought together. We are currently driving progress on the delivery of the Canterbury Biodiversity Strategy Review process. In the current document, Environment Canterbury had identified us as being the coordinating lead for ensuring that there was collaboration between interagencies and people. do you think that if we continue along that road, that provides a really good mechanism for not only collaboration, but also perhaps priority setting?
Thank you, Councillor Rees, for your question. I think you're right to point that out. ECAN already does a lot of really good work in that regard that I've seen. In terms of Whakatau Healthy Harbour, there's a lot of pulling together of different groups working around the harbour, for example, working on stuff and what they call the CAG, the Community Advisory Group. So I've seen that. So I think that ECAN does have a leading role there. You can't do it all on your own, but it's I think that we just actually need to map out who's doing what where, and actually just ask ourselves, like, where are we best able to invest in these groups, and what are the mechanisms to do that. But I think that ECAN are definitely heading in the right direction in that regard and have been very helpful, I think.
Paul, last question.
Kia ora, Tyrone. Thanks for coming in. I'm talking on this. It's my understanding that ECAN in the past has funded a bus that was available to the Governor's Bay community, and that kind of fell over. It wasn't very well supported in the, and then I think that was changed. That ECAN then also funded a car or a small van for the community, and that also kind of fell over because of lack of volunteers and support in the community. So now I'm just kind of curious to see if, I guess, how we make the jump from previous supports that have fell over twice, to my knowledge, to something as far as an entire bus going the length of all the way to Governor's Bay. That curious if you have some information around that.
So thank you, Councillor Biche. Whether or not, I don't know the reasons that the service fell over. The earthquake might have had to have something to do with that. I would say that you've got to improve the value proposition. It all comes down to that. I think that ECAN have done so much work to get the public transport network fit for purpose and running the right routes and connecting the right communities, that I think that with a little, as I say, like a little bit of out of the box thinking and understanding how best to make that value proposition work, I think that I mean, because I'm not asking, I guess I'm not asking for a bus just to and from Governor's Bay. I guess I'm ultimately saying that we need to find ways to connect different suburbs together that could actually leverage, that could actually just sort of bounce off each other and actually improve the whole network overall. And bringing Governor's Bay Rapaki into that, I think would be the I mean, a service that just goes to Governor's Bay and back may fall over. It may very well fall over. But I would encourage you to see what sort of innovative ideas that you can come up with to sort of make the whole thing work.
So, thank you, Tyrone. Great food for thought for us, and what you said is about working together. So I think that's great to do. And I know there's been some collaboration with yourself and Vicky and Paul, especially over the cruise ship stuff. So look, let's have a look, of course, but let's work together more. So thank you. We've got one more. Thank you. We've got one more submission before lunch, and that's the Kit and Bill from Avon-Heathcote Estuary Ihutai Trust. Get that right.
Great. Can I just wanted to declare a conflict of interest for this one, particularly as the kaipapa haere of the Ihutai Whenua Trust MR 900.
And on the council, we need to take it. Yeah, I'm also on the trust. So.
Very important. Kia ora, Craig. Kia ora, koutou. Ko ki
Whenua, and I'm the chairperson of the Estuary Trust. And beside me is former chairperson Bill Simpson and the current treasurer from the trust. We'll keep it short and sweet so you can get to your lunch. We've made 3 major points on the long-term plan. Thanks very much for considering them, and we do welcome your support over the years. We've been working in this area for 24 years, and we're really privileged to have a very close relationship with you guys. So thanks very much for your ongoing support. I'll just briefly speak to the biodiversity targeted rate, which we wholeheartedly applaud. We think that this will have a great impact on groups like ours that are in this area, and we think that we do work with shellfish monitoring, which you guys have helped us with in the past. We do work with pest controls around the estuary edge. We do work with weed control as well, and we understand that you guys help various groups in the area with funding for these kinds of groups. We mentioned sort of other organisations, but we would recommend that you carefully ring fence this biodiversity fund so that you're already doing work, but the biodiversity fund needs to be additional biodiversity. Do you know what I mean? So we need to be careful that, you know, organisations that are currently, the work you currently do isn't just then this money goes to them. And so I would advocate that the biodiversity fund be ring fenced. So as an organisation with experience, that's what we've really advocated for. Now I'll hand over to Bill. He's going to be talking about wildlife protection.
Thank you, Kit. Kia ora, councillors. Just wanted to talk a bit more about wildlife protection and what that means. At the moment, our focus, I guess, as an estuary trust is about protecting the bird life and enhancing the estuary so that the bird life continues to use it. And just to give you an example, we every day we face issues with dogs harassing bird life on the estuary. Now, in some areas of the estuary, dogs are totally banned on the tidal flats, but there are other areas where they're not banned. And so that creates a bit of confusion. That's a city council problem, essentially, and through their dog policy, the review of that policy, they will be able to resolve that. But it brings into a wider focus. What about horses and trail bikes and quads on the estuary? Are they allowed? Do the public know that they're banned or not banned? And what are the penalties? It seems to us that if we look at the example of a wildlife refuge over the observation ponds, then maybe that's a good example of how you can extend some legal status over the whole of the estuary so that people are very clear in what they can and can't do on the estuary. And should such a mechanism allow for biodiversity in general? Should it allow, for example, for fishing and shellfish gathering? Or is it just about birds? We're not sure. We think the Regional Council has the resources to tackle it, to bring up options through the legal team and the planning team and so on. You do have jurisdiction over that coastal marine area. And if you're able to come up with options, then that would be a good discussion point to take it back to the community and get the other agencies involved, like the City Council, DOC, and the fisheries staff of the Ministry for Farming Industries. So thank you.
Got it. One more, just to finish off. Stormwater drainage direct into the estuary. We know that you work very closely with Christchurch City Council with water quality, and that's a great ongoing effort. But we think that there are particular areas where your jurisdiction can really help with working with the City Council on improving water quality into the estuary. We've got several points where there's totally untreated pollutants and contaminants that are going into the estuary, and I bring your attention to the estuary drain, which we're starting to focus on very highly at the moment. It's the old Bexley municipal dump, and the leachates and the material that's leaching out of there into the drain is incredibly toxic. We're finding huge levels of really, really damaging pollutants that are just flowing with the tide into the estuary, and that affects the whole biodiversity of the estuary and affects Mihi gathering problems and things like that. So we advocate that you continue to work very close with the City Council, and if you can push things like the estuary drain and having a mechanism to stop those highly toxic contaminants entering the estuary untreated, we'd really appreciate it. Kia ora.
Thank you. Any questions, Diehl? Yes, sorry, I feel like I'm asking all the questions, but I'm really interested in what you said about your biodiversity. I'm sitting here and I'm going to ask a question that all the people are talking about. I'm not 100% convinced about how we just have $1 million and that can be, solve the problem. But what I'm really interested in here is you're not talking about sort of having money for people to be employed to do, to create things or whatnot. You're actually talking about doing things. How do you think, if we did get that $1 million, how do you think we could actually distribute that so that we see tangible outputs and things that actually make impact?
Great question. We were talking before about organisations, and our organisation, we really advocate for organisations such as ours, where you can give funding to these non-governmental organisations, and they have volunteers. So you get a huge impact for your buck. I mean, we think that we are supported by both the City Council and your council. You get a fantastic bang for your buck with the $20,000 annually a year that we receive. We have one part-time volunteer in the form of the amazing Tanya Jenkins, but all the rest of my board are complete volunteers, and we organise Motherwell cleanups, we organise estuary fest, public engagement, community things, schools, education about litter and pollution. So that's the kind of areas we think the $1 million should go towards community groups that then do the work. It's incredibly powerful.
Graeme.
Thanks very much for that. Yeah, I'm aware of the Bexley landfill site. Leachates on a huge landfill. Unavoidable. But my question was really related to your organisation and your consideration of climate change effects and sea level rise, and the fact that the estuary environment is likely to change and progressively change, probably reasonably fast in time frames. What's your view on that?
We have policies on that which are outlined in our environmental management plan, available on our website, but particularly we're advocating for places like the Linwood Paddocks. I don't know if you're aware of our work in Charlesworth Reserve with the City Council, but that has been transformed into a wetland. We continue to advocate for Linwood Paddocks with our expertise, and the City Councils to change that to be, so you have a changing environment where the estuary edges will spread. And similarly, we advocate for that kind of organised transformation back into a wetland of the lower Heathcote River area around Ferrymead, Heritage Park, and the lower Heathcote. So we have mapping, we have all sorts of policies on how climate change will affect the estuary.
Vicky.
With the pollution that you've just mentioned for the landfill, do you know if there's been a study done, or are there studies underway to identify how that could be remediated?
Yes, we do know. We know what the contaminants are. We know the kinds of remediation that can be carried out, and that has various price tags depending on how you do it, and that's why we advocate with Environment Canterbury's people can merge with the City Council, because you guys can make it happen. Plus, it is a City Council sort of area, but it's can be very much helped by your input as well, working together as you do in many aspects.
Thanks, councillors. Thanks, Kat and Bill. Yeah, I just had one question about the wildlife protection stuff in your submission. And who owns or administers the bed of the estuary?
Perhaps there are people around this table that could answer that. But as we understand it, the jurisdiction is with the regional council. There are specific things like, as I said before about, say, dog policy, and Christchurch City Council have said that if they wanted to create a banned area for dogs, then they could simply do it over the whole estuary. Yeah, so there's probably little bits like that.
I understand the jurisdiction around the resource management side of it, but it's more about the actual ownership of the bed of the thing. But that might not be something that we can answer right here, because I think that's where it comes. But if it's Crown land, then that's something we need to bring central government into as well. That's what I would understand. So just an interesting question there. But thank you again for your submission. and appreciate that on behalf of the trust, and appreciate the councillors that have stepped back from the table for various reasons. So thank you very much again, and we're going to have a break now. It's lunchtime. We have got George. Is it? George, you're here nice and early, but we are going to have our lunch break because you were scheduled for 1:30. Thank you. And that's what we'll be coming back for is 1:30, slightly shorter lunch break. Thank you again, you guys. And Claire, would you like to do the next session? Not really? Okay, cool. Peter, you'll do it. Cool. So we're back with Peter at 1:30. Thank you.
Right, good afternoon, everybody, and for those people online, we're now starting our session 3. For those who don't know me that might be online, Councillor Mackay, Claire Mackay that's actually chairing this session. Just a reminder that people will have 10 minutes to present and take questions from us. So they'll be talking for around 5 minutes, and then we've got 5 minutes. So given that people have been given times, I think it's quite important that we try and stick to the agenda as best we can. So we've got George Kelcher sitting there going to represent Road Metals. Would you like to come forward, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to talk to you today. I'm here on behalf of Road Metals Company Limited, and I'm also representing the wider gravel extraction industry from throughout Canterbury. I'll take it that my submission that was put into ECAN has been read, and I'll just touch on some highlights and leave time for questions. The New Zealand Infrastructure Commission recently put out a statement which was repeated at the Quarry Conference last year in July, which said infrastructure must be prioritised to ensure that the community needs outweigh the opinions of a few. The Resource Management Act also states under Part 2, Section 5, in this Act, sustainable management means managing the use, development and protection of natural and physical resources in a way or at a rate which enables people and communities to provide for their social, economic and cultural well-being. Both of these statements are worth noting and thinking about. Now become apparent in today's world that it is the strident voice of a few that at times seem to ignore reality and the effects that nature brings into our community on a regular basis. Rivers have been providing an aggregate resource ever since New Zealand started being developed with tracks, then roads, in the last 150 years for construction of the infrastructure that we now have today. Over the past 2 decades, it's become harder and more expensive to obtain consents to extract gravel from rivers, and our industry has been turning more and more to land-based resources to offset this, which still comes at a major cost and involves months and years of time to put consents in place. In doing this, we're ensuring security of resource for decades to come. In the medium term, this will result in a much higher cost to ECAN, where our industry is not there to excavate surface gravel from rivers at a minimal, if any, cost to ECAN. The newly recommended fees to obtain gravel extraction and other related consents to undertake our work are totally over the top and will drive our industry away from river extraction. Proposed new costs for 3 consents outlined in the newsletter sent to gravel extractors recently totaled over $23,700. With our own consultants' fees to write up never-ending reports on top of the initial fees, total cost to extractors can be $50,000 per extraction consent. We're generally restricted to volumes below 60,000 metres and time frames of between 12 and 18 months maximum in a lot of rivers. That is, if there deemed to be any gravel available at all due to the new environmental conditions being imposed. In the year 2000, the fees were $150 for a short-term consent and $600 for a long-term consent. Talk about inflation. Having personally been actively involved in the industry for nearly 50 years and directly involved with ECAN, dealing with ECAN and consenting for the last 30 years, now being noticed with a widening rift between the engineering department, who largely do a very good job when allowed to, and the planning, consenting and especially environmental departments, who have the habit of putting as many hurdles as they can find in the way of gaining consents on time. Planning, compliance and environmental are putting more and more consent conditions onto all consents that have to be complied with at a massive extra cost, which in the end do not add to the environment or make these operations a more viable proposition for any of the parties involved. Nature has absolutely no regard for infrastructure, government policies, ECAN consents and conditions, bird, skink, lizard, grasshopper habitats, or special grass areas when we have a flood event. Nature is something that can only be managed to a certain level and never be fully controlled. That said, we can put systems in place to make this easier to achieve instead of creating never-ending hurdles and conditions in the consent process. This needs to be looked at and changed so as to enable our industry to be able to achieve what is a benefit for all of society. In the end, the ratepayers and taxpayers will have to cover the extra costs as the price of gravel goes up, mostly due to extra cartage distances and consenting costs involved. These are the same ratepayers and taxpayers that fund ECAN and central government. The more practical way forward from now is for ECAN overall to put a lot more effort into actually undertaking their responsibilities seriously in managing rivers. Let the engineering division get more work done on the ground with a lot less time and energy spent on drawing up plans that will be out of date in a few months or after the next flood event. Sometimes it's good to look backwards as to how things were managed quite simply in the past and apply some of this going forward, rather than concentrating on employing more and more environmental staff, put rules in place to make things a whole lot more difficult than it is. I do appreciate that some of the current direction has come from central government over the last 6 years. It's out of ECAN's hands to a degree, but I believe this has started changing and there will be different policies and direction from local bodies going forward. However, I also believe that we're now putting idealism before reality, and this will end in heartache for a lot of people. I hope that for ECAN and the ratepayers' sake, that local bodies face reality soon and will watch out for the more extensive rate rises in the years coming, on top of what we already applied now. At the moment, the gravel extraction industry is very serious and looking at walking away from rivers. We're currently going through the YMAC consent process at the moment, and there's a whole heap of new conditions being looked at there. And the main reason to take gravel out of there is to stop Christchurch getting flooded. So it's becoming a bit of a nonsense, I think. Anyway, thanks for that. Any questions?
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Councillor McKenzie.
Yeah, thank you, George, for the next submission. Do you have a number in mind, a dollar number in mind as to what might be the benefit to our ratepayers from the shingle that you guys are taking out of the rivers to help manage the rivers?
Just for the WIMAC, for instance, going back 20 years, no one wanted to go upstream, so we did apply upstream. And that was when things really hit the fan a bit. We applied for 4 million metres and achieved that. Applied for another 4. Wasn't that much left. Sorry, it was 2.6. And then ECAN wanted some for a stop bank, so we came to an arrangement. To shift that gravel out of the river now will probably cost between $5 and $8 per metre. If it's got to be shifted and there's 2 million metres, there's a fair whack. At the moment, the industry built for nothing. It creates a local resource for the community. It could be like the option in Auckland, where they cut 150k over the Waikato and have it north of Auckland. Massive cost in trucking, roading, carbon stuff. Very important to have a resource close to where you can. Lucky in Canterbury, we have land base. We have quarries at Wollaston, Hilton Hogan's just started one at Templeton. Nothing happens without aggregate. You dig a hole in the road to fix a pipe, something's got to go back in. Average house, 250 tonne of aggregate to build a house. Concrete, no dams, no electricity, no wind tap, nothing without aggregate. So it's one of the ignored necessities of life.
Thank you. We'll go to Vicky. Councillor Southwood.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just interested to understand with how much the fuel cost of actually transporting aggregate plays into where you look to extract as opposed to the cost of actually accessing riverbed gravel, and noting that, I mean, riverbed gravel obviously has, it's more easy to move, it's not as wedged in as it is in the land here. I know we've got the advantage, you don't actually have to break it through explosives and crushing. So if I come from the UK where an awful lot of gravel comes that way, so there are advantages.
Industry numbers on that, the first 30k double the price of gravel. So if it's 25 or 30 bucks a metre to to buy the gravel. After PDK, it's just gone up another $30. And then it climbs for every kilometre after that. 150k cart's going to cost somewhere between $100 and $150 extra a metre.
Thank you. We're going to Councillor Smith.
Mine was on a similar vein to that around the cartage, the cost. Some of the industry is saying to us, we're not going to go in the rivers because it's cheaper to get right, on the back door of our, the suburbs that we have out in West Christchurch, which is going to cause its own issues clearly in the future. But my big thing here that I wanted to ask you is that I underlined it when I read it was, once again, I reiterate that ECAN needs to take back control of being able to manage the rivers in the best interest of all the ratepayers and taxpayers with a 10 degree. I didn't quite understand what you were, like, it's pretty self-explanatory, but what can we do apart from, like, you're talking about plans, and then financially, what can we do in this, long-term plan budget process to help you to achieve that?
What's changed over the years? I'm part of the South Canterbury MOU agreement we set up in 2005 when rivers got very tight. It's not just Christchurch. You've got the Mackenzie country. This is their resource. It's been hijacked to a certain degree now. We have Lin's, iwi, dock, fishing game, forest and bird. This is beyond a company of our size or to deal with all these people every time we go for a consent. It should be able to be done at ECAN level. If your responsibility is managing the rivers. We had a meeting in this very building a few years ago with all the parties involved, and Lin's come along and actually said, well, actually they control the rivers. I said, well, that's fine. Why do we deal with ECAN? Because that's where the responsibility lies. So we've got this ongoing thing about who does what. We need to get some commonality that a consent process that happened 20 or 30 years ago, it's the same process as what it is today. Why has it got so difficult? And why do we have to jump through these hoops and write reports, environmental reports, ecology reports, engineering reports, every time we get a consent when it's the same thing? And it might have been last year, this year, next year. It's just a total added cost and hurdles in the way of getting the job done. And we're all trying to slow inflation down, and yet we're adding to it flat out.
Thank you very much. Next question. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, George, for coming along and presenting to us, and also quite a fulsome bit of submission papers there. So it's all been there. Thank you very much. Right, I think you're next, and as I understand it, your presentation's been loaded. Is that correct, Gattey? Oh, okay. So I've got here 242 councillors, page 242 in your. What I haven't got it.
I think the electronics might not have worked as well as I thought it would be, because the pictures weren't uploaded. I can talk about it, yeah.
249, I think it's on my slide. There are two numbers here for people that are using. Yeah. So Willie, away you go. We'll 5 minutes to speak roughly, and around 5 minutes for questions and answers. Thank you. Button, please.
I'm talking about Carter's Creek, and Carter's Creek is a drain that it just starts about 5 or 6 k west of Tynwald in Ashburton. It collects the water there from some 500-600 hectares of land. Then it flows through the urban area, and then below Tynwald on the eastern side there is another 300-400 hectares that drains onto Carter's Creek, and then it flows into Lake Hood. The continuous urbanization of Tynwald and the expansion of State Highway 1 have created a sort of a hazard, and we've been going on since 2004 about improving Carter's Creek, and it's been a battle between Ashburton District Council and ECAN, of who's responsible for everything that's going on there. And I personally did some research, and later on at 4:30 we were again with the Carter's Creek Catchment Collective, catchment group about this. So just don't want to take everything away from them later on. But so what happened is that for drainage purposes, the creek, Carter's Creek, can't cope with the enormous amount of water that comes with the recent rain events over the last couple of years, and leads to severe flooding in Tynwald and also further downstream, because the culverts under the roads are not fit for purpose. And then on top of that, it's the stream has improved over the last 20 years, but it still contains E. coli of human descent. It still has phosphates in it, still has nitrates in it. I've done everything in my personal capacity to fence off the stream, but further up the hill, it's lacks a lot of to be desired. So I can read out what I wrote, but it's all there on the large page, and I think we'd be better to get questions from you to clarify situations.
Okay, do we have questions here? Councillor Scott.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. And obviously, there's a few submissions on Carter's Creek and Hood coming our way. Do you think that the nutrient build-up that you're talking about in Carter's Creek from that catchment is causing some of the eutrophication of Hood itself?
Correct. There's a couple of key ingredients for the cyanobugs and algae to grow in Lake Hood, and one of them is phosphates. And particularly in a flood situation, there is quite a bit of phosphates coming down the stream.
Okay. So the phosphate, is that because of sediment runoff from is that what's caused the phosphate?
We have several contributors. State Highway 1 is probably like a pepper mill, lots of dust and residue from truck movements, all that sort of stuff. And it's like it grinds a little bit, and then you get a weather event, and then the stormwater all this, because Carter's Creek is lower than the rest of the land, so it all flows into Carter's Creek, and so that creates a very high level of phosphates, particularly in the early flood.
So Willie, just in terms of that, then, is any riparian management in terms of planting, those sorts of things, does that help?
We first need to fix the culverts, and I've started this group about 4 years ago, and we got a lot of pushback from urban groups, because they first want to sort out the flooding, and then the desire is to do a lot of planting and create shading and all that sort of stuff. Also, maybe creating a wetland.
Thank you. Just quickly, the future study that you're looking at for the whole of the catchment, which will going to include Tynwald, is the responsibility for dealing with stormwater discharges from the Tynwald urban area and across roads? Is that a responsibility of the district council?
We had several discussions, and Councillor McKenzie was part of those discussions, and the conclusion was that the majority of the responsibility is with Environment Canterbury. There is some responsibility with the Ashburton District Council, because they're collecting rates. Possibly in hindsight, it's probably easy to say that they should have collected more funds to get better stormwater systems in the past, but that was not done, so it's very difficult to do that again. So I think we might have to look in the future to get a proper system going, to look at a different rating structure for the Tynwald area, because it also affects the Lakemoor drain, and it has the same sort of issues as Carter's Creek.
Willie, just correct me if I'm got this wrong, but is this part of the catchment? Is there a catchment group that's been aligned with us as well?
There's a catchment group. Actually, the first catchment group that was set more or less halfway set up in Ashburton was some in the foothills and the Carter's Creek group, and then later on out of this became a catchment collective, which is now doing the management for most of the catchment groups in mid-Canterbury.
So just adding on to that, or just teasing that out a bit more, the urban area that it goes through, or the built-up area where there is, I think, small lots, or smaller residential lots, are they all on board with both the sort of the catchment aspect as well as remedying the flood?
There's nothing like an issue to bring people on board, and you know, and I can understand the frustration what they have, because you know, it was a blame game, and also that is also a result of not clearly identifying who's responsible. And we had that meeting with the council and ECAN to make that clear, and the engineers are pretty much on board. They put it forward what they want to do, but yeah, we just want to be supportive of them to look for opportunities to mitigate these issues.
One more question. Councillor McKenzie.
I just want to rephrase that I'm also on land just above Lakewood that is severely flooded every time there's a flood now, and so it's I don't mind it too much, because it also you know, it's light land, so the infiltration rate of the water is quite high, so at least the nutrients don't end up in Lakewood, which is far more damaging.
Thanks, Claire. So Willie, is it fair to say that the effect Lake Carter's Creek actually has on the overall health of Lakewood is relatively small, but it is an important contributor? Is it not to do with the fact that we can no longer use the river to run through the lake, but Carter's Creek is an important component of trying to get the lake river?
Carter's Creek is responsible for the phosphates into the lake, for quite a bit of the phosphates going into the lake. And then another contributing factor is that the water from the Ashburn River is not going into Lakewood. So it has you know, there's no freshening up of the resources, so that the issue is diluted more. But then in the end, the phosphates end up in the river again, which you don't want to hear either.
Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to come up today and present to us. It's much appreciated. Yes, thank you very much. All right. Right. We've got Philip Brown. Philip, would you like to come? Now, councillors, just to aid Philip this afternoon, when you ask your questions, loudly and clearly for Philip today, please.
ECAN, you are the most useless organisation that I have ever dealt with. The mighty ECAN, the Wizard of Oz. I own a property adjacent to the Rakai River. I did my own flood protection work prior to the RMA, and things worked very well. The costs were low and my work stopped river erosion. We now have a rating district on the Rakai River. I have never wanted it. Not only are we paying for the work in the river, but also for the management, which on current figures is 60% of the budget. Several years ago, ECAN performed flood protection work above my river frontage. This work was reinstated several times, and eventually several floods removed the entire structures. The river also breached my irrigation pond and caused considerable damage. ECAN came up with a plan to reinstate things at a cost of $170,000, with 50% to be paid by me. My bond consent allows for reinstating structures, which was carried out at my expense, which was considerably less than the ECAN quote. This work has proved very effective. Recently, there was a 2,100 cubic metre flood in the Karakia River. After the flood receded, the main grade is now situated several hundred metres away from my boundary. It is knowing how to do the work that provides results. I have yet to meet an ECAN engineer who understands a graded river. Last year, ECAN planted several hundred willow poles as part of flood protection work. Not long after the poles were planted, I advised ECAN that sheep were grazing on the willow pole growth. Nothing was done. Yesterday, I visited the site again, and the willow poles are almost void of any leaf or stem growth. This has been a total waste of ratepayers' funds due to ECAN negligence. I can quote several more cases of ECAN incompetence, but time is against me. Reading through the ECAN 10-year plan, it appears to be a wonderful document. The Audit Office gives their approval on these matters. I contacted the Audit Office and asked them what basis they use to give approval to ECAN plans. We do it on what is listed in the document, was their reply. I asked the Audit Office if they look at any of the work that ECAN has performed to give their approval of the ECAN plan. Their reply was no. The document was their only source of information. To quote Justice Mann, this document is an orchestrated litany of lies. Now, drug testing. Does ECAN perform drug tests on its employees? This is a requirement of businesses in this country. If drug testing is not done, I want to know why not. I requested from ECAN whether 24% in rates is to be spent. I have yet to receive a reply. Reading between the lines, climate change would be the main excuse. Al Gore has been a major promoter of climate change. None of his predictions have come to fruition. He flies around in a private jet and owns a huge mansion that consumes vast amounts of electricity. When I observe the number of vehicles on the road and people taking plane trips, nobody believes in climate change. How did all of you get here today? With the increase in CO2, the world is actually a greener place as the plants grow quicker and consume less water. I've got documentation here on that if you want to see it. There will be redundancies at ECAN, so the rate should be decreasing and not increasing to cover the perceived in future threat. I will be expecting my rates to decrease. A month ago, I organised a group of interested landowners along Canterbury rivers to a meeting with James Mihi, our local Member of Parliament. We are organising to perform our own flood protection work along the riverbanks. If ECAN are not happy about this, you have had plenty of opportunity to perform and the quality of service has only declined. No doubt some of you have some questions.
Thank you very much. My understanding. My understanding is that you will get a reply, or submitters will get a reply to the questions in a report that will be presented as part of the deliberation. Questions? Nobody got any questions? Okay.
I've got a question, but I haven't got a question for you, but I've got a statement. If you want to catch up, I'm the chair in here. If you want to catch up with me, I wouldn't mind catching up with you and just talk through something. Yeah, let's see if we can do that. Good. Yeah, I'll when you leave, I'll follow you out, sort you out.
Yeah.
Right.
Councillor Pauline?
Kia ora, Philip. Can you hear me here? Yep. So I'm just asking a question. So just from your submission, so do you believe that every landowner along the river should do their own flood protection and pay for that themselves without a scheme? Oh, sorry. Do you believe that every landowner along the river should pay for their own flood protection and do it themselves without a scheme.
As I have done in the past. I can do it far more efficiently. I have a knowledge of the river. There's always new things you're learning with it, but it's actually high school physics that controls how a river works. It has bed load on there, the velocity of the water, and you can see patterns. I've got drones. I fly quite frequently after a big flood, and it gives me all the heights of the riverbed, and I keep accurate information. And when it turns, I try and figure out what happened. And so your guys, from what I see, they sit in the office. You're not going to control the river from sitting in the office or understand it. It's just a waste of time. And see, way back when I started, probably showing my age a bit, but I think there were 2 engineers ran the whole of ECAN, all the river schemes, and things worked far better than what they are now. They had far more knowledge of the river, and the whole thing is just gone to pack. And I hear that from a lot of people. Down in Ashburton, there's farmers there, they're that agitated. They go into your office, and I don't know whether they had a gun or not, but apparently the people in there, they're issued with knife-proof vests. And, you know, the staff, they need to be able to get on with people. It's no good just locking up the office and not letting people in. You need to communicate with people and, you know, do a better job.
Okay, I think that's probably time now for Mr. Scott. Probably will just follow you out, Councillor Chair Scott, and arrange a meeting. So thank you very much for coming in, Philip, and presenting to us. Thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to Diane and Stephen Downward, page 255. I've got written here on my agenda, 262 on the electronic. Diane, you're ready to go? Okay. The floor.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks everyone. I feel the proposed 24% rates increase are unrealistic and unsustainable. And these are, as you know, they're on top of the rates increases for the city councils and the district councils as well. So this is really not sustainable. People are already struggling to pay their bills, their rent, their mortgage, insurance is going up, struggling to heat their homes and put food on the table. So how do you really expect people to cope with these increases when they're already struggling? I'm all for having a good, clean environment. A place where nature thrives is a place where people thrive. We're all connected. Clean air, clean soil, clean water equals good food and healthy people. But when people are desperate, they will burn rubbish to keep warm, pouring toxic chemicals into the air, which will then reach the soil and water. So this needs to be considered in your deliberations. When people are desperate, crime will increase, and some will give in to despair, as already they feel like slaves, working hard and not being able to make enough to pay their bills. Despair will overcome them, and they will kill themselves to escape the overwhelming darkness they feel. So suicide rates are up already. They don't need to get worse. The reality is that the sea level will not be affected by how many people take the bus in Canterbury because we're far too small. Global CO2 levels will be determined by the big players like China, the USA, India, and how many wars that are taking place in this world. We plant pine trees for emissions, yet pine trees are a pest in New Zealand. So why are we planting this pest from the northern hemisphere and use that as a standard when all plants take in CO2 and expire oxygen? I feel it's insane to keep planting this pest with one hand and then trying to remove it with the other hand. So pine trees grow quickly, and that's the reason we're given that we use pine trees. But grass and other pasture plants also grow very quickly. As the cows and the sheep keep eating them, they need to fight to survive. They need to grow quickly. So our farmers should be, and this carbon ends up in the soil. So therefore, our farmers should be given credit for the carbon in the soils as well. I asked Christopher Luxon about this,
before the elections. This was in Ralston, a public meeting. So about including all plants from crops to native bush in CO2 calculations. He also added that the ocean also sequesters CO2, which is true. So therefore he knows the truth and that there's nothing magical about pine trees, and that if we included all the plants, we could be close to carbon zero already. But he's politically driven and wants to play the emissions game with the rest of his buddies, and therefore keeps repeating the mantra, we have to get to carbon zero. Well, if that's going to happen, then we're all going to be dead because we're all made out of carbon. So this is ludicrous. The reality is we actually pump CO2 in our glass houses to help our food grow, and somebody else already mentioned that. Just one of the people before me. So I strongly feel that ECAN should be a voice of the people to the government, not just a means to deliver the government's decrees to the people. The communication needs to go both ways. Pine trees are a pest, and when wilding pines are killed, we're left with hillsides of trees standing, dead, super dry, with a carpet of dry pine needles with combustible oils within them, waiting for a spark to set them off. So we will never, ever really get rid of pine trees completely now that they are here, but we do not need to encourage our farmers to plant more of the pine trees, exacerbating this problem. Many other plants can be chosen that are better suited to New Zealand conditions and also aid in the biodiversity of New Zealand. So in my written submission, I talk about keeping to your core responsibilities and cutting the things that are nice to have and keeping with what everyone else is doing just to survive. And I'm concluding with your 4 well-beings that you're required to consider in your decision-making: the social, economic, environmental, and cultural well-being. So if people cannot afford the rate rises, their economy will suffer, which means the whole economy suffers. When people can't heat their homes environment, the whole environment suffers, as they will then try other less environmentally friendly ways to survive the cold. When people cannot afford to feed their family, and many already are relying on food banks, crime goes up, which isn't good for the social environment. Everyone has a culture, and that includes family, food, festivals, sports, all sorts of things, which aids in our emotional and mental well-being, which is part of a healthy culture. All of these well-beings will be detrimentally affected by this unsustainable rate increase. I'm here alone, well, with my husband behind me there, but anyway, but I know that I'm a voice of many, many people who don't know how to make these submissions. They think you're part of the city council. You know, they really don't understand the way this government works, but they cannot afford this kind of increase. So that's it for now.
Thank you, Diane. A very impassioned plea in your submission. We can hear it in your voice, and I do think there is some confusion around regional council and the local territorial authority. In this case, it might be Christchurch. But yeah, thank you for taking the time to come in. Questions, Councillor Swiggs?
Thanks for the submission tonight. I sympathise with the point 2 that you've made here. The buses, some are perceived to be empty, or some of the buses seem to be either perceived to be empty or underutilised. And within the long-term plan, we do have the funding to address routes that could potentially be underperforming and other routes that may need to be put in where demand is. But when you're talking about the social and cultural and all of those well-being, one of the well-beings around sort of transport, you're not going to solve the world's problems, but we can look after our own health of people within our communities around, especially if we're electrifying our fleet, with health benefits in reliance on people and all that kind of stuff. Where would you see your priority? I just want to understand where from, you're quite articulate in this. What would you say your priority are around public transport? From my point of view, it's important, but where do you think we should be focusing on what you're saying here?
Well, I took the bus here today. I'm retired now, so I have the freedom to take the bus more. I grew up I'm from Vancouver, Canada, and so I'm used to taking the bus. We didn't have a rapid transport until recently, and it was a big city. So I'm not against buses per se, but for so many people, their work depends on having private vehicles. You think of all the trade people. For myself, I was a home carer, and to get to several clients, if I took the bus, I could only get to 1 or 2 people a day. So I needed a vehicle to be able to travel from place to place, from home to home. And there's so many occupations that you actually need a car. So I'm not saying against buses, but a big chunk of your budget is for buses. And at this point, I don't think we have the population to really utilize it. I mean, to have something from Rangiora or Ralston to have express buses, yes, people would use it more. But just to put more buses on the roads, I don't think that is going to fill them. Councillor Burns?
Yeah, thank you. That was very good. I have a question too about public transport. You've highlighted not at this time. Given inflation alone, if not at this time, what time?
Sorry. I think as need arises, and I'm not saying don't plan for the future, but like I said, that's a big chunk of money there. And to have more going around empty, I know people in the city council, they complain that the e-buses are destroying the roads because of the heaviness of them. I am hopeful that in the not too distant future, we'll see better technology than e-buses. You know, because I think of the environment, I think of the whole world. And when you look at the lithium mining and all the different mining that goes into the batteries, and it's destroying ecosystems in other countries. So I don't think e-buses are necessarily the answer. And there should be, I just have faith that there'll be newer technology. Councillor Scott.
Well, thank you, and again, thank you. It's nice to hear someone with a passion behind their submission. So I just want to, on point 3 that you make in your submission, the total engagement of 9,646,000. Is that your number that you put in your submission?
I would have got that from your...
I've got a problem with the number. My point is this, that you made, so this is about engagement. That number is about engaging with, and did you know that we have at least 290,000 households in the region? And did you know that we got 1,300 submissions? So, you know, we haven't got a massive reply to our long-term plan. And so one of our conundrums is putting these plans in place with bigger rate increase, with a big proposed rate increase, and very few people turn up. And so is there a way, can you see a way through that for us? Because that's one of the things we think about all the time. How do we actually get to people? You said before, you know, that people don't understand what we do. I mean, it's devastating if you're a councillor. If you think you're doing your job and get it. Have you got any clues on
that? Yeah, I'm trying to get the word out. I don't really have an answer. I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for that. And maybe that's the wrong place to cut your budget. I don't know. I just, from the city council, they were asking for submissions and they were saying, tell us what you don't want. Tell us where to cut things, you know. So I was sort of taking that in mind when I did this one.
I think you make a really good point, actually. And I said to myself before we started today, I wasn't going to make comments. I was going to make one on that. If we doubled that budget, would we get 2,600 submissions and then that's good enough for 290,000? I mean, that's the point.
Well, I think one thing, because I get frustrated with this as my kids are grown and stuff, trying to get more involved politically, and trying to get other people involved. Have your say, have your say. But I think a big thing is, oh, they don't care. And it's getting beyond that. They don't care. They don't listen. They don't care. And trying to encourage people. And then somebody who is also trying to take more responsibility and have their say. They were one of the people that were confused and thought you were part of city council. So it is educating, and I don't know how to get it out there more.
Thank you, Diane. We've got two more in just short time, so Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Diane, look, it was an excellent submission, and I take your point that you've gone through the long-term plan and tried to make suggestions as to where you cut the cloth, and I think it's fair to say that as a layman politician, you probably don't know all the answers, but you're making the point, I think, and this is part of my question, that actually we should be just cutting our expenses where we can to meet the current economic situation. But I note that actually you do support spending money on flood protection. So I take it you do support the proposal we've got for the, you said the compulsion. Oh, you're not from Boston. I see. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. But you support what we're proposing in the flood protection anyway. So no, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't understand all the technicalities of your flood protection, but I know we need to protect our food growing, our food production. Yeah. And sorry, cut you off there.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, from your explanation or your talk, it's really clear you do care about the environment and you're concerned about things like pest weeds, like pine trees and so on. And I just note that you picked out enviro schools specifically as something that we should look at cutting. And it's $1.5 million, which is actually a small amount. And but that one's rated per household. So it's $5 per year per house per rating unit. And just I wondered if because you mentioned rich children accessing that in your submission, you mentioned rich children having access to that particular program. But actually, it is right across the board. So we have primary schools all the way, across both rural and urban populations, where the teachers are able to have resourceful environment schools come in and teach children out in the environment as well. And so I just wonder, in that context, understanding that actually it's through public schools and supporting public schools to put more environmental education into their programs. Does that sound actually at $5 per year? Does that sound more appealing to you, or would you still say we should cut that one?
Maybe that was the wrong thing to pick on, but I feel like our education system should be doing that. Yeah, maybe it is the wrong thing to pick on, but at the time when I wrote some of this, I was just hearing from a lot of friends and family that are really struggling financially. And yeah, so I was just looking at things in that way. So maybe that was the wrong thing. And I'm saying that everything I said is 100%, And I know somebody who was doing the pine tree killing, as I call it, for their summer work. And so I have some understanding what they're doing there. And I think it is important to keep biodiversity. I like pine trees. That reminds me of home, but they're not right for New Zealand. They're not right. And like I said, it's insane to plant them and then to kill them on this hand and to plant our farmland when there's many other plants that can be used.
Okay. Thank you very much, Diane. I think Chair Scott put the challenge out to you about how do you get more people engaged in the politics of councils. So thank you very much. Thank you. Right, we now have Kari Hunter in the room. And councillors, that's page 274 I've got written down here. Okay. Yeah, probably got a call. 287 for me is where the council starts apparently. Is everybody at their right page now? Really? So we've sort of got a whole lot of different 280s, 274, 280, 287 for me. Right, Carey, we've got 5 minutes for you to present, 5 minutes for questions or whatever that looks like as you're presented. And the floor is yours now. Great. Thank you. Kia ora tātou, Kari Hunter. I live in Worcester, Christchurch. I thought that I want to just start out by emphasising that the decisions you make are life and death decisions. And it's really important that for every decision you make, that you keep in mind that some really key principles. Human right to life takes priority over short-term extractive profits. That humans are part of our ecosystems and we can't thrive unless we have healthy ecosystems. That we face some potentially existential threats in the form of climate change and biodiversity loss. For instance, we've been hearing just in recent reports, there have been suggestions that something of the order of magnitude of 1 billion people could be killed by climate change by 2100, and that it's quite feasible that we could have 1 billion migrants because of climate change by 2050, which is not very far away. I think you can probably imagine that 1 billion migrants in the world can disrupt a lot of systems that we have come to rely on. So our future well-being and our future economy depend on us being able to protect the basis of things like local food security, the health of our waterways, the health of our seabed and oceans, and that so every decision that's made needs to be made in a way that protects our ability to grow food long into the future, to minimise our contribution to climate change, which as a country we have contributed per capita more than almost most countries in the world, and also that we're quite vulnerable to disruptions in supply of things that we have come to be used, come to rely on. So that's sort of simple principles, but in terms of implementing, I know that that's not always straightforward. Some of the things we really need to be looking forward to, because the future will be different than the past, include looking at wastewater management. I don't know how it is in the rest of the of Canterbury, but I know that if we get 2 to 3 metres of sea level rise, which is well and truly on the cards this century, that our wastewater treatment plant will be likely to be in significant trouble if you get, a bit of a storm surge. Once you get a whole bunch of seawater in there, it's not going to function the way it is. It's a very, very major system. It can't be changed quickly overnight. And because of that, it's really important that that we require people, the people who can figure out those changes, and that's partly ECAN and partly the City Council, to start the process of investigating options, making trials, and coming up with a plan for the future, so that we can take the many years that it would take to make a change to that system long before it becomes an urgent situation, because sanitation in a city is one of the most fundamental things that makes a city livable. Without sanitation, I'm sure you can imagine the kinds of
not just misery, but also health consequences. We need to make sure that in Canterbury we are protecting our seabed. Any disruptions to the sea floor release a lot of carbon dioxide emissions, much more than was, studies a couple of years ago were showing that this is much more than was previously known. Once the seabed is disrupted, it can take, 100 years or maybe never to recover. A healthy seabed and foreshore is an important part of future healthy fish in the sea for future generations. Well, actually, not just future generations, but current generation in a few years' time. Obviously, transport's a big part of how a city functions. New Zealand has enormously car-dependent culture compared with nearly every other country in the world. We're sort of in the top 5 or 6 or something. And there's no reason why we can't make a shift, but it does require that decision to make it to being one that is less car-dependent, that provides the kind of public transport system and active transport, safe, effective active transport systems in every urban area at least. That means that most people don't need to have a car, that people can make that choice. They don't need to drive. We do that, there'll be a whole lot fewer cars on the road, and those who do need to drive, it'll be easier on the car drivers as well. Food security. For food security, we need to protect soil health. And we also need to be making a transition to systems that are not reliant on imported fertilisers, on artificial fertilisers that are produced using fossil fuels, etc. We don't want to be putting more cadmium into our soils if we want to be able to grow healthy food in the future. And deep, rich soils will hold more water. We face the possibility of more floods, more droughts, more fire risk, and biodiversity, both in forests and in agricultural land, provides a great deal more resilience than large-scale monocultures. We've probably got more cattle on our land than is consistent with being able to protect the climate. I'm not in favour of getting rid of all of them, but I think it may be necessary to reduce the number of cattle in order to protect the climate, but also provide a more integrated systems that can be more resilient in the future. So biodiversity in all those areas is a real, I'm going to re-emphasise, it's the basis of our future well-being and the basis of our future economy. So it may be possible to extract a little more in the short term, but if that leads to people not being able to, how are people going to eat if the petrol supply gets cut off for reasons beyond our control, which is not beyond. You've possibly been noticing what's been happening in the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal and the Strait of Hormuz and so on. Supply chains can get disrupted quite quickly if there's a lot changing in the world.
Got about 1 minute left of your 10.
Button, just scanning for in case I've got any more super crucial things. I could say a huge amount more, but those were my main points, but I'll add one more, which is just hearing the conversation that you had with the last speaker. And I would really like to see more emphasis on civics in schools. And I know you don't have control over that entirely, but if there's a way to develop some materials that support teachers to include units on civics and how the City Council works, the Environment Canterbury works, how government works and how other social institutions work, I think that could be one thing that could be really useful. Thank you.
I was just following up. I don't know if you're in the room when Diana, when she made the last submission. Yeah, and we were talking about engagement, and so you've just mentioned one of my pet subjects, which was civics. You can get that if you want. So do you think that's I mean, from my personal opinion, I don't think we're really good at that. We don't understand what our role is to each other in our communities and our societies. We don't understand what the roles of these organisations are. And maybe that's just a big downfall that we're not getting engagement. What's your view on that? Kari?
I think it would be great to have more people understanding who's doing what and what the implications are. And I'd love to have it so that more people are involved in the discussions. In terms of what's possible to get that happening, I do wonder whether there's a place to experiment with some more deliberative processes. There are places around the country that have used citizens' assemblies for addressing particular issues, and I wonder whether there's a place for trying out something like that in some key areas where there are issues that are important to a large portion of the population, and whether there's any place for experimenting with some partial participatory budgeting processes. I don't know what would be possible there, but they are processes that have been used in some places that have had a way of developing more public buy-in and participation and buy-in into decision making. Councillor Edge.
Just following up on your concern about food security strategy. In terms of the managing that role of coming up with a strategy, do you think it's an Environment Canterbury thing, or do you think it's a Merrill Forum, whole of Canterbury conversation that's needed to be held to deliver those points of your?
I probably can't answer exactly where the boundaries are, but I think there's a place for ECAN in terms of regulating to protect soils and to protect the seabed. Whether there is a place for ECAN to provide, I think there probably is, support for farmers to learn and experiment with transition to, doing things in a different way. I think ECAN could probably contribute to that. Information and support for people to make transition to more resilient systems.
Okay, thank you very much, Sherry, for coming along and presenting to us this afternoon. Much appreciated that you've done that. Thank you. We now have Shelley Washington. You've got company. Who's we got with you?
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Shelley Washington tōku ingoa. E mana houtou o te Donald Banks Peninsula Trust, Te Pātaka Ora Kai Houtou. You may recognise me as I worked at Environment Canterbury for 16 years until very recently when I started working at the manager at this trust in January. I'd like to introduce Paul McNoe. Paul is one of our trustees.
Thanks, Shelley. So firstly, I'd like to say that we appreciate that Environment Canterbury is exposed to some financial challenges. We recognise that issue. Two key points I'd like to make before handing back to Shelley. And the first is investing in biodiversity is a necessary and ongoing requirement to protect and enhance Canterbury and Banks Peninsula's environment and to mitigate future impact of climate change. And secondly, that we also recognise that other organisations on the peninsula particularly are finding it very hard to find alternative funding sources. So in that respect, Environment Canterbury might well be the last person standing in that point of view. And they need, and so the essence is that, that funding biodiversity is an essential part of protecting our future and regenerating the nature of banks peninsula out of Canberra, and I'll hand back to Fiona.
The Road Banks Peninsula Trust is a Christchurch City Council controlled organisation started in 2010 for the benefit of Banks Peninsula, Te Pātaka o Rakaihautu residents and visitors. Our vision is developing environmental guardians of the future through improved public walking and biking access, enhancing biodiversity, promoting knowledge, and working in partnership with others who share our commitment to Banks Peninsula. We would like to highlight 3 key points from our submission. Firstly, we strongly support a targeted rate for biodiversity for Christchurch and Banks Peninsula, to pay for additional biodiversity work in the area to deliver enduring biodiversity and biosecurity outcomes. We think the best use of this funding would be for a landscape scale strategy for weed control and the implementation of this. The funding would also be useful for animal pest control, covenants, and investment in existing collaborations such as Kakahu Kahukura and Pest Free Banks Peninsula and community-led organisations. Christchurch is the second largest city in Aotearoa, home to people passionate about the outdoors and their environment. There is potential to harness the active support so that wetland biodiversity continues to improve, native forest expands, and native fauna can safely move between Banks Peninsula, the Port Hills and the city. Our second key point is that we support further actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and a commitment to modern, reliable, affordable and decarbonised public transport. We would like users of the wonderful walking and cycling tracks on Banks Peninsula to be able to get to these as much as possible by foot, cycle, bus and ferry. Our third key point is that we don't support the reduction in funding for Waitaha White Action to Impact Fund or to the Zone Committee Action Plan budget. They need to be either kept the same or increased. These are very useful sources of funding for private landowners and community groups on Banks Peninsula. Thank you for your time and best wishes for your efforts to finalise the long-term plan. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you very much, Yali, for that. We've got some questions from the floor, so we've got Councillor Sliggs and then we'll go to Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you so much for your submission, and I think you might be right in terms of your point saying that we may be the last person standing for funding. Because of the just reading through these submissions, there's a lot of jobs for nature. People asking for money through this long-term plan process, which is just unsustainable. It's quite a problem. But what I wanted to really know in your submission, obviously you're strongly advocating for the biodiversity fund that we're looking at creating, and also to keep the funding levels about the same. But if we had this extra money, how will we dish out that funds to see the best impact? Because I don't want to necessarily see it as being a spending plans. I want to actually sort of maybe see how we can see things happen on the ground. Are you going to be working with others, or do you think there's a way that we can get that out the door?
We think the best use for the funding as the top priority would be the landscape scale strategy for weed control and implementation of that, because that doesn't exist on Banks Peninsula already. There's already pretty good landscape scale focus on animal pest control. With weeds, there isn't, so to complement the animal pest control, it'd be really good to have something around weeds and be coordinated so that any investment that happens at any time is not, wasted in the future.
Seems to me that the key thing is to keep supporting the programs that are in place now, because to not support them means that progress that's been made will be lost, particularly pest control. So just keep growing and they keep breeding, and if you stop it, then they just simply come back. So that would be my suggestion in terms of at least maintaining those key programs that are in place now.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that segues quite nicely into what I was going to ask is, so you specifically suggested that we should continue to fund the Waitaha Impact Fund and zone committees, or the zone committee of that money. But if we were to focus on making biodiversity funding available, but look for more efficient ways of delivering that funding, which would suit what you just said in terms of focusing on those groups that are already doing the work. And so the dollar we might present to those groups might
generate $1.50's worth of action rather than zone to me with funding, as an example, which is about 10 cents in the dollar ratepayers made. Would you amend your position, I guess, and say, look, as long as there's access to funding, and NCAM is trying to pick the most efficient way of getting that money to deliver biodiversity outcomes, would you support that, or are you specifically want to support some of our existing funding options?
Happy to answer that. I think the reality is there's a lot of partnership work going on across the Banff Peninsula now. So we work with the Banff Peninsula Conservation Trust. They do things that we don't. We assist them in terms of their activity. There's a lot of landowners, particularly who are conservation focused, if you like, who are investing their time and money in delivering pest control. Pig control, for example, is a good example of that. So there is quite a lot of efficiency around that now. So it's really a case of, I guess, from an operational perspective, looking at those programs that are in place now and ensuring that they continue to get funded, and to assist where you can with it, to sort of bring more funding to the party, if you like, because you may have access to that through government parties that we don't have.
But if I may, Madam Chair, just to be clear, so you are saying you support the concept of coordinating the approach to how we fund these things to ensure that we are funding the right organisation.
I would, sorry, Sheldon. We support both approaches. So one is a targeted rate, the other one is a general rate funded thing. Targeted rate, like the biodiversity and bank and which is about supporting those already existing well-coordinated things that can do things really efficiently. It doesn't mean we wouldn't want to have the Waitaha White Impact Fund and the Zone Community Action Plan budget to reduce, because that's helping other people who won't benefit from the other fund necessarily. So if you have a landowner on Banks Peninsula who's got a waterway and they want to do a project, well, the biodiversity funding for the whole of Banks Peninsula is going to be quite landscape scale. It won't necessarily help that particular landowner with the project. So we want to reduce their opportunities with it as well. So we want both.
Yeah, I'm interested to know from what opportunities that you see for the work that you're doing, and perhaps that you're also aware of for your partners that you collaborate with. Is there a lost opportunity out there? Is there an absence of funding to do more, or actually, if we can just keep going at the sort of pace we are, we'll get there. We'll achieve these landscape scale projects. We're on track and we're going there. Or do we need to actually do a step change in the amount of effort which takes dollars being realistic?
I think a key point would be things that are happening now, like the pest-free Banks Peninsula, are going well, but we don't have something similar for weeds. So if we could have the weeds controlled in a similar collaborative and coordinated fashion to go alongside the pest control, it would all work together really well.
Just one more correct, Councillor Edge.
Just related to that, our Canterbury Regional Pest Management plan is being reviewed up for review about 2027. It doesn't really have a lot of significance in terms of local site-specific pest management. It's to do mainly with the productive sector, but also nationally support weeds. Do you think that this is time for us, when we review that document, to include a broader range of pest management related to the sorts of things that you were talking about here?
I'm sure there would be.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Shelley and Paul, for taking the time to come in and present on Rob Donald Banks Peninsula Trust. I did look at you, Shelley, and thought I should know you, but I thought I might have just seen you at a previous submission. So thank you very much for that. Our next presenter is Lin Roberts. And for those of you with hard copies, page 292 or digital 290 on the digital one document there. Good afternoon, Lynn. We've got 5 minutes or so to speak, and it's a 10-minute slot. So, depending on how long you speak for, will be how long we've got for questions. But thank you very much, and you can start when you're ready.
Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to your deliberations. As a couple of speakers back outlined, we are facing a range of interlinked crises, and just a brief background of how I've been involved in those. I have a PhD in zoology, and after that I spent time in science and research, public policy, management, governance, business consulting, and academia. And in the public policy area, I was 8 years as senior management manager, then at the responsibility across climate change. I think I was managing the very first climate change policy elements we had in the country. Biodiversity, exotic species, GMOs, waste, etc. And in teaching, I've taught for about 15 years in leading sustainable enterprises at the University of Canterbury, and most recently I've been a senior lecturer in sustainability and environmental management at Lincoln University. So really that's just to summarise that for the last 30 or 40 years I have been immersed in the science, the data, the practical implementation, the policy development, and the protest actions around how we respond to these major issues that we are facing. And the previous speaker mentioned climate change and biodiversity challenges. I'd also add social inequality as one of the major challenges that we face, which is impeding our ability to act on the other two. So I really just want to strongly endorse your focus on climate change and biodiversity, and providing access to public transport, which will help reduce emissions while also improving equity and transport access. I particularly commend, despite the title of your document that seems to suggest a short-term self-interest focus in terms of what will it cost, that you are taking a much longer-term view and thus avoiding the common council and government practice of favouring short-term benefits of lower rates, which simply passes so much cost onto future generations. You have the rest of my comments there, so I'm happy to be open to any questions.
All right, there are questions. Councillor Spriggs?
Right, Emily, but I just wanted to actually say I enjoyed reading the submission, and I just wanted to sort of say, it's not actually a question, but I just wanted to say that you're the only one that I've read so far that linked human health to public transport, so I just wanted to say thanks for that, because that's something that's quite important in writing on the topic.
The link. Make sure that getting around our city is possible regardless of your income and in a way that is low emission.
So we'll start with Councillor Reid.
Thank you. In your submission, you mentioned about combining for community preparedness and response to hazards, actually combining options 1 and 2, whereby we ramp up the effort, but we use more borrowing, I think, or I don't know if you're looking at more borrowing or extending the period of time over which we borrow to enable us to do more currently, but with a view to the long-term future. But could you just explain a bit more about how you see that? Because sometimes I hear the concept of borrowing as being actually you're sort of borrowing if we're off the cost now and you're passing it down the line. So how do you see that?
I was just wanting to reinforce the need for taking action now, not deferring action, and just looking at different ways in which that could be funded. But we do need to act now. The further longer we put off all these things, the worse the trouble we face. I also, just picking up other comments, I didn't notice anything about enviro schools, but I would very strongly endorse that, having been involved in admittedly master's level environmental education for some decades. The importance of, it was certainly one of the challenges I found in teaching MBA students who were usually mid-career business people. One of the first assignments I used to give them was to pick an environmental issue, climate change, water pollution, soil loss, whatever, and look at how it relate, what the data was and how it related to business. And the response I frequently got was, I didn't know. I'd been looking at business pages or the this or the that and had not noticed. It was just outside my scope of interest to be aware how big these changes were and how critical they were for business, quite apart from the rest of society. And I think the whole issue of what paradigm we have, environment, Whakatau has been really good over the last 20 years nearly of surveying public attitudes. One of the other things I was involved in over my research years was this book on the nature of well-being in terms of what are the ways in which nature's ecosystem services contribute to the well-being of New Zealand and New Zealanders. Up to now, available. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Edge.
Just really picking up on Councillor Southware's comment about borrowing, and particularly looking at your commentary on community preparedness in response to hazard, where you're suggesting a combination of options 1 and 2, service delivery equal to option 1, ratepayers option 2, and the balance being met through borrowing, debt financing, so that the intergenerational piece is delivered, and that's yeah. So that's
yes. Thank you.
Is there any more questions for Lin?
Didn't notice any specific discussion of this, but one of the most recent pieces of research the PhD I supervised was on comparing Christchurch and Melbin in terms of their progress towards becoming water sensitive cities, and in terms of the extent to which the natural role of water and 4 or 5 waters, rainwaters, groundwater, etc., are built in, and in the particular role of bringing the public along with you in terms of the discussion about, I think, one thing that has been steadily increasing over recent years is public engagement in biodiversity restoration projects, things like that, adoption of streams as a section of the Hampton. A lot of it is a way in which the citizens get to express their commitment and their interest and their connection to nature and sense of place that they come from having healthy ecosystems in their local environment. And so strongly endorse activity that gives extra bang for buck of those groups, because many of them cannot continue without at least a little seed funding. But that then has a really strong multiplier function, both in terms of action on the ground, but also in terms of civic engagement and pride.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Being no further questions, well, thank you very, very much for taking the time to come and present this afternoon. Right, we have Meg Gordon and the CE, Jeff. Would you like to come first? No. So I'm sure you're familiar, Dan, with the procedure here. we've sort of got a 10-minute slot and you can fill it up with as much talking as you want, but that probably cuts down question time. So we'll take the papers as read. I'm sure that that's the standard. So when you're ready, we'll press the button at the end.
Firstly, Chair, Claire, councillors, thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. With me is our council chief executive, Jeff Millwood. So probably just to start with it, our district's a fast growing district, Waimakariri. We're peri-urban with a significant, highly productive agricultural sector in our rural portion, which I probably don't need to tell Chair Claire, who lives right in the heart of that. Our estimate resident population of the district is over 17,000 and projected to reach over 100,000 by 2043. Our council very much values the working relationships we have with Environment Canterbury at all levels, and we appreciate the support we receive to better our district and our communities. I especially enjoy the working relationship I have with Chair Peter, along with your council colleagues and Chief Executive Stephanie and your team. We have 7 matters that we'd like to comment on within the draft long-term plan, and I'm just going to summarise those rather than going through all our points. But just firstly, regarding the proposed rate increase for 24-25 for LTP Year 1, we understand the importance of addressing urgent work, but what we would like to suggest, and we appreciate both Claire and Grant coming to a couple of workshops with my colleagues, we'd like to suggest that perhaps there are alternative funding options which could be explored. One such option could be refinancing and extending current and future debt repayment timeframes. This could be a way of reducing the sharp rate increase this year and perhaps in future years. Additionally, this approach we feel may address intergenerational equity. For example, with our council, on major projects, we do take out loans over an extended term of up to 25 years to ensure affordability for our ratepayers, but also intergenerational equity. And I can see that there is some attempt at that through, we have seen that through what you're proposing in your LTP, but it also mentions that that debt is intended to be repaid within 10 years, and perhaps we submit that we think that time frame may be too short, and you've got long life assets which you can get benefits well beyond the lifetime period for the current ratepayer base. It also would comply with the Local Government Act of 2002 and allow for a slower pace of repayment. It's a way of reducing the rating import impact. I don't want to sit here and lecture you on that, that's your choice at the end of the day, but we're just suggesting it might be a way of reducing some of that impact. Our council, number 2, our council is supportive of the transition from traditional flood protection to a holistic whole of river approach to waterways management, which is outlined in your infrastructure strategy. We consider that this provides co-benefits for climate change adaptation and Indigenous biodiversity protection and restoration. It is also consistent with traditional iwi and Māori viewpoints and positions established in both councils through our own natural environment strategy and the Canterbury Region's Climate Change Partnership Plan and the Blue-Green Infrastructure Network aspirations. At this point, I'd like to mention the joint work that's been undertaken at a national level and the co-investment model with government, and that's the document called Before the Deluge. We see this work as critical. I'd like to especially acknowledge the work that ECAN has played in this, and I know Chair Peter has been very active at a national level. I'll try and get that over the line. It's an excellent piece of work. I'd like to commend ECAN for the role that you've played in it. Number 3, the council supports the lead role ECAN has in coordinating climate action across the region through the Mayoral Forum and climate change working in reference groups culminating in a climate change partnership plan. As the chair of this working group, providing specialist climate advice data and resources to help inform the work of smaller local authorities is a cost-effective and efficient way of providing support. And I'd like to acknowledge Deputy Chair Craig's role as Deputy Chair of this group. As we know, climate change doesn't recognise traditional territorial boundaries, so working together on a planned action is really important, and I'm hoping through our LTP processes that the work streams that we have proposed and worked on together are successful, including the funding partnership, so we can continue to work together in that space. Number 4, we also support the Urge Environment Canada to prioritise its flood resilience and hazard protection works. Our council agrees it's necessary to improve existing flood resilient measures. However, the preferred option, option 2, reduces the number of capital projects to deliver this and delivers it over a slower period of time for affordability reasons. We would prefer option 1, and that's our submission to you. And our calculations, looking at what's summarised, it's around $5 extra per property, and we think that that spend is worthwhile in order to achieve those lasting gains for any district like our own and yours. When we've experienced flooding issues, that money is a small amount compared to providing that overall resilience. So we would urge you to reconsider that and look at option 1. Fifthly, we would like to work together on a river racing review for the Waimakere district and to discuss the timing, and thanks Ian for the connections we've had with regards to that. We think that that would also align with the review that we are planning to have of our own water, wastewater and drainage schemes for the next long-term plan. Number 6, we support ECAN's preferred PT option 1 as it delivers on the PT future business case in the agreed time frame, and will improve PT and the support growth in the Greater Christchurch area. We note some concerns that we have in there, and just around some of those costs, and perhaps we also would suggest that ECAN give serious consideration to increasing the portion of gearbox recovery to supplement this increase in cost. I remember when I was involved in the early workshops on this, it did have a study there that made it clear that actually it wasn't the cost that was the issue, it's frequency, it's getting to the right places that was the main issue for people. There are a lot of people that live in my district and our district that don't use PT, but they do see the benefit of having it there. So increasing that portion of user pays, we think, would be worthy of consideration and something that we would support. Number 7, and probably one of our more important points, is something around our Kaiapoi River. Our council continues to have concerns around the navigation and safety of the river. The river is a popular destination for our communities, and we would urge ECAN to consider raising its level of service to protect our users. We'd also like to draw attention to the build-up of silt, which is also posing a navigational hazard to river users. Some years ago, our council spent well over $1 million to undertake dredging works to improve our marina area. We wouldn't want to see this work being undone, and the vision that we have for the marina as part of Kaiapoi's future development, which is important to our district. And I'd just like to draw your attention to one of, in your summary on page 30, talks of your objectives, what we do and why. And one of them states to deliver harbour master services to enable navigation for commercial vessels in our harbours and to keep our recreational boating safe on the region's waterways. So I just want to draw your attention to that in relation to the Kaiapoi River because of its importance to our district, but also to ensure that it's safe for the reasons outlined. Just in closing, I'd like to acknowledge your Chief Executive in particular. I sit on the RMA reference group, and I appreciate the intelligence and thoughtful contribution that Stephanie makes to that. It's my only wish that perhaps some of her very excellent contributions had been taken up by previous government, because it would have made a much better piece of legislation. However, we'll look forward to the future and see where we get to with the new government and what they're proposing. But I just wanted to make it clear that Stephanie's contribution was highly valued and appreciated by all on that trip. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Dan. I have a couple of questions, please. Councillor Edge, Councillor McKenzie.
Thanks, Dan, for your submission. I just want to pick up on the Kaiapoi River comments that you've got there. It did remind me of the work that you were doing in about 2017 with the joint Waimakere and Kaiapoi River Rehabilitation Working Party. I'm just thinking, is that something that might be useful to actually pick up on that again?
I would agree, Councillor Edge, and thank you for that. We would like to have discussions about how we can work together and continue to work together. We've got a lot of visibility on that river and its importance. And we want to make sure that the natural values are protected, but also the ability to use it's enhanced. As you know, it's been an issue. You may know it's been an issue we've raised in most of our submissions. There's a general frustration from some of our elected members around that. So I'm raising that here today. So I think it's a chance to reset that relationship and see if we can get it on a footing that we're working together, because it's important to our district. It's a jewel, in my view. The Kaiapoi River is an absolute jewel in our district's crown, and we want to see it looked after.
McKenzie.
Thanks, Claire. Mayor Dan, I've got two questions. So one was you talked about borrowing, and I recognise your advice that we should borrow for the length of the project. The significant amount of our borrowing is putting in place environmental plans which relate for as long as the current government. So that's I'd be interested to know whether you've got a view on borrowing for that. And the other thing is you talked about the option one for flood resilience as opposed to option two, because you would rather we get on and do the work. And you talked about flooding costing $5 a property. Two components to the question around this. One is that across the whole of the region or just the Waitaha district? And secondly, do I take it that when you're talking about $5 a property, you're putting a plug in for a UAGC to help fund this work rather than doing it under the current capital value basis?
I'll be careful what I walk into there, Councillor McKenzie, but thank you. Look, on a principle basis, looking at the plan, seeing an extra $5 to enhance that and protect our district, we absolutely 100% support. I don't want to walk into the UAGC argument. We have that our own, but we do at times. But it's a significant challenge to us when we have flooding events. And I just want to acknowledge that when we do, that work that we work across for our TAs and that critical information that comes from ECAN is really appreciated. I often sit in the control area, and we rely on that advice very heavily. So, you know, when we've had rivers which are about to breach, it's a pretty scary situation for anyone to be in. So any work that protects that is absolutely critical. Around the debt, I'm not clear on all the work program you've got. What we're suggesting, I don't want to lecture you on that either, is just how we operate, and we find that that's a way of helping reduce that impost and keeping our rates at perhaps a lower level. I don't know if you want to add anything, Edgy.
I think you raised the point about operational spend versus capital spend. What we looked at across our accounts, and it's just a suggestion. So things like this budget and operational spend that you're going to do about once every 10 years for the solar systems. And so that's basically good budget over that 10-year period. I think staff, when they approach staff, I think the responsibility that you did over 10 years after the plan. Some of the works that, and
this doesn't go to all councillors, and that's why it's just a suggestion. So average life of the assets is 25 years. We take out loans, we take it out over a 25-year period. And what it does is it spreads that cost out. When the cost or the depreciation of the asset, and if you're funding that depreciation, that's over the life of that project asset. By taking out a loan over a longer period of time, it will spread that cost over future generations as well, and so that doesn't just the current generation just doesn't get that debt. And so that's where it comes to focus. Just to try and review those spends, not just the capital spends, but the operational spends, see if there's anything that could be extended out.
Okay, I'm just conscious we've got one more speaker to speak before afternoon tea break, right? So we're cutting into our time, and I'm more than happy to let the district that I represent be here, but I don't think that's probably fair and equitable. We do have Councillor Swiggs in Karakia.
My question was related to what McKenzie said. Well, I do have one more, but that's for another time. But congratulations, by the way.
Kia ora, Dan. Yep, Nami. Hey, thanks for this submission. Actually, I'm a true advocate of intergenerational equity because, you know, obviously trying to do it all at once has real issues around rates and all of that sort of thing that can't vary. I was interested around your flood protection. You've identified the community funding reductions, resource consent process and all that. I've got two questions around just sort of trying to get some line of sight. The Kaipoi River. So you spent $1 million on it. And then were you actually, did I hear that you were advocating for possibly a return to the Kaipoi port becoming commercial port again?
No, it's a marina we have now. Thank you for that. No, it's a marina. Do you have something else you want to add, and I can give an answer if you like. Yes.
The services that Council can provide at the moment, compared to what you actually believe, has there been work done? I know Councillor Edge there, as it was probably intimating that as well. But is there work being done on that exactly? You know, how much of the population is actually using the river? You know, marina, all of that.
There is there's a lot of aspiration about what might achieve there, right? And the marina has a lot more activity, and we have a lot more boats coming in and using it as a base. It'd be fair to say that there's, between the level of service that we expect versus where ECAN's sitting, there's a difference, right? So I think the suggestion is Councillor Edge put of let's reset our working group and see where we get to and see if we can achieve a joined up aspiration, because it's important to us. We've spent a lot of money with respect to Kaipoi regeneration. We want to see, particularly post-earthquake, really do want to see that take off as we think it can do. There's a lot of activity happening on the river with rowing boats, you name it, not only recreational use, but for sporting, and then obviously the pleasure craft that comes in. We think there's a lot of, and the River Queen, which has become a real attraction. So there's a lot of things happening there. We just want to make sure that it's safe for the use, and not putting people at risk. But I think the way forward has been suggested for us is a good one, which is let's get together and have a further conversation, see where we get to, and develop that partnership further.
Final one is that the RPS. Yeah. And so I'm just interested actually because when we look at the consultation process for the RPS, are you aware about the mana whenua aspirations for what they actually require in the RPS? Interesting because there's two hui actually that are going to take place exactly around the RPS with mana whenua across 10 whakatau rinanga of in the Eastern Takiwa. So are you aware of what Tuahuriri aspirations or actually diamond stuff is?
Thank you for that question. Yes, we are, and we've been working with Ngāi Tuahuriri for a number of years to get to this point where kāinga nohonga can be recognised. We've put significant resource into our own budgets, into our district plan to achieve those aspirations. We 100% support them, and we keep in touch with Tanya and Maddie on those. If there's a different, if perhaps that's flexed a bit, I know our chief executive keeps in regular contact as well, so we'll make sure that prior to getting into the RPS that we are on the same page. But as my understanding is around the aspirations for descendants to return and to be able to use the land as was intended by Kent's deed, we support that, and we've also put funding in our budgets to enable the development, find a pathway for those development contributions to be waived in order that we can help see those aspirations achieved, because it's important that that's recognised.
Thank you. Yes. No. Yes.
Really super quick, basically. I know you highlight how effective, efficient community action, funding community action is, and I think that's in the context of value of nature and biodiversity. And so, can I take it from that? You don't explicitly state it, but that you would be looking to support our option 1 for the environmental regulation and protection, which lifts up a bit, gives a bit more to that community action, as opposed to option 2, which was our council's third.
Yes, we do, and so we are supportive of that. Look, we've started to we've been looking at our own position and where we're positioned in that space in and around partnership with ECAN. There's a wonderful opportunity that came up a few years back. We bought a large parcel of land on Lineside Road, sometimes affectionately called as Lake Lineside. But the late Michael Blackwell very strongly advocated for our council to make that purchase in order that we could hopefully find a partnership with Environment Canterbury, but also with Ngāi Tuahuriri on that future aspiration and recognising the biodiversity values that could be there and linking that and protecting that. But we're ambitious and our own plan has that, so anything that supports that in that direction we do want to work in partnership on, because it's important for our futures.
Thank you. Look, I'm just really conscious, guys, that we've got a break before 3:30. We've got another presenter, so I'm going to have to close. Sorry, me, Dan, and Jeff, thank you very much for coming in this afternoon and presenting. Thank you. Thank you. So we've got Maddie Jardine, am I saying that right in the room? We've not got Maddie. Yep. Okay. I think you're probably
Kia ora. Kia ora koutou. My name's Maddie. I am a resident of Ōtautahi, born and bred here, almost the median age of the population of Ōtautahi, not quite. And I care a lot about the proposals for the public transport and biodiversity. I think I kept my submission pretty vague. I don't pretend to be an expert. My background of work and study has been in veterinary science and ecology, and I run or am part of a small group that has started running a trapping backyard trapping group in St Albans, so in the central city. So I'm very conscious that you're probably starving and ready for a break. But in terms of biodiversity, my thoughts on how much money to pour into it basically echo those of other groups that have presented today, like Estuary, Waitaha, and Banks Peninsula. So we can all probably agree on that we live in an amazing part of New Zealand and the world. It is a biodiversity hotspot, and I support the council's work that has tried to enhance the protection of our local endemic ecosystem so far. I'm absolutely in support of a green, livable city, which is what the council has mentioned in the long-term plan, and advocates for all goals relating to climate resilience, protecting and regenerating the environment, and that's especially the indigenous or endemic environments. Water bodies and tree canopy apply to all of Banks Peninsula, including the Port Hills, as well as urban Christchurch. I'm in support of strategy documents that have been pumped out by Ōtautahi Climate Resilience Strategy, Ōtautahi Urban Forests Plan, Te Pātaka o Rākai Hautu, Banks Peninsula Community Law Plan 2023 and to 2025, and the Whakaora the Harbour Plan. I'm in support of the Council's continued provision of the Christchurch Biodiversity Fund, and as for protecting the high value biodiversity on private lands. However, that is probably understandably got quite a high demand, and I think we might need to think about enhancing that. I'm concerned about the proposed removal of the Environmental Partnerships Fund and the negative impact that will have on the conservation outcomes and obviously the future generations of people that live here. I'm concerned that the 21 partner Port Hills focused Te Kakahu Kahukura program will lose funding at a time when it is most needed. I was brought up in at the bottom of Kashmir Hill, and we've seen kōtare or kingfishers come into my parents' garden, which is amazing, just in the last 24 months, and they've actually nested there as well. So I really want to, I can't see how the biodiversity initiatives, the reasoning for them to be funded less than they are now. It needs to definitely be the same and preferably much more. So yeah, and it was interesting hearing about the pests in the city and on Banks Peninsula, obviously not just being animal pests we commonly hear about in the media, but also the weeds. So I'm in support of the continuation of money towards groups that would help to reduce the impact of pest organisms, whether they be plants or animals. I noted in your, one of your long-term aspirations is accelerate the regeneration of the natural environment, and I think the word accelerate is an important one when we're considering how many resources we should be putting into these initiatives. And I think the status quo isn't quite enough, and if you want to accelerate, then we definitely need to put more funds into that. With transport, I really would love our local government to be bold and not wait for central government and their uncertainty to, make decisions. Again, you've said historically we've underinvested in public transport, so I just really want to empower you all to change that and not continue to underinvest in public transport. I did a little survey of my own colleagues. There's about 10 of us, I think, that were working at the clinic I work at the time. 50% of them live within 1 to 5 kilometres of our work building. and none of them use the buses to get to work. The main barrier for using the buses was reliability, and that's, I can back that up with anecdotal evidence. I do use the buses on a regularly, and you do have to have time to allow for the lateness or the just absence of a bus. There was also 30% of my respondents said they just didn't like using buses, and I think that you know, work could be done there to help improve the relationship that people do have with buses in Christchurch. When I lived overseas, buses were a mainstay for getting around cities that were a similar size to Christchurch. They were easy to use. An example of that was just being able to pay by PayWave, for example, which still can't do here, still can't do in Auckland either. And I think that's just a really easy to, I know it does require money to put in that infrastructure, but to me, that's just a real no-brainer, especially in an era where we're using cash less and less. It's got to be easy for people to make that switch from private transport to public transport. The main barrier to my colleagues getting on a bike to work was safety. So we've seen, and I have experienced, a feeling of being unsafe on a bicycle in Christchurch. We've got some amazing cycleways, and I absolutely support installing more of those. But yeah, there's still more work to be done there. And there was a small number of respondents in my survey, 10%, said they had no easy access to a bus stop. So that's probably a reflection of the city spreading out sideways, and the infrastructure isn't quite keeping up with the urban sprawl. So please,
I just got a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, PayWave on buses and more routes and more frequency and more reliability that comes through this plan, and also the PayWave stuff will happen by the end of sometime in the near future anyway. That's coming, so there you go. But one thing I wanted to ask you was, are you making a submission to the City Council? Because the first line here is the public transport infrastructure and Whakatau is critical. That comes in two parts. You've obviously got the service, which we operate, and then you've got the infrastructure, which the City Council does. Are you making a submission to them to say, make sure that you're doing public transport infrastructure alongside each other?
Yeah, I'm intending to.
Oh, kia ora anō koutou. Thanks, Claire, for that sharing the last session. Really good. And another lot of interesting submissions. So looking forward to another session here. I know we've got Ken Pauling, so welcome to the table, Ken. Looking forward to hearing your submission. As you've heard, 10 minutes sort of slot. Speak for as long as that as you want, but that means questions might not be as long. But we'll throw the floor over to you when you're ready, and we're looking forward to it. So kia ora, Ken.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to make a submission on your long-term plan. During my working life, I spent 27 years as a stormwater engineer for the City Council, working on stormwater quality and quantity issues in Christchurch's rivers and streams. So I consider I know what I'm talking about. My submission is made under the heading Environmental Regulation and Protection. In a period of only half my lifetime today, Environment Canterbury has presided over the disastrous deterioration in the state of our region's rivers and streams in terms of both water quantity and water quality. I remember taking my two children when they were small to, sorry, I should have put my glasses on before. I remember taking my two children when small regularly during summer to bathe at Coes Ford in the Selwyn River. Now the condition of Coes Ford is so appalling that I wouldn't allow my dog, if I had one, to enter the water if there was any water there, that is. It pains me to have to say this, but you should be deeply ashamed of yourselves to have sat idly by while irreversible changes like this have occurred. That's all I've got to say. Are there any questions?
Got it, Ken. Any questions for Ken? Yeah, Graham.
Thanks, Ken. And I think a lot of us are aware of the situation that we're in and the degradation of our environment. That's why I'm here, to try to step things up if I can. I noticed that you're a couple of things. You're suggesting that more spending is required on biodiversity, presumably water quality issues as well. But also you're supportive of the targeted rate for biodiversity related to Karakia City and Peninsula. Would you like to say any more about
that? No, just yeah, I did make a short submission on the biodiversity, and as you say, I support the more spending in that area.
Kia ora, Vicky. Your question?
Yeah, thank you. Given your background and area of expertise, what do you have some specific things that we should be looking to do now? Obviously, we are where we are. So, what actions would you propose that should be taken now?
Yeah, I thought about that a bit. Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm afraid the changes are irreversible in many respects, particularly the location like Coes Ford. But just in general terms, I'd support more spending on to ameliorate the condition of our rivers and streams. To spend more.
Any other questions from councillors? Hey, thank you, Ken. Having worked with you in the past with City Council stormwater stuff, I know that your expertise there. I was just going to say there are some work that, as part of our long-term planning work around the Waikiri, the Selwyn in particular, working with Selwyn District Council and others on work around Silver Stream and wetlands and other things. So there are things we are trying to do in collaboration with others. So I have some hope for those things and know that the money that we are doing through this long-term plan will go towards trying to help that. So thank you. Kia ora, our next. Oh yeah. Well, it's not your turn. Oh, yeah. Gert, if you're online, if you could turn your camera off for a second, you won't then appear at large on our screen in the room. But when it's your turn, we'll definitely get you to turn your camera back on. Is that okay? If you can hear me? Good. Try our best. Kia ora. So next up, we've got David and Adele from Hawthorne Residents Association. So welcome up. So for those of you that are following the pages, it is on page 328 where it starts. Again, as you've heard, 10-minute slot, 5 minutes roughly to present, and anything left for questions, and we can go over if it's getting interesting. Hand over to you, David.
I'm not sure how to respond to that. Tēnā koutou, so I'm David Hawke, Treasurer of Hawthorne Residents Association, and with me is Adele Gerrards, who's our new secretary. So she'll be the person who's taking over these sorts of jobs of presenting to various councils in the future. So thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. So rather than going through our submission point by point, the approach we thought we'd take is actually to see how your draft long-term plan matches up against the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan as a way of buttressing the arguments in our submission. So you'll be well aware that you can prepared or help prepare and signed up to deliver. And so we think about the context of Hallswell. Some of you, I don't know who wouldn't be aware of this, but population of over 25,000. It's bigger than Ashburton, about the same size as Rolleston. Also remembering that Hallswell is largely recent, so should, in inverted commas, have benefited from up-to-date ideas on what makes good, sustainable urban planning. So under the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan, Opportunity 6 talks about prioritising sustainable and accessible transport choices. And in terms of where we're at now and the proposals in your draft long-term plan, we think there's a real mixed bag here. So one of the things that you're promoting is a turn up and go approach to public transport, which we in principle really like, but there are a couple of issues. One of the things about turn up and go is you need a bus stop. And for a large part of east and southeast Hallswell, there isn't one. There's no bus routes that's servicing that area. And secondly, if there is a bus stop, there's the issue of actually getting to it. Now, we well take the point that this is not your fault, shall we say, but it is actually a real impediment, and one of the earlier speakers spoke a bit about that today. So we go through a case study of Hallswell number 7 bus and someone trying to get to it 650 metres down the road. And that issue, as we explain in our submission, is really common. And your draft long-term plan actually doesn't really address those issues, even from the viewpoint of saying, well, we have to engage with other agencies to make some of these things like accessing bus stops a real something that's achievable. One of the issues that we think is that data collection that informs a lot of your decision making is misplaced, and we've said this for a long time, but we've not really heard any explanation as to why we might be mistaken, so we've had another go in our submission. One of the things, I guess, is that we are really frustrated at the way that the partner agencies in the Greater Christchurch Partnership fail to deliver what is actually laid out in the plans that they have all signed up to. And the approach we take in our submission is to argue that you should make provision in your draft long-term plan to begin the work required to move to an Auckland transport model for Canterbury. We do that with a rather heavy heart because that model has certainly a lot of issues of its own. But the way we see it, things can hardly be worse than they are at the present. So let's leave the bus behind, so to speak, and move to sustainability issues. And it's an area of increasing interest for us as an association, as new people are coming onto the committee and people like Adele are moving in as officers. In our submission, we explain deficiencies in the vision that you lay out and how it might be improved. We also lay out a more systematic approach to addressing sustainabilities that we would like to see you implement. But one of the things that's a bit more concrete, I suppose, is the natural environment and people's connection to it. So again, using the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan as our reference point, that's opportunities 1 and 3. And we are especially concerned about Huratini, the upper reaches of the Hallswell River, and the way it's basically treated as a drain. We don't see anything in the draft long-term plan that will actually do anything about that. It's about a 2-line reference to some work that was done back in 2019, but no, we'd love to be proved wrong, but no indication that we can see of actually doing anything about that. Part of the issue we think is that Huratini is right on the Christchurch city boundary, so City Council doesn't have the impetus to get involved like they do with Opawaho and Whakatau, the Heathcote and the Avon rivers. So it would be great to see something specific in the final version of the long-term plan that addresses these issues as they apply to Huratini, Hallswell River. So, thanks for listening. Kia ora.
Sure, David. Any questions for David and Adele? Pretty direct and challenging for us, so that's good. I mean, it's all pretty well laid out in your written submission, David. Diehl.
I actually do have one. Around your idea of the AT model that you're talking about, obviously it does have some challenges, and you lose all of the ability to sort of have a lot more engagement with communities to do at the moment. Would you advocate for that to be all roads, like an AT does all of the roads, all of the footpaths, everything, including public transport, or would you look at more of a public transport style AT where the public transport and infrastructure is more aligned?
I think we would go lock, stock and barrel. So there's probably a good chance for Adele to say something if she would like to add something in there, or would you, yeah, happy to let things sit. But you know, like if you think about transport, it's actually it's a whole picture, and dividing it up is a bit arbitrary, and you're always going to have issues around the edge, and actually bringing it together allows you to get away from those edge issues and those, you know, edges of authority and so on, and you know, like that comes up all the time in the things that ECAN does, whether it's transport or as we've just talked about with water quality.
Right. Just working out the buttons. So Adele Gerrards, yes, I think that we need to have infrastructure and transport combined under that. I don't think having the bus routes separate from the bus stops, having everything sort of separated is actually putting barriers in place that are not actually being addressed effectively. And I think if we just have better communication between the two parties, that would be fabulous. But otherwise, having one combined system would make more sense.
Got it. We've got questions now from Vicky, Ian, and Joe. We'll go to you, Vicky.
Just I was interested in the comment that you've made about ensuring that the our sort of measures are set up correctly. And we also saw a similar comment in another submission from a different area of town altogether. And I just wondered if do you have connection into our transport team to be able to put that, or is this your mechanism for doing so?
A bit of both. So Councillor Sweets arranged for, I can't remember, Stuart, yeah, to come along and talk to our residents group, which was really cool. Otherwise, Councillor Sweets is our comes to most of our meetings, and so he actually we get a lot of interaction through him. But so it's sort of yeah, these sorts of things. Plus, we have, as I say, we have Councillor Sweets, and he's arranged for people to come and talk to us. So that's basically the way we've worked with it.
Ian. Thanks, Greg. You made the comment you couldn't tell anything about the upper Portal River, and, but there is a small capital works program planned. So my question really is, do you think that wasn't sufficient, or did you not know that what the rerun that is? But I think it's investigation of flood storage basin options to attenuate flows and quickly catch the upper region.
No, we did miss that one, but just straight off the cuff, listening to that, one of the issues we really have with the way that it's treated is that it's treated as part of the drainage network rather than as an ecosystem with a whole lot of inherent values. And that we would really be quite keen to get some progress in that area.
If I may, just as a follow-up, perhaps one of the issues when Portal River rating district has is getting city council input. So maybe there's an option for you to talk to the city council about representing the interests, their interests, well, which is your interests on that topic.
We have one of our committee is on the I don't remember what you want is the drainage committee. Yeah, so is on the drainage committee. So Ross McFarlane, yeah. So he keeps us in the loop in that. But I mean, it's still the focus is as a drainage system rather than as something that's got value in its own right. Yeah.
It is something we're trying to address with all of our work around rivers and river resilience. So we're getting there. So do the City Council as well. But I agree. Sometimes that little bit at the top does fall through the cracks. That I know that myself. Joe.
Does the association have a position on the 5% rate for biodiversity in Christchurch?
We have stayed away from any discussion about rates because, and we deal with this with City Council as well, because we would, if we talked about rates, we would end up that's all we would talk about. So we have people on our association who would begrudge every cent, and there are other people in our group who wonder what all the fuss is about. So we would just, we're aware that there are financial implications, but we would rather focus on the issues themselves.
Right. Hey, thanks a lot again, David and Adele, for coming here to represent the Horseville Residents Association. Really appreciate you all the way you do it and the clear guidance you give us. So thank you. Yes. Next up, Luke. Welcome to the table. And I know we've got a few people online waiting as well, but we'll get to you in time. Gert, if you can hear me and you want to turn off your camera, that would be great. We've been getting some nice artistic images coming up on the screen. But that'd be great if you wanted to turn your camera off. So Luke, over to you. You've got 10 minutes, as you've heard, 5 minutes roughly, and some questions. So thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Mr. Chair. And kia ora, councillors. In my submission, I primarily focused on public transport. There are other groups and organisations which are better versed on the biodiversity and other natures that ECAN are responsible on. One of some bits and pieces that I wrote in my plan, also I note that I've borrowed part of my submission from Greater Otatahi. They're a local community group here in Otatahi. Implement a comprehensive driver training program focusing on smooth braking and acceleration and safe driving around cyclists. You may not think it's a big issue, but it is a big issue when you get on a bus and a driver accelerates and puts you on your butt while you're trying to find a seat. Collaborate with the City Council to better align public transport services, either with working more in that direct partnership that ECAN already has with the council, or looking at another model such as an Auckland transport model or a council controlled organisation. Continue to switch to electric buses. We know that this makes a difference in our community when we're not hearing buses roaring up and down streets at night. And also they are low emission, which is obviously better for our environment and keeps our carbon down. Allowing dogs on buses. This is a common thing overseas. Having spent 12 weeks over the last couple of years in Europe, being able to take pretty much whatever you want on a bus or a train. Over in Finland, people move houses using trains. They take all this stuff on a train and move homes. So it is possible. Looking at reintroducing commuter rail. This is obviously a really important thing to help keep our carbon emissions down. Why should one or two people get on a car to drive down to Dunedin when we have the rail infrastructure there? Admittedly, probably not at 100% capacity at the moment due to the weather and the underinvestment by previous governments, but it's really important that we look at commuter rail options. Explore the introduction of higher capacity buses on certain routes. So I live on the number 5 route, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there is no sitting room or standing room on those services because they are busy with school children on them. And it's obviously not a forethought that's been put in, given that there's only one bus on that route every 15 or so minutes. Investigate all-door boarding once NTS finally launches, whenever that is. I note that the introduction date of that has slipped from mid-2024 to the end of 2024, and there seems to be a lack of transparency around when that actually will come into effect. So I'd also encourage the council to work with Whakatau on being more transparent with the NTS release date and whatever they decide to call it. and potentially looking at exploring and co-funding the Central City Shuttle. With the amount of residents moving into the CBD, we need to look at ways that we can get people around. Bikes, walking, those are just two methods, but we should be encouraging people not to use their private vehicle to go to the supermarket when there are other options that could be explored, such as shuttles.
That is it. Got it, Luke. Thank you for that. Really specific stuff for us to consider. Any questions from councillors? Luke? Yep.
Have you made a submission to the city council about the shuttle? It was, my understanding is that the shuttle was sponsored by local central city business people. And that was a come to fruition. But have you explored that more with me?
I haven't submitted to the council specifically on the Central City Shuttle, but I have made a submission and plan on speaking to them about other matters as well. So that might be a suggestion for me to include in my submission to them when I make it verbal. One thing that I would say is, as a ratepayer, I would like to spend more rates on public transport. That might be a controversial matter for a lot of people who don't think there's money in public transport, but when you see the status of public transport and car ownership around the world, it clearly works overseas. We've had a serious lack of underinvestment, and you look at the GPS from the government that they've just released, there's a lack of investment in the South Island in general, but we need to be able to put their policies and objectives aside and focus on our own, and our own needs to be a future where we heavily focus on public transport.
Thank you, Luke. Like I said, really good submission in terms of how specific you've been about some of the programs. Some of them are addressed in the LGB, of course, and so hopefully you're obviously supporting them, so that's good. But those other things are things that we can think about as well. So, kia ora. Thank you. Our next submitter is Gert Van Cloister. Are you online, Gert? I know you were before. If you want to turn your camera on now and your speaker on, we'll get to you. Hopefully you're still there. Yep, great. Technology's almost, you're almost there. Are you there, Gert? Can you hear us? Whatever you did before was working. Yeah, there you go. Your camera's not great, but hopefully we can hear you. If you take your microphone off mute, you can do that. Yep. Oh, maybe the connection's not great there with Gert. Is it possible to? There it goes. Yep.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep, great. That's better. Happy if your camera doesn't work. That's fine. If you want to, yeah, really, just speak to us to make sure we can hear you, Gert.
Okay, and you've read my submission, and I'm quite frustrated with the workings from ICANN. I have tried to get 2 consents in the last 3 years, spent $30,000, and basically the way how you have to deal with ICANN people. Now, sorry, but I would check half of them, and then you've got straight away your savings too. I know it won't work, but I think you should go with a comb through all the services that ICANN is providing. When the rate increases from last year and projected increases for the next 3 years are ridiculous high. You can't do that. You send people over the wall, they go broke. Further, and I didn't put that in my submission, Meridian has called for a renewal of the consent for the dams. I'm not sure if it is going to be notified. I know they gave the Maoris or Runenga a big sum of money to buy their support. When I spoke about that on the liaison committee, what is his name? Jeff Page told me they don't want to talk to the liaison committee anymore because we put in a submission with QC Bruce Stevens 3 years ago. And I thought by myself that was quite cheeky because we should be able to support our course in respect to Meridian. Further, the consent cost, I think. Oh yeah, the submission paper. I have a problem with the submission paper. It is so a bit leading. It is based on towns putting in submissions. Like you asked for the Sullivan River, why not asking for every river in the district? Yeah, I have a problem with it.
Good.
Questions? Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Just checking that you'd finished. Wasn't quite sure. Yeah, I've got a question first up. Gert. I know that in your submission you said that you supported the targeted rate for Selwyn. Do you want to say anything more about that?
No, I think, look, I can't speak for the people in that area, but if I look at our Waitaha River, I have no problem to have a targeted rate. I think it should be wider supported and not only to A and B classes. The benefits from a river like that are long and wide. I think the Waitaha River supports 80,000 hectares of irrigation or 70,000. I thought that the resource management act says who has benefit from the river should support the cost. On the moment, it is all the landowners that pay 60% of the, no, not 40% of the rates. Then there's 20% of additional rates, and then 40% is coming from Meridian. I've said already earlier to Meridian they should pay 60% because it is their tail race, it is not our tail race. If they can spend that sort of money on the Runanga, I don't know why they are so cringy when it comes to supporting of the tail race.
Thanks, Gert. I've got another question here.
Gert, it's Peter Scott. We've met Gert a couple of times. And I know that you've done good work down there on the Cashman Creek on the Waitaha. The point did you make a point in your submission regarding the rating review that was going to happen down there? Have you made that point?
Yep, it was said, we asked for that 3 years ago, and up to now nothing has happened, and my understanding is it is now 28 that the rating review will happen.
I'm not sure on the answer to that. Maybe somebody else can answer that, or maybe I need to communicate with you again, Gert, or come and see you about that, see where that's at.
Any questions from councillors? No, I think that's all the questions we have, Gert. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for making technology work.
I want to say one other thing. I support the submissions from the independent irrigators to Liz Soul and also Sandy Cameron.
Thanks, Gert. That's noted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good time.
Good luck.
Thank you. Have we got Christine online? Okay.
Yes, you do. I will turn on my camera.
Kia ora, Christine. Thanks, Councillor Robinson. And just to note, I know people in the room that you've been here waiting. We are a little bit behind, so just bear with us if that's okay. Thank you, Christine. So welcome. Great to have you here. Councillor Robinson just said she's going to step back from the table from this one. That's all good. We'll give you 10 minutes. Away you go.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to the submission made on behalf of Maui and Hector's dolphin defenders, which I assume you've all read. I won't repeat our submission, but we'll speak further to it, starting with a question for you all to ponder. If you could save a species, would you? Because you can. Our call that ECAN Protect Hector's Dolphins through its regional coastal plan now has 4,441 signatures, and we know that it will grow to 10,000, 20,000 more as hectares continue to be killed in Canterbury waters. Think of the female Hector's dolphin, the mother, now ascribed the title of H330, and her female calf, still suckling, called H331. On 21st of February this year, they were swimming together with their pod, catching fish in Pegasus Bay. They were both healthy dolphins, with a loving bond between them. The calf had recently fed from her mum. They were caught in a trawl net. The thin nylon net entangling their bodies cut through their fins as they fought to escape. But after up to 3 minutes of entanglement, they both drowned, killing not just this generation, but also the next. Think of the other 14 hectares dead in Canterbury waters since November last year. Think of the hundreds, maybe thousands killed before. And think of your power. You can stop Hector's dolphins being killed in Canterbury waters. And if not you, then who? If you don't review and update your regional coastal plan urgently, more dolphins will continue to die as a result of inaction. So again, if you could save a species, would you? Because you can. The regional coastal plan is already hopelessly out of date and it's overdue a review. And I know from my time as a councillor and Deputy Chair of the Auckland Regional Council that there will always be competing priorities. And I know that ECAN is facing many environmental pressures. But the last long-term plan allocated funding for the coastal plan review. You now need to deliver. Don't let the nirvana of perfection prevent you from making a start. As scientists warn us about the pressures facing New Zealand marine mammals, the politics of compromise can be insidious and undermine actions needed urgently. It's crucial that biological viability remains a core, non-negotiable goal. There is a risk that a quest for holism may result in complexity and delay, so achievement of this ideal may need to be balanced with a need for urgency. And there is no issue more urgent than the need to protect Hector's dolphins. Start now. Scope out what a proper review of the coastal plan would look like, but let the scoping be aimed at progress, not paralysis. Make plans for proper engagement with stakeholders, including iwi, but let that engagement strengthen the process and build relationships, not stop the work that needs to be done to save hectares and their habitats. Start the urgent work now so you can be upfront with iwi and affected communities and see how customary rights and treaty interests might be recognised. But let that enable broad protection, not stop it, because you can save this species, and you must. We're in the midst of a biodiversity and climate change crisis, an extinction crisis, a meta crisis. Hector's dolphins are at the mercy of both what happens on the land as well as at sea. So don't trade off responding to land use pressures against what happens at sea. Your job is to be kaitiaki of the marine environment out to 12 nautical miles. Be that kaitiaki. I'm just about finished. For the sake of H330 and her calf H331, but for the sake of all the hectares out there now facing pointless deaths. You can save a species. ECAN, you can. Please do. Thank you.
Got it, Christine. Thank you for that. Have I got questions from councillors on this? I think the message is pretty clear, and as you'll know, Christine, we do have our integrated plan in the long-term plan proposals over the next few years. It is probably longer than you wish, and I think the message has been heard about doing that quicker, so that's something that we'll be deliberating on, so thank you.
Thanks very much for your time.
Okay, our next presenter, sorry, just want to get my sheet. Graeme, hold it. Welcome to the table. So this is submission 5650798, and it is on page 361. Councillors. And so you've got 10 minutes, 5 minutes roughly, if you want to speak for that long, and then we'll ask some questions. So kia ora. And just push your button again. Yeah.
Do I hold it down? No, there it is. Kia ora, councillors. Thanks for hearing us. My name is Graeme. I live at the Upper Selwyn Huts, and I've been on the Environment Canterbury River Rating Committee on the Selwyn for about 15 years.
my submission is that the people I've canvassed, the 150 people I've canvassed at the Upper Selwyn huts, are not unhappy about having their environment Canterbury rates increased if we see some results. Now, the sort of results we're looking for are a removal of the bank on the right-hand side, if you like, going towards the lake. That bank, the removal of that bank would relieve the pressure on the river as it's coming down to the lake when it's in flood, and relieve pressure opposite the Selwyn huts. Historically, the land that the water would flow across used to belong to a farm there. It now belongs to DOC, and I understand they are having, although the ECAN engineers are happy to have it removed, the DOC are having some difficulty saying that maybe it'll wash away plantings. But in fact, it may flood, it may be in flood once a year, and it only sits there for a couple of days. So it wouldn't affect them, but it would be a great relief in letting the river flow out to the sea. Furthermore, we would like to see a little more work done with removing of shingle from the river. I know it's costly, and I know it's not always wanted by businesses in town, but far better that it's removed and used rather than digging quarries here, there, and everywhere, and unnecessary when there's stones there galore. So the river used to look like this; it now looks like that, the river bed. Furthermore, just on the when the river comes up, there are signals telling people what the river level is. Further up, White Cliffs. Further down, not so much. But what we would like is another signal put in at the Main South Road, which would give us a lot more time to evaluate our position when the river comes up. We'd just like to know how it's going. Finally, I understand from possibly the chairman of this, Mr. Scott, that he expressed in November last year, maybe it's his opinion, but maybe it's the opinion of the whole regional council, that you want people, the settlement at the Selwyn huts, to be finite. And I want to know when you made that decision, or is that just something that come out as a wish list? That's all. Thank you.
Graeme, thank you. Peter, you happy to address that?
I don't think this is the right place to do that, because this is a submission process, but since you've asked the question, I will. And I've explained how that was noted in the Selwyn District Council paper, was the fact that Environment Canterbury saw the issue at the Selwyn huts as Selwyn's issue, and that Selwyn would decide what that was. There was no decision made at this council. It was a comment that I made in passing to Mayor Broughton that we supported what they were going to do. That was their decision, not my decision, not our decision. I said that we would support what they want to do because it's their decision.
Thanks, Chair Scott. Are there any other questions for Graeme? Ian? No? I mean, my question there, Graeme, was around, I know you said you support the Selwyn River targeted rate that we've got, and I understand that you said, yep, that would be good if we get the results that we want. So I think that's all noted. So yeah, unless there's any other questions from councillors. Yeah, Claire?
Thank you, through you, Chair. Just one question of clarity with regard to your around shingle removal. Are you talking about and you've made sort of looking around, trying to make a bit more space for the river, at the bottom end, as I understand it. Is that where the shingle is that you perceive you would like to see removed? Or, I mean, we understand there's other parts of the river.
Yes, it's all along the river really, but for us, I suppose, in the immediate vicinity of the huts, if shingle was removed there, that'd be great. There's also quite a build-up of shingle where the river meets the lake. So that, and what that does, it just stops the flow, the natural flow of the river into the lake.
The councillors, any more questions? Oh, Ian?
I do have a question, Graeme. We've had correspondence from a rowing club that rows gum just below your hut, and that's to do with shingle and digging the river. If that bank was to be taken down below Paddy's onto the top there, would that affect the rowing, the lower Selwyn, the rowing practice?
No, it won't. In fact, it's quite exciting that the rowing club are looking at building a clubhouse there, and we would support that. Removing the bank wouldn't change anything for them. In fact, if at the same time the river was widened slightly, they would, I understand, they would get, you know, a couple of boats side by side going up there. So yeah.
Oh, sorry, Graeme.
It's quite an exciting development with the rowing club down there. Yeah.
Well, I think that's all the questions we have. Thank you again for your presentation, and good, you know, for again being specific about some of those things that you'd like to see. Kia ora. Our next presenter, Julia. Yep, and you've got someone else with you. That's great. Come to the table. And we've just got a handout being given out to councillors at the moment as well. So Julia is from the North Canterbury Equestrian Advocacy Group, and the submission is page 367 of our papers. I'm not going to read the number thing. And as with our other presenters, you're welcome to introduce your companion as well there. And you've got 10 minutes, and we can go from there. So thank you, Julia. And just push your button, make sure the red light's on, and you're good to go.
The learning. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Scott, CEO, councillors for having us along to speak to our submission. Beside me is my daughter Dee. She's 12 years old. This is her first opportunity to speak. She's been on the journey with me, and I thought it was appropriate to bring Dee along to share. The North Canterbury Equestrian Advocacy Group, yes, it's a mouthful. The South Canterbury equivalent, we're a joined up voice, which is really exciting for horses. And I know you deal with a number of issues, but I wanted to take you to a space where the 3 regional parks that you manage, the public land that you look after, the rivers, the stop banks, they are a wonderful asset. On a journey of looking for access to 1,400 hectares of public land on the top of Mount Grey, Maungatiere, there's a section where you have to cross private land. And that conversation has led to me personally understanding that horse riders have a hard journey with respect to being included, equally considered, and it's now come to the point where this group has been formed to front foot conversations, to act as a conduit between regional, local councils, Department of Conservation, Ngāi Tahu, anyone, with land that recreational horse riders could possibly be included on.
We are so grateful for the places, the public places we're allowed to ride, and Eakin's role in creating some of them. The coastline is where I've learnt to ride and exercise my pony, and that means that I've been able to go on treks and been able to go out to the St. James. Here is some places we as riders love to go.
That's Mount Grey, that's the Kauai track, Waikuku Beach. Bainan's Break, St James Conservation Park, Kauai Shared Track, Lake Guyon, Littleton Kennedy's Bush, Hanma, Ashley Hub, Hanma, Waikuku, Whitebridge Gorge, Whitebridge Bridge, Pony Club, Browns, Mount Grey, St James with my family, Oxford, Okuku Pass, Hanma, South Canterbury, gravel roads. Gravel roads are the only place they can ride. The stark difference between North Canterbury opportunities and South Canterbury opportunities is a sad state of play. That would be one of my main messages today, is how do we get such a huge difference in opportunities? And Betty Ann, who is the South Canterbury chair, wished for me to pass on this message. Despite taking MPs for rides on horses before the prior election to show them where they can and can't ride, engaging with councillors, attending meetings, asking to be part of trail infrastructure, new builds with cycling and pedestrians, they don't get included. We have no safe, enjoyable track, trail, park, forest provision. It would be good to be considered or included alongside walkers and cyclists so we don't need to ride on dangerous roads. We are excluded from mostly all trails that are exclusively for walkers and cyclists, existing and new. Many river stop banks are closed to us, unlike other districts where they work really well for horse riders. We are also excluded from the only enjoyable and safe beach to wade and swim horses, Caroline Bay and Timaru. Come to North Canterbury and we do have opportunities and we're grateful for those. Also, the gravel road situation, roading, talking to riders and then sort of looking at the Transport Road Code has led us to understand that the definition that we hold as riders is really ambiguous, and talking to a transport planner, there's agreement there. It's very minimalistic in the road code about what you can and can't do. And then talking to NZTA, learned very quickly that there is no description of what a vulnerable road user is in our New Zealand transport code, and we most certainly feel like a vulnerable road user, and yet you look at the World Health Organization and they explicitly define what a vulnerable road user is. And I know from my past work that when you are a vulnerable road user, there is some funding wrapped around getting you off the road and onto safe alternative pathways. So those safe alternative pathways are called shared pathways. Quite explicit who can use them. Horses aren't included there. And then it becomes a multi-use pathway when a horse is allowed to ride on it. And you've got something like the Kauai track where there's signage to expect a horse. And it's really quite nice. We meet walkers, we meet the cyclists. There's engagement. The conservation park in St James is another example. You engage, it's easy because you expect to see each other.
The Waikuku Beach is another example. There you can, I like to gallop down there, but there's walkers walking their dogs, and they're also friendly. That's another place, shared pathways, where we all like to ride on. Yeah.
The opportunity for Environment Canterbury, I think, can really change the culture towards how horses are perceived, because the current situation up and down the country, there's no legislation, there's no one looking after horse riders really. It's not prescriptive, it's up to interpretation, and thank goodness there's some good councils that look after sectors of community, but sadly there's others that maybe, I don't know, don't like. horse riders don't like horses. Not sure. Maybe it's too hard with no funding. But all we actually need is permission, please, to use. We're very easy to cater for with respect to we can, you know, walk on dirt. We can go over and under things. We don't need lime chip sealed compacted paths. We just need permission. We can work with you as to what that looks like. We're not asking for a handout. We have people that are happy to cut, weed, look after. Also, there's the fact that we're good eyes and ears on with respect to rivers. I know there's a number of issues happening in our riverways, and yeah, there is that factor as well. So ultimately, we're here today just to say we are a newly established group. Department of Conservation called me this afternoon and are thrilled to be able to have a one-stop shop point of contact for Canterbury on horse issues. And yeah, we're able to feed out to the community and then feed back in. And that, I think, is the key. The Huranui Trails Trust letter of support, that was fantastic to be able to receive that and read that. And also from the Walking Access Commission, Aotearoa, there was the admission, you know, sorry, Jules, we forgot about horse riders when we were submitting to the Regional Transport Review. But I wish I had said this. And I said, could you please write that? And I could present that. So that aspect that was not delivered was for every shared path, cyclist, pedestrian track that goes next to a road is actually a road, you know, taking away that opportunity for a horse rider to ride that section freely, which I had never thought of. And yeah, I guess there's a sentiment there that each entity we're engaging with, there's a fantastic, well done that you've set this up, and thank you, we're happy to engage with you. When do you want to meet, and how will this work? But at the end of the day, we're only as good as the people around us to make it happen. So the fact that Environment Canterbury is Canterbury-wide, I really see this as a mutually beneficial relationship.
Julia and Dee. Well, I sort of reflect that congratulations you've had from other groups as well, because I think it's an excellent submission in terms of highlighting an issue that I wasn't even aware of, and I'm sure others may not have been as well. So questions, I've got Ian, and then I'll go to Peter, Vicky. So kia ora, Ian.
Yeah, sorry, over here. Thanks, Julia. There are areas where, and I think you've had a lot of photographs where you're taking horse, and quite a lot of those are probably less well tracked in terms of people using it. But where there are, and like Whakatau conservation area, a bunch of horse riders use highly compatibly. I guess my question is where you've got areas which are really popular with bicycle people. Thinking the Ellesmere and the other track, and maybe some of the tracks on the banks roads. Is there going to be a conflict between bicycle people who decide that they don't want to use blocking their single run, bike chip track because the horse comes block in some of those places? Are we going to, if we start promoting, multiple groups, are we going to get into trouble with other users pushing back on that, where bicycle, where a lot of people in bicycles, especially.
I think it all comes down to etiquette and mutual understanding of each other's, wish to be there. And I think it's education as well. The mere fact that you're allowed to be there is one fantastic messaging that I think takes that down. There are rules of etiquette in terms of cyclists give way to horses, horses give way to pedestrians. There is an etiquette, and I don't see how we can't all work together. I don't see it as an issue. There's quite a lot of examples, and one is Kapiti Coast. 20 years, I think, in the making is a shared multi-use path for cyclists, pedestrians, horses. In that entire time, there has not been one incident involving a horse, but a number of incidents involving cyclists on that track doing their thing. And that is just because horses are perceptive of what's going around. They warn. Cyclists is different, motorised, you know.
Yeah, I guess my question is more about the cyclist attitude and other people on their tracks. I notice if I'm walking or even bicycling slowly, I get trouble on the bicyclist, let alone being on it.
On their tracks, again, messaging. Nothing's exclusive, I would have thought, in this country. You know, there is a way in which we can provide shared spaces, educate, move over. But by all means, interactions that I've had with motorcyclists, Ashworth Beach, so polite. Yeah. So once upon a time when I entered riding, oh no, don't go to Ashworth Beach. They're horrible down there. No, they're not. It's just called community.
Peter. Thank you, Aunt Delia. I must apologise. I forgot your name. When I met you the other day up in the park, I was very impressed with you. Quite well spoken, and I really enjoyed meeting you, and also you, Julia, and the other group. I must say I checking out going for a ride with you on that big horse, but maybe I'll take you up. My question to you is, I think I said to you at the time, Julia, that we should come to RTC and talk about that, because that's a regional forum, and put some of the questions that you've asked probably into a better forum than this one. But thank you for coming and doing what you're doing today.
Thank you, because I struggle to communicate what I see clearly in the road code. And the more you look at it, the more you're just like, who are we? An other road user? Are we a light vehicle? We don't feel safe. And I used to chair the Huranui Road Safety Committee, scripted and did a thing for the school bus, 20 k's either way. Never did I know that it's 20 k's past a horse until you go hunting for it, and it's not even there explicitly in the road code. So some road safety messaging is number one message that we're all saying, because as a rider, I didn't even know it was 20 k's either way.
And I was going to say that too. It's one of the things I wrote down about the RTC. So I think that's a really good thing we can follow up you both on. Vicky.
Yeah, I think you sort of already alluded to like the answer to what I wanted to ask, but it was about like what's the sort of historical context of this? You not having a place to take a horse and not being seen as suitable to be sharing with cyclists and pedestrians. Is it simply that you just haven't been a voice and haven't been seen and heard, or is there something that you see elsewhere or have experienced within Canterbury where you can see you're going to have a bit of battle, or is it actually straightforward and it's really just being known about and then having a process to just change these pathways and seeing ones that you're accepted on towards your sense of things?
So I sort of alluded to at the beginning that how this all came about was the request to please have regular access to ride Mount Grey and access that conservation land at the top. That being our mountain, everyone's mountain, and no was the initial answer. Ask again. Okay, but 2 weekends of the year only. Go and do research as to what the other users get. And yeah, walkers, cyclists, 24/7 access to all forests in Canterbury. What's going on here? Realise that equestrians all have different bodies, but there's not actually one voice that's representing at the table, engaging with on behalf. So that was the start. And really it's narrowed down to it's public land that we wish to just be included in. There's so much for pedestrian and cyclists and so easy to cater for another group to make these trails well used. And the well-being, the mental health well-being that is also associated with horse riding, and the ability to cater for different abilities. We're fed into DOC's disability access submission at the moment because a bit of a laugh, but you know, there's riders that have bung knees. An 82-year-old woman who rode Mount Grey because she wakes up and looks at that mountain, had a dream every day to get to the summit, but can't because can't ride it, pedaling, can't walk it. Her horse took her up there. She was so thrilled, and it's that access issue that the horse does provide another means to.
Sorry, sorry, Julia. Sorry, I thought you were about to finish. Sorry. Grant, last question.
Not so much a question, really. I think it's a really good submission and a really good idea. Can't see anything wrong with multiple pathways. We do have multiple pathways for the systems within our regional parks and other recreational facilities. The forest park is the same sort of thing with trails and bikes and walking and horses. And as Peter says, I think it's a good idea to connect to the RNZSPCA committee and just to explain to corporate Waitaha about what the needs might be. But I think the other thing for Environment Canterbury is we have a Canterbury water management strategy, which one of its targets was recreation and benefit. Recreation part is primarily sort of water-based activities, but you mentioned water, and you might want a trail. But yes, so look, I'm sure there are possibilities, and I think keeping in touch, I think would be really useful. I know in Waimakariri, the zone implementation plan that was done in Waimakariri Zone Committee, the big recreational plan that we had at the time was having a trail really from Kaiapoi from the coast up the side of the Waimakariri, over the gorge, through to Oxford and back down the actual river in a bit of a loop. And I'm sure there are other trails that are on District Council's agenda as well. So I think there is something to just see we can do. So good luck. Thanks you.
Thank you. And in answer to that, there's a trail currently being built in South Canterbury that's Timaru to Tekapo. We need to be in the know. We need to be, so that is why, you know, putting a face and a voice today, because to share the information out, to feedback in. Sadly, that cycleway that's being built at the moment doesn't include horse riders, and it's a no-brainer. But the request had been made several times to participate. So yeah, it is one thing to know about these things to feed in. It's also being wanted to feed into it.
And just so you know, the RTC, is the Regional Transport Committee. And so that's a committee that this council convenes on behalf of all the district councils in Canterbury. And Peter and Grant are our representatives on that, so they're definitely to keep in touch with. And we'll definitely reach out as well. So thank you again, Julia.
And thank you for that invitation and that opportunity. It's really appreciated, because I think, the crux of that issue with the vulnerable user status is huge. And I think Canterbury could possibly be the place that leads that change. That's well overdue. And can I just say, NZTA turned around and said, "Oh, Julia, but you're a small group. We don't see you." And I said that to my mother, and she said, "Well, what about those people that play with pigeons, or those aeroplanes, those motorized aircrafts? You don't see them, but if you go to their place, they're there." So please don't judge us on the fact that 2 of us turned up today, or 5 of us are on the working group, because we're being watched nationally about how much ground we're covering in such a short time, and we really would like to work with Environment Canterbury.
Well done. Thank you. Kia ora. Janine, Jardine Poland is here, or we got others? Sorry. Okay. Up on the names here, so Willie, Paul, is it? And we got Richard as well, and Keith. I don't know, so this is the Carter's Creek Catchment Group. So, yeah, come to the front. Sure. Yeah, I think that speaker might be on the blink, so you might use the one. Yeah, grab another one that's flashing at me. I can see a yellow, an orange.
Yes, clear now. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about Carter's Creek. The Carter's Creek Catchment Group, backed by the Ashburton District Council, the Lakewood Water Quality Task Force, the Lakewood Extension Project Joint Venture, and the Ashburton Aquatic Park Charitable Trust is submitting in support of a proposed Environment Canterbury River Engineering Project to undertake flood investigation of Carter's Creek that flows into Lakewood, also covering the Lagmore Creek. The project will look at the potential flooding mitigations and ways to make Carter's Creek flow more effectively and safely for the people who live on either side of the creek. We understand the project has been scheduled in the Environment Canterbury's 24-34 long-term plan for 27 till 2030, but we're advocating for urgent earlier commencement. It's vital that this project proceeds at pace to provide flooding resilience for our Finwold and Upper Lakewood communities, which have been subject to regular flooding events due to the creek's inability to carry the level of water that it now receives. Carter's Creek is an Environment Canterbury managed drain, but is an anomaly in the Hines Ashburton Drainage District in that, unlike every other drain managed in this scheme, it is only one with ability to impact large numbers of urban and rural households when it overflows. Additionally, this project has a dual benefit of the potential reducing or removing nutrients enriched water entering Lakewood, which is arguably Ashburton District's most popular recreational asset. In the past 2 years, algae blooms occurring in Lakewood have been attributed partly to Carter's Creek water entering the lake. Potentially diverting or reducing the flows will mitigate this impact. Lakewood is the only accessible and safe recreational water body for this community when algae are not present. Within short distance of Ashburton and is well used by a range of aquatic sporting groups across the South Island and even sometimes national events. The Carter's Creek Catchment Group, formed in April 2023, advocates for improvements in water quality and drainage for the creek. Our members include Lakewood residents, those living on rural blocks upstream, and urban Finwold residents. The group is about to commission a landscape management concept plan to develop a vision for what the creek could like with improved drainage and water quality. Our members are keen to work with the Lakewood Water Quality Task Force to come up with a shared approach to implementing these improvements. Ultimately, once the drainage and the quality improvements are underway, the group will instigate conversations with the community about biodiversity values. But until we rectify the immediate threat that Carter's Creek poses to households due to flooding risk and implications for the lake's health, we can't have these conversations. Please help us make Carter's Creek an asset rather than a problem. We'd like to speak in support. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Willie. Any questions from councillors? I know we've heard from Willie this morning as well, and also from Mark Christensen. Peter?
So, Willie, that specific creek, is there any catchment group or rating group associated with that? Is there any rating on it for this sort of work? You're Willie. You're up.
Sorry, the Carter's Creek Catchment Group has been formed in April 23, and we've got quite a few members now, and it's becoming more active all the time.
But is there any rating from that area? You know, you talked about 400 hectares on one side of the road and a couple 100, 300 on the other. Is there any rating over that?
sorry, the rating is on the Hines drainage scheme, which covers a large area all the way from the Ashburton River till the Rangitata River. And it's probably short of funds as it is to do all the work what it is supposed to do.
Any other questions, Brent? So would this work be funded by a target rate?
At the moment, the engineers have attributed a figure, and I don't know where they want to get the money from. I think they'll ask as a one-off funding for improvements to the creek, and from there on, I think it's open for discussion how we're going to see the future of that.
All right, Ian? Well, if I may have the lenience of the chair in answering that last question in particular. The Carter's Creek is part of the Ashburton Hines Drainage District. What the Carter's Creek residents are asking for is a specific targeted rate on top of it to help fund a new management regime and culvert replacement and a whole lot of stuff. This is how it's actually funded. Where the funding comes from, whether it's an additional targeted rate to the district drainage district, or whether it's part of the Ashburton River management regime, or it's a special targeted rate is yet to be determined. I think the group is asking for the regional council to have a view on that, but they want the money put aside.
Just on that then, is there is it anticipated, because these things are linked to the river, Lakewood and Carter's Creek are all pretty well linked, aren't they? Because they're all predisposed to each other in terms of water quality in Lakewood. Is there any thought about how you join all those things up?
Yeah, that would be part of the ongoing. If the view of the if the council agrees to put funding into its LDP for the Carter's Creek, then that is part of the discussion as to how you would organise that.
I also think it wouldn't be fair on the further land holding in the rest of the Hines district that they pay towards the problems from Tynwald, which is a consequence of urbanisation.
And so, just to be clear, there is a project in our LTP. You just want it earlier. That's correct.
It's correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Any other questions from councillors? Cool. Hey, thank you again, Willie, Richard, and Kevin. Did I get that right? Paul. Sorry, Paul. Had a few names put me. So thank you for your time. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next submitters are been patiently waiting there. I can see them from Cashmere High there. So welcome to the table. And yep, for sure. Yep, I'm happy with that. Yep. So I've got Tom's name down. I don't know if I've got any, but I'm assuming that Tom will introduce everyone else. So welcome here. Again, you've got 10 minutes. Longer you leave us for questions, the better, but up to you guys. Yep. I'll hand over to you in a second, Tom. Oh, I do have the other name. Sorry. Amber, Louis, and Nima? Sorry. Neve. Got it. Thank you. Felt pretty differently on my sheet of paper, but got my. And thanks again for waiting patiently, and thanks Tim as well. I think Tim down the back. Thank you. And page 389 if you haven't found it in your papers, councillors. Kia ora.
Kia ora, and thank you for allowing us to speak to you this afternoon. My name is Tom Friedman, and this is Lou Gerard, Neve Cooper, and Amber Jaiswal, representing the Cashmere High School Sustainability Council. Our council is a group of students from all year levels passionate about sustainability. We meet once a week and work on various initiatives such as predator trapping, water quality testing, native bush restoration, and maintenance and waste management. As a council, we have won international awards due to our initiatives, securing funding for our wind turbine, solar array, and kinetic floor tiles. We have also submitted on previous council plans and consider advocacy a very important part of our council work, and are very grateful for this opportunity. Our council is very concerned about the car-centric culture of our region. With the rapidly worsening climate crisis, our students are passionate to take action on this. 21% of our student body commute to school by public transit, and the largest issues they face are frequency, reliability, and affordability. Improving these will drive these numbers far higher, not just among our school community, but in the wider region. Personally, it takes me an hour and a half to get to school by bus when it would take just 20 minutes to drive, and buses are frequently late, meaning that I often miss out on classes. This is not an uncommon experience among students. We implore Environment Canterbury to facilitate a mode shift away from cars, as this will not only reduce carbon emissions, but will greatly increase the quality of life in North Otahi and increase resilience to population growth.
Our students in the wider community would benefit from increased frequency on all routes during peak times, especially before and after school. Unreliable public transport is a significant barrier for many within our community. Therefore, an improvement in reliability will aid in facilitating this mode shift. Cost can be a large barrier to access for public transport, and for this reason, we applaud the Council's decision to keep $1 fares for 13 to 24-year-olds, following the central government's removal of the subsidy, and we encourage continual investment in keeping our fares as some of the most affordable in Aotearoa. We also applaud the continual decarbonisation of the public transport fleet and encourage this to be undertaken with urgency. We support option 1, however, we implore that this comes in conjunction with investments into a new mass transit system for Otahi. It is disappointing that we are one of the only cities of our size in the OECD without one, and we believe that whether it be light rail, heavy rail, or bus rapid transit, this would greatly improve our region in many different ways. According to Climate Action Tracker, to effectively fight climate change, the global increase in mass rapid transit must occur 6 times faster than it currently is. Therefore, the Council should consider creating a new mass transit system.
Our council is also very dedicated to environmental protection. We've undergone multiple initiatives within our kura, such as water clarity testing of the Opawaho, organising after-school litter cleanups, sending home and placing around our school traps as part of the Predator-Free 2050 project, and our Pride and Joy school eco-habitat. This is an area of our school that students have been regenerating with native bush over the past decade, as these photos show. This has been an incredible project for our school community, as it has given students the opportunity to learn about regenerative planting and leave a positive mark on the school. Our eco-habitat runs along our school stream, the Waimopihi, and our plantings increase the biodiversity of the area and provide bank stabilisation, like the heavy rainfall. However, this would not be able to be possible without the kindness of the Christchurch City Council, who provided us with native seedlings through the Healthy Opawaho project. These are exactly the sort of initiatives that are effective in connecting people and fostering a sustainable and livable future in our region. Our school is located close to the Opawaho River, and as a community, we value it as a place for learning and leisure. Our council has been doing weekly water clarity testing of the Opawaho for Environment Canterbury for 8 years, and this has been a positive experience for students. Option 1 provides an increase in data collection, which is extremely important as it is the first step towards a sustainable and biodiverse region.
For Environment Canterbury to support these initiatives, you must implement option 1, as option 2 does not apply adequate investment to allow community projects such as these to flourish in the way that they need to. Therefore, we support option 1 as we believe it enables a positive shift towards a more sustainable and biodiverse region. Being a school located in an area where natural disasters occur on a semi-regular basis, most of our students have experienced floods, fires, and earthquakes. We, as a community, know firsthand how devastating a lack of preparation can be. However, we also know that the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff is not a sustainable solution, and without environmental protection, community preparedness is simply throwing ratepayers' money into the void. By increasing environmental protection strategies, the likelihood of extreme events are significantly reduced, along with the amount of community preparedness that we need to maintain. For these reasons, we support the Council's preferred option, which is option 2. We feel that it provides sufficient investment, but only if this comes in conjunction with a full implementation of option 1 for environmental protection. Thank you so much for your time. We know this must have been a very long, tiring day, so thank you for your listening to us, and we're happy to take any questions.
Kia ora koutou. Nei rā te mi kia koutou mō koutou kōru I tēnei kaupapa whakahihira mō tātou. Tēnā koutou. So just acknowledging your great presentation, really concise and really professional as well, and your written submission as well. I've got questions from any councillors. Genevieve.
Thank you so much. It's great to hear from you today. With regards to some of your testing you've done on the river, I'd be interested to see some of those results if they're available. And you didn't seem to bring them with you today, or they weren't part of your submission? No?
No, we could provide them to you if you want. Yeah, we just test the clarity every week. So.
And teacher, Mr. Cooper, he puts them, was it on a website or just on a document or like a spreadsheet? So
yeah, we can provide those.
Thank you. It's great to hear all the things you're doing, and there's like a really wide spread of action that you're taking. So that's really, really excellent. I mean, just to Tom, you mentioned that it takes you like nearly an hour and a half, did you say, to get? Where are you coming from?
I live in Casbay and Littleton. Yeah, so it's a bit of a crazy route to kind of have to go in and then transfer and then come back out. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the reason I asked that is we had Councillor Tyrone Fields, who's your local city councillor, talked to us this morning about looking to try and link up some of the routes better. So he was proposing something that would go around to say Governors and over the top, connecting with the number 1 bus. And with 1 buses under that public transport option 1 will become eventually, and it's all a bit too slow, but eventually will become a 10-minute frequency bus like what we have to the Orchestra and so on. So that helps. But yeah, it's useful to hear that's a really long trip. Yeah.
Right. That would...
Oh, sorry, I pushed yours. So you press yours.
That would make a really big difference. Yeah, that'd be amazing. Yeah, I've got
a. Just quickly. Oh my God, I've lost my page. Public transport. You mentioned the 3 things: frequency, reliability, and affordability. Which order were they in? Excuse me. Well, do you have any numbers, like what percentage on each of them were the issues that you faced within the survey that you did?
I don't have them on me, but I think those were the 3 biggest we identified kind of among it. Affordability is definitely not the biggest issue because it is relatively cheap compared to other systems.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get is the order of it. So the frequency, reliability, and affordability.
It's not really in order, they're sort of in conjunction with each other, so that it can be accessible to everyone, possible to use, to sort of, work well with each other. So it's not really a rank thing,
John, have you got a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your submission, guys. One of the things that I have, I guess, a real interest in is civil defence preparedness and all things that go with that. You mentioned some of the flooding and portable fires. Do you guys have a deeper understanding or some thoughts of what preparedness really looks like from your perspective? We can talk about not planting pine trees on the Port Hills and some environmental work on streams that don't flood, but I'm really interested if you do have some views on what preparedness does look like for you within the wider context of hazard and risk and the stuff that we do with emergency management.
Well, my parents were in civil defence for 14 years, and so especially throughout some of the fires and the earthquakes, I was definitely part of that as well. And the things that they noticed specifically was that I can't find the words, I'm sorry. Just
resources that they needed. I know that there were a couple of fires which burnt down some of their resources prior to the earthquakes. But just definitely having more resources at their disposal, and yeah, and especially with streams, just the planting around them to prevent the banks from eroding and places from flooding, because I know especially around our houses that happens quite often. So yeah, mainly those in conjunction with what you were saying.
A question for us. Anyone else? Oh, Peter, sorry, Peter.
20% of the students use PT, use public transport. How many students are there altogether?
I believe there's about 2,000. Over 2,000. Yeah.
Got any more questions, Councillor? If it's a good question.
This might need to be, you might not know yet, but I know because I've cycled up and down the road at the back of your school, between the school and the river, and there's a lot of cars and a lot of cars that are student cars, obviously when they are old enough to drive. Are you seeing, or do you sense, or even have data to say like how many go off the bus and into their own car, and what would be the thing that would keep them, would it keep them on the bus if it was more reliable or whatever? Do you have some way of encouraging that, or what is he thinking about that?
I'd say anecdotally, being in year 13, a lot of people make the switch to driving. I'd say most people, definitely at least half of the year 13 student body are driving to school, definitely.
I'd say that reliability of the buses would be a large factor of that, because you really just can't be trusting that much. I do also think that, I think this is more just a personal thing that our council has recognised, and we are actually taking steps to try and change it. But I do also think it's a little bit maybe of a culture, and maybe just of driving being more cool. But yeah, I think we are trying to address it.
Yeah, but having public transport that is functional that you can get on, it's obviously going to encourage more people.
Well said. Nah. Oh good. You had a turn at the start, as well as Vicky, but she got it. Oh good. Hey, thank you guys. Really well answered as well, but really good submission, and thanks for coming. Yeah, awesome. Got it. Thank you, well done. Okay, last one before a little micro break is Tim. And kia ora, Tim, thanks for being really patient with us. And I know you had a little helper too with you, maybe. She doesn't want to come up with you? You can if you want. All good. All good. Well done for supporting you, I'm assuming, Dad. Yep, cool. Thank you. So, Tim, welcome, and you got 10 minutes to do your.
Well, kia ora. My oral submission will pretty much only be on the public transport things side. That's where my interest is, my experience and my expertise. I suppose my dad would submit on other things, but he does that mainly in Timaru. So, first of all, I want to highlight a few things here. First of all, the fairs. I was at this council with a few other places about 2 years ago, submitting on the fairs. And at that time, I was a bit skeptical about some aspects of the fairs. I have to say, some of that skepticism I have to retreat after experiencing them, particularly the no charge for children. Actually, for us as a family, turned out it was a good experience. Of course, that's going to end now, but it meant that it was always clear when we were going anywhere that the bus would be the cheapest option. Before that, sometimes the car was normally cheaper if you go to short distances. And in future that might change again, but I hope that we still can go by bus quite often. Anyway, I think having lower fares for children or families is actually more important in the long run than for low earners, because it gets the children used to going on public transport. I know that's not your decision, but overall, I think that's very important. Just a disclosure here, I do have 3 children. One of them goes to school regularly, so it is, of course, a bit of a cost. And at the moment, I'm on Community Connect, but it seems that I might lose that soon. So depending on how much my wife gets. Anyway, so that's just a disclosure. I think long-term fares should be also connected to the distance again, mainly to encourage short-term trips by public transport. But for that to be viable, I think the public transport from outside areas needs to be faster and more attractive. So that's the first part. Then the second part I want to highlight is the regional public transport, that it needs to be regional. And I have submitted on that regularly. Even before I lived in Canterbury, I wrote to the council because currently ECAN is really not doing its job by not having regional public transport. So, you know, at least core routes between Ashburton, Timaru, and Timaru, Ashburton, and Christchurch, and probably to Amberley, Waitaha, and so on. There needs to be more than just urban public transport. Of course, that would be preferably on those routes, it would be rail, but I understand it's difficult at the moment, so you might have to look at something more. But as I pointed out at the Regional Transport Committee, in about 30 years ago, there were 8 buses between Christchurch and Timaru a day. Now there's 2, plus 2 trains sometimes in one direction. Well, often just 1 train a day. So as you can see, the options have decreased drastically. The other thing I want to highlight is that this public transport also needs to include connections to recreational areas. For some reason, in New Zealand, there's a strange obsession in separating out price gauging tourist services from public transport. I'm not sure why. It's just you're taking the money from tourists and we're providing subsidized services for other people. The two need to be connected. The tourists need to support the local population by being there. In Switzerland, for example, locals normally pay a bit less because they know the deals, but the tourists support the overall transport system rather than, you know, getting some private transport that then charges a lot. I think connecting to recreational areas is also a mental health question, because currently about 30% of the population can't get to the outdoors because there's no decent transport to it. Then also on the regional public transport, I just you can read on pages 4 and 5 of my submission to protect the rail corridor would be quite important, and there's a few action points that can be taken. And for example, as I noted, there's one of those is in Papanui, where the railway station was for sale. I'm not sure whether it still is. It's on and off, it seems. So that would be a great way to connect to the railway corridor. Also, often in documents I read that we need the railway lines for freight, but actually from the 1990s onwards, the capacity of the railway lines has been systematically reduced between Rolleston and Littleton. And if that could be built up again, then, you know, there would be plenty of space for both passenger and freight traffic. And the last thing I want to mention is funding, because I overall think that the current funding model is not sustainable. At the moment, as far as public transport is concerned, you spend a lot of money on buses without getting a world-class public transport system. I think quite a bit of capital funding is required to transform the system. And that would then result in first lower operating costs for the amount of people you can transport, and hopefully for increase in ridership. So I think the plans for mass transit system are good, but I think more needs to be done than that. And if you have that, clearly you can't afford it just through rates from ECAN, Christchurch City Council, Maimakariri and Melbin. You need more funds. And I know it could be difficult with the current government, but you have to push to get more funding somehow. It may be through city deals or regional deals, or getting, you know, more tax revenue or something. I think or some bulk funding, there needs to be more available. And as far as I see the long-term plan, it's good business as usual, but if you want to be transformative, you have to get more funding somehow. So yes, that's my overall message. I know you can't plan for it because you don't have the power for it, but you have to push for it.
Thank you. Questions? I've got Dion and then Joe.
Yeah, thanks for your submission, Rolo. It's great. Just wanted to clarify with you. Are you talking about, when you're talking about more investment, are you talking about more service, more buses, more frequency, or are you talking about actual physical infrastructure like roads, bus lanes, bus gates, whatever you want to call it, for those?
Particularly more infrastructure. I think it's because if you've got good infrastructure, the operational side it can get a lot cheaper. Yeah.
Was what my fear was. So I mean, what I would implore you to do is, if you are doing submissions, if you've done one to the City Council, because we need to make sure that people understand that we operate the bus service and the City Council does the infrastructure, and we need to advocate for them to make sure that they're doing their job as well in that space.
Yes, but currently the two have to come together. If you just see it like that, nothing ever will happen.
I fully understand, but I'm just saying it helps if more people also talk to them, because sometimes it's going to be tough. But thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. As a leader in Tapanui and North Christchurch, as you are, how do you kind of see the mass transit system as the plans are affecting the kind of landscape of Tapanui?
Well, it will certainly change, the types of houses I think that would be built, but it would certainly connect to the city a lot better to other places, and it would enable more employment as well in Tapanui. I would think, because if a place is well connected, then normally businesses locate to there. So yeah, I think it would be quite helpful overall. It might change the character of the suburb a bit.
David?
You didn't touch on it in your submission here, but in your written submission, you talk about better connectivity. And I know it's an issue in my area, and you mentioned the number 60 bus in New Brighton connecting the number 5 from the city into 135. How do you see a better uptake on buses if it was made, if certain routes were made to wait for others? I see in my area a big issue that people can't be bothered getting on the bus because the connecting bus doesn't wait. So would you advocate for a system where if there's a connection there, a bus has to wait for the other service before it goes?
Yes, I would, but it would of course have to be reasonable. So, for example, if the one bus was 15 minutes late, the connecting bus might not wait. But if it's 5-6 minutes late, it would, and those connections would have to be clearly marked as well, so that you would know which bus would wait for which one. I think it's common practice. You would also need to have a little bit more give in the schedule to allow for that. But that's, and the other thing is, of course, for that to be very successful, the reliability of the main routes needs to be better. So that you could know, so that the journey time from the city, for example, to New Brighton would be similar throughout the day.
I just know that there's a bit of a resistance to bus usage in our area, particularly if you're coming from South Shore, and if you want the number 5 connection and you miss it, well, you're then on the 135, which probably takes you another 45 minutes or something. So there just, to me, seems to need to be some sort of pinch points around the city where you know that there is a connecting bus service, and as you say, within reasonable confines, that the connecting bus, it will take 4 or 5 minutes, will be waiting for that connection. It just doesn't seem to happen at the moment.
And I see that as a detriment to upgrade capacity.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Tim. Vicky.
Thank you. Firstly, I just wanted to check in on the 30% of people who can't access outside of town or nature or that you mentioned. I wondered what that statistic came from because I thought we were practically like a car per person. So, you know, accepting that it can be expensive to travel somewhere on your own in a car with fuel costs, but yeah, where did that 30% come from?
Well, it depends, but currently about 30% of people cannot drive for some reason or other. So that's where it came from. Some of them would probably have availability, for example, through rest home outings or things like that. But yeah, that's where it came from.
Also, sort of elderly and children.
Yeah, and also those who do not have access to a car or who, for some reason or other, can't drive. Yeah.
And then also to ask about, have you looked at the big fat long-term plan document? Because in there are, we're calling it levels of service, target measures, I think they're called now. And in there is some sort of high-level targets to do with things like reliability, but we have one measure that's about leaving on time from the start of a journey, whilst we've had some suggestions around looking at the reliability at specific key stops or looking at connection points, how well they match up, or other measures of measuring the service as a network. And I just wondered if you had a chance to look at those or had any comments on that.
No, sorry, I didn't see that. I waded through quite a bit, but I didn't get across that part.
It might be of interest for you to look, just because you clearly got your head into this. It would be good to know your thoughts on that.
Thanks, Tim. Any other questions? Thank you so much, Tim. Thank you for being so patient, firstly, and thank you for a great presentation. Thank you. We're gonna have a little micro break. Yep, so 5 minutes, and then we'll come. Maybe 10 minutes, do we? Okay, 10 minutes for this.
All right, we'll get going. We are running late, and sorry to keep you some minutes late. It's entirely in our hands, this lateness. So Anthony, what's your second name, Anthony? Yeah, just that right button.
Yeah, my last name's Field.
Anthony, listen, you've got 10 minutes to go through your submission. Council has got it and would have read it. So if you want to, hit the high points and see where we get to. Thank you. Button. Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Ants Field. I have a science degree in electronics and physics. I work in the electric vehicle industry. We are in a climate emergency. Many parts of our country's governments have declared a climate emergency. The problem is that we need to do more than just admit there's a problem. We need to change. The core problem is that humans don't like to change. We have all the technology we need. We need to change. I want ECAN to work on education. And I don't mean a small chapter in an annual mail-out newsletter. We need to change. There are many people in our society who don't have a science degree. There are many people who don't trust science. The majority of our voting population doesn't see the need to change. They've just voted in a right-wing conservative government whose priority is lower taxes. We all need to reduce our emissions. To get people to change, we must help them realise this is extremely serious. Without education, the general public will point the finger at other people in New Zealand and other people in other countries. The massive problem we face is we all live on one planet. So some details. In August 23, the hottest temperature ever recorded on Earth was 54 degrees in Iran. That's not a heat wave anymore. It's unlivable, fatal. Our current trajectory, on our current trajectory, we have only a 5% chance of avoiding 2 degrees of warming. If you knew there was a 95% chance your plane was going to crash, I bet you wouldn't get on it. Can you imagine what it will be like in 2 degrees of warming? 800 to 3 billion people are projected to experience chronic water scarcity due to droughts. We need to change. Professor Sir David King, ex-Chief Scientific Advisor for successive UK governments, said, "We need to move rapidly. What we do in the next 3 to 4 years," he believes, "will determine the future of humanity." We are in a very, very desperate situation. So I really want ECAN to focus on education, trying to somehow get into people's heads and help them understand the severity of this problem. It's not a generation or two away, it's now. We're having massive storms and massive events here in Aotearoa and all over the world. But people keep pointing the finger or ignoring it or blaming it on someone else. We all need to change. I'd love to see better public transport. I'd love to see trains. I'd love to see more safer cycling. I'd actually love to see ECAN and other councils, other government bodies with simple how-to events for people to grow their own food or have more resilience in our lives. Because the climate is only going to get more unstable.
Okay, Anthony, thank you for that. It's a pretty impassioned plea for change. Questions from Councillor Burns and then Councillor Edge.
Kind of, thank you. Very good. Sorry, my apologies. Thank you. Good presentation. What would you say to people that go, yeah, but New Zealand's only a small drop in the global? Thank you.
I really don't know. I see it myself. I have a deep understanding in it. I've studied this. I don't know how we get through to those people, the majority of our population. It's huge. They won't change unless they see that importance, the reason for it. I don't know how. Maybe there's people with education degrees or people with specialties in that work on this, but we must change. If we keep going on, the trajectory is obvious.
My question is about the education. I mean, we did a bit of a session with some online web stuff last year. I just ran off last night a copy of the World Meteorological Organization's latest report. We've reached 1.45 and we are moving at a rapid rate. We've reached 1.5 quickly. They had a one-page of key messages about the Antarctic ice, ocean warming, are those the sorts of things that we actually need to perhaps get some of that up-to-date information from other organisations and place it in an easy accessible, perhaps even on our website. So it's not just our information, it's a global context information. Is that the sort of thing that might be good messaging?
Yes, I think so. I think it needs to be everywhere that people look until the majority of people get it and see it. But it's deep in our human nature. I've studied a little bit of psychology, and we're resistant to change. It's your fault, not my fault. Why can't you be reasonable and see it my way? That's how people think. That's how people see it. But we live on this one livable planet in our whole solar system. We must change.
Entry to that, we did have a couple of years ago the idea of using a behavioural specialist to seek advice about perhaps the best way to convey the message.
I think that's an extremely good idea.
Thank you. Yeah, I know it's a lot of sympathy for you. What's clearly frustration and stress of being aware of this, and I completely agree with you. I'm just wondering if you're aware we've got Enviro Schools program that we run, which has got a growing number of schools being involved in that, and I know they have a climate change component to that. That also is being worked on a civics component, because part of the moving to change is about people understanding how to influence governments and local government. The other part was we have had an It's Time Canterbury campaign with a website that pulls together information for across our region from here, territorial authorities as well as ourselves. And I'm just wondering, have you got a sense, someone interested in this, are you aware of those things? Is it reaching you?
Yeah, good question. I was aware of some of that. There are virus schools, yes, I'm a big supporter of that. Websites, yes, but there's so much, the web is huge, and there's so much information on the web. And I think people that are looking for it might find it. But still, the majority of our population have recently voted in a right-wing government. Still, the vast majority of people, it's going to might take 30, 50 years for that population to slowly change. We don't have 30 to 50 years. I think we need to reach out more actively to the people that aren't changing somehow. I think for a behavioural specialist, damn good idea, but somehow we need to reach these people in their homes, because they're not coming out to us, you guys. Somehow we need to get people's heads, because democracy is a wonderful thing, except that the population needs to know where we are, and they don't. Blatantly don't.
Hey, thank you. We're going to release you now. You've spent long enough in this room. So thank you for coming in, and thank you for your passion and the way you presented. That was good.
Kia ora, thank you.
I see you sitting there, Jack. So Jack, again, 10 minutes, and then we'll go to questions. I noticed you've made a lot of points in your submission. So, yeah, away you go.
Okay, kia ora everyone. Thank you for letting me speak today. So I'm Jack Halliday. I live in the northeast and I take the 7 bus every day. So I know it quite well. So my perspective on the LTP is that doubling spending sounds really transformational, really big, but in reality, it only really puts us to where Wellington is right now. And considering that we've got a bigger population now and will continue to have a bigger population in 10 years, it really doesn't achieve everything that we really need to be achieving. So I understand that Councillor Swiggs has a proposal to get that funding in quicker and increase it more, and I'm very supportive of that. So ECAN can afford a higher rate rise because we've got been lower in the past, but that underinvestment means that there's some catching up to do. So we need to put this investment in sooner rather than later. So a big part of my submission was the connecting routes, but I just want to emphasize that core routes are the single biggest thing to increase patronage. That's very clear in all of the business cases that have been done for PT Futures, is that core routes are the biggest thing. However, from an equity perspective, connecting routes such as the two double-digit buses and triple-digit buses are incredibly important. If you're living in an outer suburb where those core routes don't reach you, then you can't access the bus network. And that's kids who won't be able to get to school by themselves, won't be able to meet their friends, won't be able to do any of that. Now, there are connecting buses that do connect them, but they don't go where people are living right now. They're going kind of where people go 10, 15 years ago, but they haven't met that additional growth. Okay. So I understand that there's contractual obligations with bus operators, and that's partly why so few reviews have been done in the past. But as part of PT Futures, this needs to happen sometime, and those discussions should begin soon. And I feel like there must be a way to streamline the process with bus operators to have routes change well into where growth is occurring. For myself, I've got a lot of family who live in Preston's. They've only got the 135. Others in Preston's Park, they have nothing. As I say in the submission, with the 135, once an hour, not at all on Sunday, it doesn't really get where people want to go. But in the PT Futures business case, I think it's for 2020, there's a map of the proposed routes, and that puts the 60 on a much more direct route right through Preston Park and into Preston. And I see myself from my own family. My auntie, she works at the hospital. She lives in Preston Park, but she doesn't want to drive right to the hospital and on the parking. So she drives to Fitzgerald Ave, then she takes a bus to get to the hospital. Whereas if the routes that's proposed in PT Futures are implemented, she can take a bus a 2-minute walk from her house. And so too for my cousins to get to school. So I also want to touch on fares for under 14s. So just like the Otago Regional Council, I believe that fares for under 14s should be subsidised completely, because it just becomes too expensive for families, especially big families, to take all of their kids as compared to taking them by car. I also believe that more needs to be done to integrate service and infrastructure. So at the moment, we've got a situation where the City Council owns and operates and enforces the bus lanes. However, they're actively disincentivized from enforcing them because the cost of enforcement is higher than what they can recoup from fines. So because of that, they're not enforced very well, they're not enforced frequently, and sometimes drivers don't use them because along the way there's 3-4 cars during operating hours. It just doesn't end up working. So I think that service and infrastructure need to be aligned better, either through a single entity like Auckland Transport. ECAN takes on infrastructure, or CCT takes on service. I think that's something that needs to be investigated now to allow, when the bus lanes start popping up, to actually have them work. And also as patronage increases, there will also be some growing pains, like with capacity as we're seeing right now. At peak times, there really needs to be high capacity buses, like obviously trains should be considered, double deckers and empty buses. The trial that's ongoing, I'm really glad to see that, but I think it should be brought out more to high use routes at peak. Auckland, Wellington, and even Hamilton have them, and it makes sense that Christchurch implements. That's the same for all-door boarding. When the NTS goes live, all-door boarding will speed up commute times and it will reduce bunching. But yes, any questions?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. Look, one of the things I guess I'll ask you, we've got some routes that are really busy, and we've got some routes that aren't busy at all. How do you feel about taking buses off not busy routes and putting them on the busy ones? How do you feel about that? Your button.
I understand why people don't use those underused routes. If your bus is coming every hour and doesn't have a direct route, it's really hard to fit that into your schedule. If you increase that frequency, there's only so much you can do with those more suburban buses, but say 15 minutes at most. That enables many more possibilities. If you adjust those suburban routes to be more direct and be more functional, then that also enables a lot more. But routes like the 135, like I said in my submission, that could be replaced by other routes, it should be done.
We've got time for 2 more questions, if there are any. Councillor McKay.
Yeah, thanks very much. We've spent a lot of time writing this. I can see this through the pages as the extra. And one, I think at the start around the public transport, and you touched on it, ECAN currently has low rates that can be utilised to increase by a large amount needed to deliver a public transport network. Now, I definitely agree that we need to get the reliability and our service side fixed. I guess we have plenty of submitters and certainly a lot of anecdotal stuff, people showing us that our rates are too high now. Now, you know, we've got a fairly generous fair trial underway. What do you think would be an acceptable fare to be paying? Given there is a strong user pays philosophy amongst a lot of people.
Finding a good service that works for people. It also makes sense to charge more because that service is worth something for people. At the moment, the car is so much more superior that you really need to incentivize it in some way. I think in the long term, paying by distance is a much better solution, but at the moment it isn't competitive enough. So I do think the flat fares make a lot of sense from that perspective, just in the short term. Maybe some more kind of medium term stuff is having an increase year on year with inflation. Because at the moment they are very cheap and will only continue to get more cheap as wages grow. Yeah.
Thank you. Look, I think we're going to release you there, Jack. Thank you very much. But that was pretty clear in what you were saying, and thanks for your information. All right, Anne. Yeah, and I know you've got 2 submissions. Are they totally independent of each other? Your button, Anne, if you like.
Yes, I've prepared them separately. Kia ora koutou, ko Anne Scott, I'm speaking on my personal submission at this point. I won't cover transport because transport will be part of the spokes submission. And I'll try and be quick. I'd just like to say that I fully support everything that Ant Field said. I think he probably said it better than I could in terms of the need to do something about climate change and biodiversity. And the thing that we need actually is leadership, courage, the right policies and education. There was a question about the importance of individual action. It is important. A drop of water, if there's many drops of water, can break down a mountain, but it has to land in the right place. And that landing in the right place means that there needs to be some leadership in terms of what is the most effective thing to do, and some urgency in terms of encouraging people to actually make those changes in their lives.
It's getting easier because the solutions that we need are getting cheaper, and we're getting to the point, according to Riwai Aotearoa, where we're at the electrification tipping point, which means that it's actually better to do it. It's cheaper to do it. There are so many co-benefits that there is no reason not to do it. And so we're actually in a really good place. We just have to move the dial much quicker. Having a healthy, rich, biodiverse environment is interconnected with health and well-being of people. What happens on the land, sea, and in the atmosphere matters. It's easier and cheaper to stop damaging our environment than to clean up the mess later. We need strong environmental regulation and protection to ensure our environment sustains us, both currently and for future generations. We need to allow rivers more freedom to move in appropriate places rather than building more stop banks. What happens is the river gets even higher, and then when it breaks its banks, as it inevitably will do, it pours into the surrounding lands. We need to protect and re-establish our wetlands, our seagrass and kelp beds, support biodiversity and predator control across Canterbury. We need to rebalance some of the ECAN spend to better protect the ocean and estuarine environments. According to Stats New Zealand, dairy cattle numbers in Canterbury increased tenfold, from 113,000 to 1.2 million between 1990 and 2019. This is order of magnitudes above what the national average was. This has come at very high environmental cost and is completely unsustainable. Everyone in New Canterbury deserves clean drinking water, yet in many areas in Canterbury are contaminated with high nitrate and E. coli levels. I was talking to someone who lives in Selwyn, in a place that should have, in a place that's considered low risk, yet they have dangerous levels of nitrate when they've tested their water. And this can cause brain damage in children. There are too many animals per hectare, particularly dairy, and too much water extraction used to maintain unsustainably high stocking levels in what was once dry land pasture. Last month, the High Court ruled resource consent given to Ashburton Lyndhurst irrigation must be set aside due to the increased pollution, including nitrates, since the scheme went into place. The 2014 consent was granted by ECAN on the basis that the scheme would mitigate adverse effects, which plainly has not been the case. This has led to severe degradation of the water quality on the Ashburton River. According to the press, ECAN is going to appeal this ruling. I strongly object to paying for legal fees when the consent was breached by those concerned. Rather, ECAN should be funding ways of working with the farmers to comply with the current consent conditions. We need to stop burning stuff, whether it's fossil fuels or biomass, for our health and mitigate the worst effects of climate change. ECAN has been a leader in the past in this space and should continue to increase its goals for the future. This includes facilitating policies and consenting needed to build wind, solar, transmission and battery infrastructure as quickly as possible. Transport makes up 17.5% of New Zealand's gross emissions. The health effects of fossil fuels should also be taken into account. It is not a coincidence that New Zealand has one of the highest rates of asthma and the highest rate of car ownership in the world. And the bad news just keeps coming. A recent study in neurology has stated that PM 2.5 particulates from diesel exhaust and other traffic-related pollutants lead to Alzheimer's disease. Anything we can do to reduce single occupancy vehicles use and vehicles for short journeys reduces the long-term harm. And this includes moving to electric buses. It's cheaper to do the right thing. If we don't meet our international obligations, we will not be able to sell our products internationally without significant carbon border adjustments and spending billions on carbon credits. This money is better invested in Aotearoa. I also strongly support the targeted biodiversity rating for Christchurch and Peninsula. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions? I think we'll just bowl on in. We'll get into spokes. Sorry, you've got a presentation. Katie will help you with that. Okay? And were you supposed to come to the RTC for spokes? We didn't see you. Was that? We're going to make a submission to the Regional Transport Committee on spokes. Did you? Well, sorry, I must be asleep. Fiona did. Oh, Fiona, you did it rather than me. Yeah. I remember you being there, Fiona. My mind hasn't completely gone on me. Okay, when you're ready, Ian. Thanks. Yeah, button there.
Kia ora koutou. I'm speaking on behalf of Spokes Canterbury. Spoke supports the biodiversity and climate change actions because of the lead to health and wellbeing, stronger regulations on air and water quality, reductions of NOx and particulates from vehicles and burning stuff, and option 2. If the ECAN accepts option 2, we would like to see an increase in community contestable grant funding on top of option 2. And the reason for this is that, you know, as a group, a volunteer group ourselves, we can see that spending money on volunteer groups actually gives a lot back, more than the amount of funding that's provided. So cycling and public transport. Cycling and public transport complement each other. And we would like to see the prioritisation of modal shift from vehicles to active and public transport. And we're seeing this working in Christchurch. In the Christchurch CBD, the cycling has increased since 2017 by 50% and 35% over the whole of Christchurch. People will travel 10 minutes or less to use public transport. They'll walk 400 to 800 metres, depending on the type of public transport, but they can cycle in that same time 2.5 to 3 kilometres. So this is a better way of actually extending some public transport into areas that are poorly served, by making sure that you can use your cycle. You can either lock your cycle up when you're there, you can put it on the bike rack on the bus, and you can have some charging facilities for e-bikes. Bike and ride works. There is some we have in Canterbury and Waimakariri in particular, but it's not very secure. So it needs to be lockable in some way, Jack. And the other thing that's needed is to allow children's bikes on buses. At the moment, they don't fit into the current racks. And if mum and dad cycle and put it on the 2-bike rack, they should be able to take a small child's bike actually on the bus with them as well. We want frequent, reliable, well-networked and multimodal transport. We agree with the major routes, bus routes, priority, but also there are some gaps that we see. We'd like you to bring back the yellow shuttle bus in the CBD. We'd like to improve poor evening services, and there's no night bus. There used to be a night bus before the earthquakes, and it's gone away. Night Express. People will remember it fondly, I tell you now, even if they'd had a few beers. There are a few services outside the main Greater Christchurch routes, so we need to look at public transport actually across Canterbury, not just in Greater Christchurch. And the new suburbs in Christchurch and Greater Christchurch are poorly aligned with public transport. An example of that is the Hornby-Horsville area. We support the spatial plan and we would like to see bus rapid transport. The advantage of bus rapid transport is it doesn't have rails, and so you don't get accidents on cycles. It's easier to put in, it's fast to put in, and it's cheaper. And we would also like to see fair allocation of the government funding for Christchurch or for Canterbury. At the moment, it seems to be all going to the North Island, particularly Auckland and Wellington. We'd like to see My Way extended to more towns, and we'd like to see the My Way shuttles have bike racks added to them. And I think that we need to retain cheap fares because that provides equitable services to everyone. Now, the numbers I've seen is there are 13% of adults who, for various reasons, can't drive, and that does not include all of the children. So that's probably where the 30% came from. That's probably adding another 17%. Safe and convenient travel. We very much support lower speed limits. These are proven to reduce deaths and serious injuries, and it makes people feel more safe when they're cycling. It's the most effective and the cheapest way to increase cycling numbers. And we'd like to see compulsory bus driver training on blind spots and looking for people who use active transport methods. But even more, we'd like to see technology use on the buses, blind spot cameras, collision avoidance. These are on all our cars. Why aren't they used on the buses? They could save lives. And we'd like to see more electric buses. And we'd like to see the electric buses used more often. It seems anecdotal, but they don't seem to be used in the weekends and at night. Why is this happening? Is this just perception or is this the reality? And so we'd also like to see more open data from ECAN on the bus use. How many miles does the e-buses do versus the diesel buses? How often is a diesel bus? How many diesel buses versus how many electric buses we have? You know, we see 20%, but we never see any numbers. And we'd also like, we really want public transport to succeed. And you have a big challenge coming up, and that's the new ticketing system. And we're going to be the first. And I've put in big computer systems, and I tell you now, they never go right. They never go right. So what we have to plan is, when it goes wrong, what are we going to do? And so, yeah, that's right. But give the bus drivers the opportunity to be flexible in what they do. You know, be kind to people, admit mistakes, plan well, and have additional people available to help people, because we want it to work. We absolutely want it to work. So thank you very much, and have you got any questions?
Thank you, Anne. A lot of questions there from you to us, I guess, about those things. Can't probably deliver all those tomorrow. We've got about 60 electric buses out of 300. That's about the number. Dion.
I don't promise anything. I just tell people information on the communications person. But now you've really stuffed me here. My question here. You've listed out a heck of a lot of stuff around our PT. You know, if we wanted it all, we'd probably need to raise our rate by 400%, not 24%. But where are the things that you think we can prioritise to get the best bang for buck with what we've got right now, so that we can kind of get the momentum going?
Sorry, it keeps going. I think there are two things here. One is that what you're doing in terms of the increase in various routes, key routes, is an important thing to do. But actually, it's not meeting the needs of enough people. So I think you need to use the data to look at where are the next routes, where can we increase them. My bus is the 29. It goes every 30 minutes. Why isn't that every 20 minutes? It's full on certain times. So I think that there are some areas that are underutilized. There are other areas that are highly utilized, and it's the balance that you've got to make in terms of which choices you're making. But you've got to be open with the choice, and you have to listen to people, because if you can't just base everything on services not being used, you have to understand why they're not being used.
Okay, we've got time for one more question, if there is one. Really, which one of you can ask it? You go, Vicky. You're a transport person.
I was going to ask if you're aware. My understanding is that small children's bikes and scooters can be put onto buses, but that it's at the discretion of the driver. And I just wondered, are you aware of people trying to do that and then being turned away because, or is it simply the fact that it's made clear that you could be turned away, and that in itself is already just enough for people to not try?
I have seen people with small children with bikes being turned away, and I have also seen people with scooters being allowed on. So there's kind of an imbalance there in terms of, I think there needs to be, You don't turn up at somewhere and guess whether you're going to be allowed on or not. I mean, it just can't have a small child and be at Brighton and can't get home. I mean, it's just stupid.
All right, thanks, Anne. We'll let you go. Thank you for those. It's good to hear all those points and good to hear you ask all those questions. So, Fiona, we have you there, and then Heather, you're lucky last, Heather. Okay, thank you, Fiona. Good to see you again, and when you're ready.
This one. Tēnā koutou katoa, I'm Fiona Bennetts and I live in Christchurch West or Puna. I just wanted to quickly tōku and Jack and Spokes and Greater Otatahi submissions, and mine is heavily based on those. Too many screens. Go. Next. Quickly going through the starting and then focusing on the transport sector. So I support option 1, significant investment in community funding is required. Option 2 is good option, but option 1 is better. Like, it only gets more expensive the longer we take to do things. So let's do it now, do it right, make the biggest impact that we can. And I also support the targeted rate for Christchurch district biodiversity. I support option 1 for the community preparedness and response to hazards. Significant increase in investment across the service is required. Oh, typo. And climate action, mitigation and adaptation will only get more expensive over time. It's going to be a repeated thing. And I support the targeted rate for Selwyn district flood and river resistance. I note that I don't live in Selwyn, but I often visit Selwyn and I have plenty of friends who live in Selwyn, and action is needed. Okay, public transport, my favourite. I support option 1, yay, full investment. So many screens. I have added in a slide before this one, so I'm going to go back to this one. I forgot to add in this one. So I would like to see better servicing of fast-growing suburbs within Christchurch, such as Hallsville, which is sprawling rapidly. Is currently serviced by, as you should know, the number 7, the number 100, and the number 125. They currently, those 3 bus services service parts of Hallsville, but not other parts of Hallsville, and people just end up driving, right? If they don't live on the bus route, they just give up and they just drive. So can we put a park and ride service for the number 7? Like, once we've got these bus lanes coming through Hallsville Road and up Lincoln Road, we're going to get lots more people on the every 10-minute bus that goes up Hallsville Road. Let's have a park and ride, let's service the rest of Hallsville, and route reviews, they take time, they take money. So park and ride would be awesome. Also looking at the number 5 route in New Brighton, there's the Gateway to New Brighton decision hearing panel, which they're meeting tomorrow to talk about that, and the way that they've redesigned the entrance into New Brighton over the Pages Road Bridge. I would really like that buses and cyclists don't share the same road. So if the number 5 could be reviewed to maybe stick to the bigger road and stay off the skinny little road where the cyclists tend to congregate, that would be safer for cyclists. But I appreciate you can't see my fancy screen here. So we'll go to the next one, which is, I love that you've suggested in the LTP to trial on-demand services in other parts of Canterbury. For example, Littleton Harbour could do with some better service. I know people in Governor's Bay who've been asking for services. Oh, where's my timer got to? But also parts around Diamond Harbour. So a little wee bus that could better service the ferry terminal over there would be great for people, so they don't have to drive to the ferry terminal. Also, better cycle racks would allow them to bike to the ferry terminal. Waimakadere and Amberley, or parts of Whirinui. It would be great to see some on-demand services servicing places like Oxford. It's a popular tourist destination. Everyone just drives. Yeah, I mean, I bike, but I'm probably the only one. Likewise, Amberley and further north to Waipara, it'd be great to have a service that services the lower parts of Whirinui, and places really close to Kaipoi and Rangiora, like Ahoka and the ever-expanding Manville North and Swananoa areas. It'd be great to have some services out there. I don't personally live there, but I know kids who do, and they're forced to drive. I really don't like 16-year-olds on the road driving. Much prefer they catch the bus. Another on-demand service would be great to service more areas of Selwyn. I'm kind of really surprised that we don't have any services in Taitapu. Like that really boggles my mind. But hey, to have some services that head out towards the tourist destinations like Akaroa. I certainly like to bike to Akaroa, but then turning around and biking back is quite hard work. So I would like to catch the bus home from Akaroa once I've biked there. I've got friends who live in West Melton and they can catch the bus to town once a day. They can't catch the bus to Rolleston. I find that really strange. Wouldn't it be great to have a service that just connects these hubs together? So hubbing off Rolleston and going to all the other little places around here like Darfield, Kirwee, Dunsandel, etc. Oh, there's my timer. All right, rushing through the last one. Yeah, obviously lots of places in Greater Selwyn that could be better serviced. We need to do some research. We need to see what people want. I read some great stuff about people who live in Darfield being like, if there was an option, I would take the bus. But one service a day into town and back home is not enough. Oh, and my last one might be this one. Almost. Ashburton and Tynwald. I would love to see something like what we've got in Timaru and Ashburton and Tynwald and possibly beyond. We've just got to give it a shot. See what they want, see what they can do. Again, everyone just drives in these places because it's too easy. And the last slide is trail services between Kaikoura and Oamaru. So I'm a cyclist, as you've probably gathered. And I like doing cycle trails. But what I really hate is having to drive to get to the start of the cycle trail. So I would love to catch a bus. But you know what? The intercity bus does not take bikes. Even if you put it in a box and say, yeah, I booked a bike. And they're like, no. Up to the driver. On any individual day, you cannot guarantee that the intercity bus, I said this at the regional, they will not guarantee they will take your bus. So please provide an alternative service that will take bikes. And I'll leave you to read through that. But yes, thank you. I'm happy to take questions.
As always, thank you for your enthusiasm, Fiona, on matters of public transport and your thinking, pretty wide thinking on it for most of our region. Questions of Fiona from councillors. Don't get off that easy. Right.
Hey, thank you for that. Really innovative ideas there. I'm wondering on the parking rights of water, are you making a submission to the CCC? Because I think obviously they do the infrastructure. Might be something we could work on together. That's something.
Yes, absolutely. I will be talking to that in my CCC verbal submission. Yeah, and likewise with all the other LTPs that are out, like Ashburton and Huranui. That's cross-pollinating here.
Yeah, great presentation, Matt. Really clear, very good. I just the cycle trails. Do cycle clubs at all take people sort of en masse, like in a trip to the beginning of the cycle trail? Is that the best way to actually get to those, using sort of a community bus or whatever?
I think most people get a friend to drive them, or even like a friend who chaperones them. Like I've had a friend just do the Alps to Ocean, and she had a friend in a camper van chaperone her basically the whole way, carrying her bags and having her sleep in the camper van overnight. So I think everyone does it differently, but there's a lot of like cycle journeys and those kind of companies which make a lot of money transporting people to and fro. And I don't want to, impose on their business too much, but at the same time, like there should be public transport available. And I don't think many people bike to the start of their cycle journey. I think they drive. But sure, there's clubs in Christchurch, and I'm a member of some of them. And we do social rides, but they're all based from Christchurch. We start here, we finish here. So we don't bike to Tikapa.
Okay, we're going to let you go. Thank you very much for that. Heather, you've been very patient with us. Sorry, Heather. This is submission 5635841. So when you're ready, Heather. Thank you.
My name is Heather Davies. My husband and I have a beef farm in Selwyn. We have 110 hectares of wetland, both freshwater and saline, that's associated with Lake Ellesmere and known as McBank Flat. In my submission, I want to speak about the regulation, Lake Ellesmere, the Selwyn River Protection Scheme, and how food interlinks with all those things. As people, like any other species, each individual needs food to survive. It's a biological need. In New Zealand, and in particularly in Canterbury, we produce a lot of food, and we have perhaps forgotten the importance of food. The regulation is put in place, in particular environmental regulation. The regulations put in place so that we set the rules of the game so we can all live together in relative harmony and get on with our lives and do our things. We're not all food producers, but some of us are. Regulation needs to be concise and efficient and effective. It does need to reflect the values of the people, but not just the individual's personal views. With food, if we can provide food for, no, that's not right, sorry. If people have access to food, they fulfill their biological need, and then they have the opportunity to choose to give space to biodiversity. If we don't fulfill that need first, then we don't have the privilege of looking after biodiversity. People internationally sometimes don't have food, but their biodiversity is important too. So if we unnecessarily restrict food production in Canterbury, we're impacting on the biodiversity throughout the world. I commend ECAN on trying to get their regulations and plans into a single document. It's going to be a big ask, but I think if you have the will, you can do it. People thrive on knowing where they stand and having a predictable having a predictable process so that if they go, I think this is right, this is the way I should be behaving, or this is what things I should be doing. If it's reasonably simple and reasonably precise, they will bounce ahead on that. They won't, or some rattlers are there. Anyway, I support you trying to get it all together. With protection, I believe that we are spending too much, we're putting too much public money into community with no expectation of biodiversity outcome. We're giving out money that if it was a much more coordinated pest or habitat enhancement or weed control with opportunity for volunteers to have input that was easy for them to do, then we would achieve a lot more with that money and the biodiversity outcomes would be greater. On a slightly different angle, with pest control, Canada geese are a very aggressive species that are increasing in number and spreading, and I would like to see ECAN considering them in their pest management plan. So I know that nationally they haven't been declared a pest, they're just an uncontrolled herd, but I think that the damage they're doing is undoing a lot of the good that's being done by people. I think now I'll move to the flood protection and rivers section. I support the Selwyn, I support the flood protection schemes and the Selwyn, the review and improvement of the Selwyn River flood protection scheme. Water always flows downhill, so anything we do upstream impacts on the people downstream. Canterbury, ECAN has got very good policies on ensuring equity and inclusion, and with the flood protection scheme, I really encourage you to always link that back to the bottom and look at how those increases upstream that are going to help us all produce food, all have more secure houses, all have better roads and bicycle tracks, and to ensure that that goes right round the whole scheme, and not forget the bottom. Selwyn is a little different to most river catchments in that it starts in the mountains, but it doesn't go to the sea. It stops at Lake Ellesmere. Because Lake Ellesmere doesn't have its own opening to the sea, it's influenced by floods, rising waters rapidly, and then us cutting holes in the bank and letting them out rapidly. That's really tough on biodiversity, and particularly on McBean Flat. The influence of changing water levels has a huge impact on the values there, which include bird values. It has and plant values with specific species of plants. With Lake Ellesmere, as targeted ratepayers, there's not a process for us to have input into how the lake is run. It's a very complex system, but there's no process for us to have input. I think that is something that needs, maybe I've just missed it. I've asked people at ECAM but not managed to find it. I think that needs looking at. I'll continue. I'd like to support you with your work. I think you're trying hard. I think you're doing well with your values and your decision-making principles. Let's keep going. It's a hard ask, but there's lots of things we can do to help biodiversity, but it needs focus and it needs energy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Heather, thank you. And I noted Canada geese in your submission, and Councillor Sweets went up there. So, Councillor Sweets, have you got a question about Canada geese? I'm not sure thing.
It's on its way. It has to go through a process, but the process is starting in a couple of years. This year, we'll go further than that, but there'll be an opportunity to do that.
Kia ora, Heather. Hey, thank you for your really thoughtful submission. It's really good. I'm really interested. Where's McBean Flat? Is that your property? Yeah. Yep. That way. Okay. Cool. Got it.
I haven't so much got a question, but I want to thank you for your very thoughtful submission in support of what we're doing and your understanding of the whole of catchment and the processes that go on it. So thank you very much for this.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Heather, for your submission. We heard from Graeme. Were you here when Graeme and when Selwyn Hutch was talking? No, I think you were outside. He talked about us encouraging us to take down the bank on the other side from downstream. Would that help the issue with the backflow of the lake up into your flats, or is it all associated with it? It won't make any difference.
I think from what I've read from the options and issues paper on the Selwyn River that was written in 2014, taking out that section of bank will improve the water flows down the river. It did suggest that the low points in the stop banks would also need addressing. As far as the flats that we farm, if you can get the flow up to that 562 metres that the asset management plan objective is, then that will make a huge difference to us. At the moment, it's not much more than half. with respect to McBean Flat and the ecological area, the significant natural area, that is more to do with the lake as a whole. So when the lake's open, it drains out. The tide's been out all summer. When it comes back in, if it gets pushed to 1.5, it's well out into the up into the paddocks, and the birds that are nesting are getting flooded out. The birds that have a specific depth of water that they feed in are struggling. And that's literally just because there's well over a metre of depth. The plants, if they're wetland plants, or if they're wetland margin plants, or if they're freshwater spring plants or saline plants, they all have different biological needs. And so that lake difference makes a huge difference to how well that ecology is achieving. Did that answer your question?
No, thanks, Heather. Heather always does a home. Be very careful about asking her questions.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Heather, for coming in and sharing that stuff with us, and also your intimate knowledge of the area and what happens with flows. When we sit here and look at paper, we don't understand those things, so it's really good that you've done that for us this afternoon. My apologies for keeping you later than what we might have done, but thank you very much once again. Now, councillors, so you can go, Heather. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple of points before we go. Tomorrow, if you could be here at 9, that first submitter is at 9:15, and then right now I thought we were going to leave the meeting open, but we can let. I think what we'll do is, rather than do a karakia, we'll leave this open until we finish the hearings, and then we'll do a karakia at the end. So thank you very much for being here today and your patience with us, each other. Sorry, Grant. Okay, just a minute. We're not going to leave it open. Craig, go. I've been told off again that the 400 times we'll close it. Yeah, we'll do a karakia and we'll adjourn and we'll close the meeting. Yep. No, they tell me.
Until Friday. There are separate matters.
I now declare the meeting closed.